Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Are you robbing me? Things like peking opera and lion dance are not uncommon in Los Angeles. Reno has seen it many times before. For foreign cultures, even if most people can't understand it, they can still watch it with the mentality of watching the excitement and treat it as a curiosity, especially the performance form of peking opera, which is so popular on the stage. It's both singing and dancing, so it's very much in line with American tastes in terms of preferences for program types. Americans are somewhat similar to Indians. They all like musicals, which means adding a lot of music and dance to regular movies and TV dramas, which looks very happy. In the past, Lino couldn't understand what they were singing on stage and what the story meant, and he had no interest in understanding it. But today, as usual, he sat next to Alan and watched the show. After the actors in front came on stage and started performing, Reno opened his mouth and was stunned. If a person watches a foreign original movie, most people are accustomed to watching subtitles instead of watching the translated version. Without subtitles, the sensory experience will be greatly reduced because they will not be able to understand. But today was different. These people actually sang in English. Although the accent was very bad, he could understand it, and it actually sang the story of Washington and the Indians. This program is very novel. Reno smiled as he listened to this group of Chinese singing with a bad accent. As he listened, his face became a little unnatural. The story told in this play is very simple. To simplify it, it is basically the story of the righteous old Indian chief and the liar. Just by hearing the title of the story, you can probably guess its meaning. As a British colonial whose ancestors moved to the United States from Great Britain, Washington's ancestors had a poor background. What his grandfather was most famous for at the time was deceiving kind-hearted Indians, luring them out of the camp, and then killing the man occupying their land. The Jianghu people gave the bandit the name the City Puller. When it came to his father's time, his father died early, and there were basically no records left of his father. As for the story of Washington chopping down cherry trees that many Chinese people have heard since childhood, this story is actually purely fictional and made up. It has the deceptive style of his ancestors and is a traditional skill. When you come to Washington, in the hearts of most British people, Washington is a complete British traitor with a higher status than Wu Sangui of China. It was because of his tip-off to the French that the two countries went to war. When it comes to the early British and French colonization of the Americas, the French were obviously more brutal in terms of their methods. However, the British gentlemen were relatively lazy compared to the French. As long as taxes were paid and the goods were guaranteed, everything else could be done. It's easy to say, but they don't really care how the people below rule. As a result, many Indians at that time chose to be pro-British and anti-French without any choice, and even helped the British fight against the French. The general background was like this, and as a British American, Washington wanted to join the army at that time. Only by becoming a soldier can you have a way out and have rights. But unfortunately, it may be that Washington was too good when he was young, and the British army did not want him. In anger, he asked the French to secretly inform him, and after some traditional skills from his ancestors, cheating, in the end, the two sides successfully fought. But at this time, the situation was chaotic. Washington successfully organized a group of people with the help of his British identity, and by the way, he roped in the Indians, who were British allies at the time, and fought against the French together. Although they were beaten by the French, the guy was stunned and captured with a blaster, but his reputation grew, and the outside world thought he was tough and courageous. This is the history of Washington. Anyway, after a period of time, Washington finally got what he wanted and joined the British Army. He got a school-level officer position and had soldiers in his hands, but this guy became more powerful and more ambitious. Later, as is well known to the public, Washington proposed North American autonomy, but was rejected by the British gentlemen. This was the starting point of the conflict. There is only autonomy, and there is no one riding on his head. In this way, he will have greater power. But the gentlemen in Great Britain do not agree. What should we do, rebel? What is sung in the play is that Washington later colluded with the French and rebelled against the British. After being attacked by the Indians, he was so angry that he launched a massacre of the Indians, and this massacre started when Washington used his British identity to deceive the old chief, just like his grandfather did back then. First deceiving the door and then killing all the Indians. This story, regardless of its authenticity, is definitely full of drama and full of irony. It is a standard British satire with a yin and yang twist that borrows from the past and satirizes the present point. By showing Washington's perfidy and treachery, it satirizes the current United States point at this point. Reno dared to use his head to guarantee that he could see that it couldn't be more obvious. However, he turned his head slightly and glanced at the cheerful Alan, who was watching next to him. Director Reno's face twitched. He was a little confused. I understand what Alan wants to do. Point as a red-faced old chief was finally shot to death by the white-faced Washington. The Peking opera officially came to an end. Alan smiled, clapped, and waved to call Little Stone over and said, everyone rewards them and tells them about the performance. Yes, the adaptation of the story is also good. Let them go back and continue rehearsing. When Christmas comes, they will come to Wales to perform, and His Highness will come to watch their show in person. Also, call that Martin over. Yes, Zaro. Chitao happily agreed, and then started to sign for people, and quickly rewarded the actors who were about to leave the show. What do you think, Director Reno, of this Peking opera? Is the artistic quality high? Alan glanced sideways at Director Reno, who was restless. What he did today was tantamount to being cheeky. If the feeling is not obvious, imagine that a Chinese in the island country selected a group of Japanese black people and asked them to act a drama about killing the emperor or vilifying the emperor was performed to the chief of the Tokyo Police Department. Think about this scene and then think about this effect, and you can understand the feelings of Director Reno next to Alan. Washington is the founding father of America. Is your Peking opera going to be performed in Great Britain? When Reno heard what Alan just told Zhao Shitao, he felt a little humiliated and a little angry, but it was not too high point. When he reaches his position, there are some things that he doesn't feel so deeply. Americans don't have that much sense of homeland point, but when Alan asked, he still had to express his displeasure appropriately in front of Alan. Well, I have prepared a Christmas party that will be broadcast to the whole world. There will be programs organized by Commonwealth countries and other countries, which will be staged in turn. It is very lively. If you are interested, you can watch it then, Your Excellency. Then this program is a bit bad, isn't it? Reno narrowed his eyes and pointed at the group of Chinese actors lining up at the door to receive awards. Oh, what do you think is wrong? This Reno wanted to say that this was a simple and crude smear, but the stories in the drama just now basically happened. Even if he wanted to deny it, he couldn't help it. There are some things that ordinary people don't know, and that's just because just because you promote it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But after Alan did this time, if more people know about it in the future, it will be difficult to say. It is said that the United States is the beacon of the free world and a symbol of freedom and civilization. In the face of some uncivilized things that happened in the past, shouldn't we criticize it? Just like the Indian reservation you are establishing now, isn't this the so-called redemption? And I feel that redemption is just a kind of self-comfort that people do after making mistakes. I don't like it. I only like to tell the truth. Reno glanced at Alan expressionlessly. He didn't want to argue on this matter. Following the sound of footsteps, a South American man was wearing a tight-fitting suit, a slightly frivolous appearance, and a thick gold chain hanging around his neck. Seeing this man's dress, Reno's face instinctively a trace of disgust flashed through him. This guy was not a good person at first glance. Master, this is Martin. Oh, you are the boss of those people. I heard you want to see me. Martin, the boss of that multinational service organization, this time faced a big boss who called more than 500 employees to serve at one time, and he was still an aristocrat. How could he not step forward? This is a big customer. Moreover, it is a high-end customer among high-end customers. That is rare among large customers. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Alan. Although Alan is British and Martin is Argentinian, the two countries only had a fight a few years ago, but this does not affect Martin's affection for Alan, a nobleman. The master's heart for friendship. Opportunities like this don't come often. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Hello, Mr. Allen, I'm Martin. Martin rubbed his hands, bent slightly and stood in front of Alan and said, I will personally come and see a distinguished guest like you. If you have any comments during the service, you can tell me. If you need such large-scale services in the future, you can just have someone call me. Well, please stop for a moment. Don't be impatient. Let's watch a show first. Alan snapped his fingers, looked at Xiaoshita with doubtful eyes and said, how is the meeting below? Isn't it over yet? Go ahead and hurry up. Don't keep Mr. Martin waiting. Okay, master, please wait a moment. On the rostrum of the large conference hall on the second floor, a huge banner hung in the most eye-catching place. The host was wearing a traditional British wool suit, his hair was combed and shiny, and he was holding a microphone in his right hand, and looking at the audience with a smile. Guest point next to each of them sits a woman who is either gorgeous, young, and innocent, or full of royal elegance. These people are the targets of today's plan, and the only people responsible for coming with these service personnel, and guarding them are the more than 20 people standing at the stairs on the second floor. This time it is a large-scale call for people, and the location is closed. Now there is no need to stare one-on-one during meetings. Some of the remaining people are downstairs and some are resting in the room upstairs. Dear guests, we have only the last part of today's product introduction meeting. There may be a little commotion at the scene, but don't worry. You just need to follow the requirements of the on-site security. Also, I hope you have a great time today. As soon as the host finished speaking, loud music sounded in the venue at an inappropriate time. The conference guests below were still confused and did not realize what the host's words meant. Faint gunshots could be heard from the distant stairwell. It came and went as quickly as it came. The banging sound disappeared before everyone could react. Since it was a little far away, they couldn't see clearly what happened. At this time, a service girl in the venue suddenly stood up and looked at someone who had fallen down at the stairs. Suddenly her face changed. She subconsciously took out her mobile phone and was about to make a call. Ma'am, if I were you, I would put the phone back. Honestly. A pistol was pressed against her head. The woman held her cell phone and stared blankly at the security guard who pointed the gun at him. Then she looked around and took a deep breath. The big man disguised as a security guard saw the woman suddenly scream, cursed secretly and hit the woman hard with the handle of his gun. The screams stopped, but just a second later, the whole venue was filled with screams. Ordinary people don't know what happened. Those women only saw one of their sisters standing up and trying to make a phone call and was pointed at a gun. They thought they were preparing to rob. Even women in this industry, seeing this scene, you should still be afraid. When the first person screams, the conformity of the others is demonstrated. Fake. Tom is watching the intersection and executes plan B. Don't panic, everyone. We are here to save you. Don't panic. Don't be confused. Just squat down with your heads in your hands. Bang bang bang. When the first gunshot rang out from downstairs, Director Areno's expression changed. Didn't the plan say that he should try not to use a gun? This is a fucking deal. Is this called trying not to use a gun? Just as he turned around to question Alan, he saw someone faster than him. Sir, what are you doing? Do you want to take advantage of others? Martin subconsciously touched his lower back and then found nothing. Then he remembered that his gun had been handed over when he just came in. Eating black people. No, 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 I just want to get something from you. Don't be nervous. I'll ask you something. Alan looked at the nervous Martin with a smile. What's up? Martin looked a little confused. He could hear the gunshots below, but everyone in this room was so calm now that no one even moved to take a look at what was going on outside. This made him a little suspicious. Was he hallucinating? You should have a lot of savings in your overseas account, right? In your line of work, the cash flow is very large. Tell me your card number and I will spare your life. Martin blinked his eyes, picked out his ears with his hands, looked at Alan in disbelief, opened his mouth and said, "You want me to tell you the card number and give you the money? Are you robbing me?" He has been out for so many years and has seen arrogant people. However, it was the first time for Martin to see such an arrogant person directly asking him to reveal his account number in front of him, so he was a little confused. Chapter 527, The Embodiment of Justice and the Model of Morality. Alan pointed to a Reno next to him and said, "Do you know who he is?" Martin saw a Reno as soon as he entered the door, but he had never been in contact with a Reno before, so he had no idea. Now he turned his head in the direction Alan pointed, especially the star on a Reno's collar, and the badge on the chest looked more and more familiar to him. Isn't this the famous Los Angeles Police Department? Legend has it that it has a very bad reputation. The smooth little combos of its police officers that empty their magazines are known all over the world. Moreover, over the years, many of its police officers have been exposed to racial discrimination, which once caused people to panic, but in the end, something went wrong. Police officers are often put on administrative leave. The Los Angeles Police Department is still the same Los Angeles Police Department, and the number of personnel increases year by year. This is Mr. Areno, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. You must have heard of him, right? Alan took the initiative to help Martin introduce Areno's identity. Martin looked at Areno, who had an unnatural look on his face, and was a little surprised. This person could be here, and Alan could say this in front of him. "Okay, don't waste my time. My patience is very limited. Hand over your card and password quickly. You won't have to wait until I send you to the embassy. If you want to hand it over again, you will have no chance." "Why did you arrest me? I didn't commit any crime." Martin looked at Alan's arrogant and taken for granted attitude, and then glanced at Areno, who openly robbed him in front of the Los Angeles police chief. Is this aristocratic man crazy? Alan tilted his head and glanced at Martin, gestured with his right hand holding a cigarette, stopped the small stone he was about to make, and then glanced at Areno next to him with a smile. "Why should I arrest you? Just you? Do I need a reason to arrest you?" Grabbing the thick-bottomed glass ashtray next to him with his left hand, Alan stood up suddenly before Martin could react. Bump, bump, bump. Martin only felt something flash past, and then his vision went dark, and his brain seemed to have shut down. It took dozens of seconds before endless pain converged from his whole body to his head. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. When he came out, he could only lie on the ground and twitch unconsciously. Areno stared blankly at the scene in front of him, a little distracted. Alan, who had been gentle and a little aggressive just now, suddenly stood up with an ashtray, hit the Argentinian in front of him on the head, and hit it hard several times from the first blow. Blood poured out of Martin's head like a fountain. When he hit the fourth blow, Martin lay on the ground twitching like a dead dog, with his limbs twitching. Yes, it looks a bit scary. People who were still alive and kicking just now are now dead or alive. Your Excellency, this is Areno had unconsciously used honorifics. He was really afraid of people who were cheerful one moment and violent the next, as if they were crazy. Dangling throwing the ashtray back on the coffee table next to the sofa, Alan sat down and took a long puff of cigarette. He closed his eyes and took a long breath, muttering, "Fake. It feels so good. I haven't hit someone so happily in a long time. My subordinates are very considerate, and I can't find any reason to punish them. America is such a great place." Hearing Alan's muttering, Areno twitched his lips and looked at Martin, who was still twitching on the ground. In this situation, he had a headache. "What did Mr. Areno just ask me?" "Your Excellency, you are not in line with the rules, are you?" Pointing to Martin on the ground, Areno repeated the question. "Is it against the rules?" "How could it be? I have always been the most disciplined in my work." "You said that he, a foreigner, openly assaulted a foreign diplomat in a public place on American soil. Under such circumstances, I'll let him. My bodyguard temporarily detained him. How could this be against the rules?" "Oh, you mean this?" Alan seemed to have just discovered that Martin was in bad condition. He looked at Martin, who was lying on the ground and was twitching silently, and said, "Didn't you see just now? If I hadn't had an ashtray in my hand, he almost succeeded. It was him. I was the one who attacked first. Irino looked at Alan, who had no blood on his left hand, and then looked at Martin on the ground point. If you say so, this is indeed reasonable. But, you don't take me seriously, right? Have you finished your work down there? Alan was too lazy to pay attention to them, so he greeted Zioshi and started asking, well Zio. Shitao walked to the door and called the person on duty outside and asked in a low voice. Then he walked back to Alan and bent down and whispered, Master, there is a little problem down there, but it's not a big problem. We will follow the instructions. Plan B continues to be implemented and will be completed in about 20 minutes. Well, take him down, break his legs, and then ask again. Check all the information about his overseas account that we found. Ask for the password and then give it to me. Go ahead and do it quickly. Yes, Alan watched Little Stone ask someone to drag Martin down, and then stood up and looked at Director Arino. He wiped his shoulder with his left hand. The polyester police uniform shirt fabric felt very good, and with the black and blue color, even if it was stained with blood, it would not be obvious, just like it was slightly wet with sweat. Arino suppressed his anger and watched helplessly as Alan wiped his hands with his clothes. Alan was standing opposite him, but Alan was a full head taller than Arino and felt extremely oppressive. He just didn't speak, wiping his hands expressionlessly, and when he finally wiped his hands clean, he also helped Arino straighten his collar. Martin has a deposit of about $4 million in a Swiss bank. He also has a deposit of more than £1 million in Standard Chartered Bank. The total adds up to about $6 million. All of this money was spent after he was arrested. I could get it before, but now it has nothing to do with him. What do you mean, Your Excellency? What's the meaning? Alan looked down at Arino's eyes and said, I don't like such a small amount of money. I don't know if you do. This money has nothing to do with this case. When my men ask for the password, that Martin will hand it over. It's given to you, and you can do with his people as you wish. Arino instantly understood what Alan meant. In the United States, if a person is caught after committing a crime, he or she must go through judicial procedures. Before that, even temporary detention is subject to various restrictions, but for some special types of criminals, the procedures are not so formal. The more complex the events involved, the simpler the procedures. Just like now, a foreigner attacked a diplomat from another foreign country on American soil, and this diplomat had a very special status under such circumstances. The judicial process can be completed very quickly, and the process is simplified. In this process, let alone other police officers, as far as the Los Angeles police are concerned, people leave their voices in pictures. As long as the people are in their hands, how can they be worthy of the badge on their chests without peeling off the skin? But if Martin is taken directly back to his subordinates, the money scraped from his body will be divided layer by layer. By then, what will finally reach Arino's hands will only be a few in the best case. $100,000. This is no longer a small amount. The police officers who work below need to share it. The city councillors who handle it above need to share it. And even the judges have to share it. No matter how much money there is, as long as there are many people sharing the profit, in the end everyone will not get much. What Alan means now is that this money has been divested by him in advance. Even if Martin explains it later, this money has nothing to do with him. And Alan also said that he despises this small amount of money. What will happen later? The meaning of what does $6 million mean? It's a concept that allows him, Arino, to perform a pole dance for Mr. Allen on the spot, the kind where you can recite poetry while dancing. Arino's eyes moved, and he took Alan's left hand without any hesitation. He used his cuff to very carefully wipe the bloodstains on Alan's hand that were not too clean. While wiping, he asked, Your Excellency, you need me to help you dealing with any trouble? Hahaha. Director Arino is indeed an elite in the police and the embodiment of justice. He knows how to share our worries with ordinary people. I like to talk to smart people the most. Obviously, Director Arino, you are the smart person. As for me, this time I came to the United States just to save people. I don't care about anything else. But there are still many women under his command in Argentina, so I can't bring them all at once. I wonder if Director Arino can do anything about it after he returns. In the name of Martin, ask him to send over some of the women who have stayed in Argentina, but have not come over. Alan withdrew his left hand and raised it in front of his eyes to look at it. Not to mention that Director Areno's hand was clean after wiping it with the cuff of his police uniform. As for the reward, it's just the $6 million US. I wonder if my small request will embarrass Director Areno. No. How could it be? Your Excellency, your visit to Los Angeles this time will bring hundreds of jobs to our city. It's not too late for me to welcome you. Our Los Angeles police have always attached great importance to investors like you. Give me 24 hours, and I guarantee you can see more women waiting for your rescue. Okay, thank you, Director Areno. Do you want me to help you transfer the money to your account in the United States? Alan squinted at Director Areno. Part of the money he took from Martin was theoretically the service fee Alan gave him this time. This money was consumed by him twice, which can be regarded as something worthwhile. It's worth it. Now that waste is reused, even if it costs $10,000 to hire an employee, Alan thinks it's worth it. No, thank you for your kindness. You don't need to worry about anything here. Areno quickly stopped Alan's thoughts. The funds in overseas accounts were much safer than in the United States. He would only transfer the money back if his brain was damaged. With these $6 million, he can retire where he is, and his life will be worth it. Just now, he was dissatisfied with Alan, but when Alan spent the $6 million, Areno had to admit in his heart that he was indeed a traditional hereditary noble, and he did things with dignity. Even if he spent the $6 million, he was under his nose. He watched as he knocked it out of Martin's body, but he was able to knock it out, which is his ability. After knocking it out, he could still smash it out without caring and hit him. Areno, which was his ability even more. Sir, it's not very safe here now. I'm going to call them over now. Do you want to go back now, or will I send a police car to escort you back later? Areno is a good man who will do what he said. Now that he has said it is almost done, it is time for him to show up. Since he has received the money, he is absolutely serious about doing things. Now that everyone is shooting down below, Alan will stay here any longer. It's a little unsafe. Yeah, by the way, you know where these people are temporarily held, right? Alan nodded. He was also ready to withdraw. Today we are just rescuing future employees. After the rescue, we will not be able to accept interviews with the media on the spot. That would be too fake. We have to capture all the people first, lock them up, and then the trial will be conducted slowly to sort out the bad guys and the victims, and the results will be announced in a day or two before they are officially announced to the public. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Every step has been planned in the plan. No, I will send all of them to your prison. Well, but those poor women, Alan continued to explain with a pity expression. They are all a group of poor people. They have no relatives in the United States. When the time comes, I will be responsible for the legal team that all of them need. Is that okay? Areno's heart trembled twice. Alan looked pitiful, but if this lawyer let him come, then these women would really be unable to escape from his grasp. The one who rescued them, the person, is Alan. The place where they are temporarily detained is Alan's private prison. Even the lawyer is his person. Even himself, the chief of the police station, is now his person. What can they do then? The aristocratic gentleman from Great Britain is so ruthless. He has thought of everything he can think of. Not only has he become a bitch, but he also has to erect a memorial arch. You are indeed a model of morality. It is an honor for them to meet you. I will remember your request. Don't worry, just. Now Alan praised Areno as the embodiment of justice, and now Areno turned around and praised Alan as a model of morality. The two talked closely, showing a harmonious scene between police and nobles. It was really that's good. I'll leave first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll call them right away to tell them to come over. Areno smiled and bent down to see Alan off. It was completely different from the attitude he had when he first arrived, keeping people away from him for a few meters. I will leave my butler and ask him to give you the card number and password later. Okay, Your Excellency. Please walk slowly. You stay here, Stone, and cooperate well with Director Areno. The password will be handed over directly to Director Areno later. Okay, Master, Zao. Shitao nodded, glanced at Areno who looked at Alan with a flattering face, and smiled at him. Ding. As the elevator door opened, curious people on the first floor of the hotel came to check the situation, but they couldn't get in, because Alan's bodyguards were blocking them. Master, shall we go back? Old Carla Company Day. I personally, let's go back. How are the media preparations going? Please, come this way. Let's go through the back door. The media has prepared 7 versions of the press release. Do you want to take a look? Chapter 528 Deep Role Playing. Oh, go back and bring it to me. Although, it may sound shameless to create your own press release, this step is still necessary. Point. If a publicity document like this is handed over to other media, and allowed to be used as they wish, who knows what they will write in the end. It would be better to just rely on your team to write a few more versions and let them choose. When the time comes, at least this won't make the news too outrageous. The American West also needs the Statue of Liberty, and he is the new god of liberty. In 1886, the Statue of Liberty, which symbolizes the American spirit, was officially completed. On the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the founding of the United States, it was presented to the United States by France. From then on, the United States had a spirit unique to her freedom. In 1986, he officially took over the earldom from his father. A few years later, he came to the west of the United States, Los Angeles, and also brought freedom to the people on the West Coast. He is the free man of the West Coast, a gift from Britain. That is 100 years late. In the temporary study room, Alan looked at the manuscript in his hand and felt a little absent-minded for a moment. This is the content. Is it blown a little too loud? It's embarrassing. Although he has always been motivated to be a good person and has a very high personal moral quality, Alan is still a little shocked by the content in this manuscript. The literati under him are not in vain. Master, this manuscript is suitable for publicity in the United States. Their culture is more exaggerated than ours. If we don't say this, the effect may be much worse if we promote it as we usually do. These manuscripts of ours are all aftermarket research. You don't have to worry about feasibility. We have manuscripts for other regions that are tailored to local cultural habits. Old Carol was afraid that Alan wouldn't be able to accept it, so after he read the manuscript, he explained it aloud. Oh. These press releases are also differentiated by region and culture. Alan shook the manuscript paper in his hand, then picked up the paper next to him and read it again. Yes, for example, the cultural literacy of people in Canada is relatively low, and our publicity efforts are also relatively low. We will not invest so much energy, and will only emphasize your identity and what you do, like those in India. They have little interest in rescuing these women, and may even not understand this behavior. We will specifically emphasize your moral character and sense of responsibility. In addition, there are promotional materials for various regions in Asia. You can take a look. Alan's hand holding the manuscript paused. He knew the rules here very clearly. As expected, it is best to leave professional matters to professionals. How many brain cells would it take to let him do it? The key is that, even if he came in person, he wouldn't be able to consider so many details. Very good. What about the subsequent plans? Are they all arranged? Alan picked up several other manuscripts and glanced at them. It was a bit eye-catching, but the key to publicity is to be shameless and not exaggerated. How can others remember him? We mainly have to wait for the news feedback tonight or tomorrow before making a decision. Today's incident will probably be reported by some small media. Our evaluation team here will evaluate the general public's views on this matter and the popularity of the news. If the popularity keeps up, then we will arrange an exclusive interview with you tomorrow afternoon as planned. If the popularity is a little lower, then we will postpone the interview to the day after tomorrow. We are now working hard on the news and making temporary adjustments. Yeah, okay. After throwing away the manuscript and listening to old Carl's report, Alan felt that there was no problem. Now that everyone had been rescued, he was just waiting for the final publicity. The entire plan was more than half completed. So far, everything was going well. Master, why don't you go to bed early? There is nothing going on here. Cameron has introduced another female companion to you. He is afraid that you will be bored these days. This woman is also a native of the United States. Let her accompany you these days. You walk around and visit. Oh, I just left the professional dancing contestant, but I didn't expect it to be seamless. Cameron is indeed loyal. He is the minister of the humorous. Who did he send me again? Alan felt that Cameron had seized the opportunity and wanted to show off. He must be preparing to give himself a different experience. Last time he was dancing, so this time it was really hard to guess. Haha, master, this time she is a very normal actress, but she was born as a child star and became famous very early. When she was 14 years old, she made a famous movie called Once Upon a Time in America. You should have seen it. Oh, it's her. Alan blinked. He really didn't expect it to be this person. This child star actor was later called America's Liu Malfoy by some idiot fans, saying that she was the white jade light, the leader of the Jade Girl, and the national goddess in the hearts of men in that era. Bai Guang is indeed Bai Guang. The title of the national goddess is quite appropriate. She is the American Liu Malfoy. This description is a little less meaningful. She is older than Liu Malfoy and became famous earlier than her. Even if she has won many more heavyweight awards than that Liu Malfoy. How did she become the American Liu Malfoy in the end? Oh, the only thing they have in common may be that when they get older, they will both become crippled by being trolled. Point is that the one thing they have in common. But when he thought about the person that Cameron found this time, Alan suddenly remembered that when he was reading the newspaper a few days ago, he seemed to have read about her in some gossip, saying that she had a boyfriend, and it seems that I have a boyfriend last year. And I met him while filming. Don't she have a boyfriend? Old. Carol was stunned by Alan's question and responded subconsciously, what's wrong with having a boyfriend? And you're not married, so you're married. Okay, I understand. Then pay more attention here. I'm going back first. Where is she waiting for me? We've been waiting for more than an hour in the living room. To be honest, seeing Jennifer Connelly in real life is a little more interesting than the real person in the movie. This woman really has the ability to be a national goddess. In a multiracial place like the United States, if you want to conform to the public's aesthetics, the requirements for appearance are still very strict. She has jet black hair, light blue eyes, especially the lines on her face. The perfect combination of softness and three-dimensionality is full of classical beauty. It is simply amazing. In particular, Jennifer Connelly is only in her 20s this year and has already been admitted to Yale University. Her academic qualifications are considered to be the highest among all Hollywood stars, and she is still at the transition point between youth and maturity. In the later stage, I will not comment on the awkward period after it has completely grown out and the pretty girl's face has a bit of a weird feeling. She is beautiful, well educated, and became famous at a young age. If this is not the national goddess, who is? Alan doesn't care whether she will become disabled in the future, as long as she looks good now. Following the servant, Alan was just about to say hello to Jennifer Connelly. Unexpectedly, after seeing him, Jennifer Connelly stood up first and nervously stretched out her hand to Alan and introduced herself. Hello, Ellen, I'm Jennifer Connelly. Looking at Jennifer Connelly, who stood up, Alan blinked slightly. Comparison is harmful. The dancer is only 168. Although she has a good figure, she is a little lower after all. But this Jennifer Connelly is different. With high heels on, Alan feels that she is a little lower than him. A little. Definitely 1.8 meters. Even if she doesn't care about her appearance, her figure has made her very popular in the entertainment industry. This is the only actress Alan has ever seen who is second only to Nicole Kidman in height. His eyes glanced down. Good guy. When she wears this flesh-colored short skirt and paired with the black hair, she looks like a princess from the old European court paintings. She has a great temperament. Moreover, the princess temperament she possesses is not the aloof and noble temperament, but rather the noble temperament of a commoner who is a princess in distress, who is adopted by common people and then returns to the palace to become a princess when she grows up. Pure and simple. I didn't expect Cameron to actually know you. When I heard that it was you, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't even take care of my work, so I hurriedly came to see you. Lol. Really? Although this kind of word sounds like polite words, they all have meaning. If someone else said it, Jennifer Connelly might not listen to it, but if the person in front of her said it, then she would take it seriously. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she was very happy after hearing it. The same goes for Alan. In her memory, Kate Winslet got together with him when she was very young. But as for Kate, her temperament is incomparable with Jennifer Connelly. She is just like she is a little girl. Although she is young, her temperament is not good, and she is not pure enough. As for Kathy Patton's daughter in Hong Kong, Alan's purpose of contacting her at that time was not simple. Therefore, although Kathy was young, she did not bring any unforgettable memories to Alan. Alan's impression of her was the deepest thing is that she likes to cry and cries at every turn point, but Jennifer Connelly was different. Looking at her, Alan really wanted to play role-playing and experience pure love like campus love. People are only interested in things they have never experienced. Other things that come easily and without much effort will not have a deep impression. For Alan, he has no shortage of women. No matter what kind of woman he is, he has no shortage of whether he can find her himself or have his subordinates help him find her. But there are not many women who can interest him. He used to just play, but this time Alan wanted to play something different. I heard Sir Carl say that you are very busy today and have done something big. Can you tell me about it? Jennifer Connelly blinked and looked at Alan curiously. That one? You'll know it tomorrow by watching the news. There's nothing to say, but it's you. I'm very curious about what Cameron told you. Alan looked at Jennifer Connelly's behavior as if she came with a mission, which made him a little curious. How did Cameron abduct her? Cameron didn't ask Jennifer Connelly to do anything. The reason why she appeared here today was completely coincidental. She has been dating her boyfriend for 2 years. The two always quarreled over filming, and Jennifer Connelly couldn't figure out why her boyfriend cared so much about some things that seemed normal to her. She has been filming before the two of them met. Why can't she be filming now that she has a partner? In Jennifer Connelly's opinion, her boyfriend is very selfish and insecure, and she cannot give him a sense of security. Recently, the two of them often quarreled because Jennifer Connelly took on a new movie, and it was a relatively large-scale movie, and her boyfriend quarreled with him. Because of this, what's more coincidental is that the plot of the new drama she took on is very interesting. Jennifer Connelly plays a female reporter, and she meets a very capable underground party leader at work. The more we learn about this big shot, the deeper the character played by Jennifer Connelly sinks. Her character in the play also has a boyfriend, and she plays a two-legged person who is involved in feelings and falls into confusion. Young female reporter. Anyway, to sum it up in one sentence, it needs to have a big background, a deep story, and a lot of emotional interweaving. It's a very bloody and interesting movie. When she was filming a movie, she acted in such a plot. In reality, she also encountered this kind of situation. This is too difficult for a woman in her early 20s. In the end, Jennifer Connelly couldn't tell the difference between on-screen and off-screen. Anyway, she just wanted to indulge and go to a party to find someone to talk to. Then she met Cameron, and finally, she got here. Alan glanced at Jennifer Connelly with a strange look on his face. She seemed a bit silly to him now. Can't tell the difference between the inside and outside of the play. Interesting. What? A coincidence. Then if you are a reporter now, I have some small favors that I need you to help me with. Alan took Jennifer Connelly's little hand and started acting. You say, Jennifer. Connelly raised her head and looked at Alan blankly. The actor she worked with in the movie was middle-aged, a mature uncle type, with an important mission, and his appearance, between her and Alan one more Alan is missing. And Alan, to her, is definitely a big shot. If such a person asks her for help, this kind of atmosphere will make Jennifer Connelly a little excited just thinking about it. About a month ago, Alan took Jennifer Connelly's little hand and turned her around, looking at the lawn outside the manor, and began to make up a story. You mean, just because of a piece of gossip, you want to save so many persecuted women? After roughly listening to Alan's description, Jennifer Connelly's eyes sparkled with stars. This is more magical than her movie. Everything in the movie is fake, but if Alan is right, everything he does is true. A man because of a rumor he heard abroad, traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to other countries, and organized a transnational organization to rescue hundreds of women who were trapped in the quagmire. In the view of Jennifer Connelly, such a man, he was so manly, there was no comparison with her boyfriend who only quarreled with her. Chapter 529. America not only has freedom, but also civilization. At this moment, Jennifer Connelly felt that Alan was too manly, and this feeling of a mature man made her a little obsessed. These are all small things. For me, as long as they are within my capabilities, it doesn't matter whether there are difficulties or not. What matters is whether I want to do it or not. Alan put one hand in his pocket and held Jennifer Connelly's little hand with the other. He looked into the distance with deep eyes. In this image, he was a proper Prince Charming. Then, what do you need me to help you with, Jennifer? Connelly felt surrounded by a sense of responsibility and mission when she thought that Alan had worked so hard and now he needed her help. Alan thought for a while. In the past, he always had kidney problems and rarely had heart problems, but now he wanted to take heart drugs this time. If God gives him another chance, he wants to make a serious decision. If he wants to add a time limit to this decision, he hopes it will be at least 2 days. It's not that it's boring in the long run, but it's the most cost effective for a limited time. For someone with my status, the outside world had a deep misunderstanding of our group in the past. Many people would think that we are arrogant trash who are just waiting to die. I was once troubled by this stereotype. Can you help me? Facing Alan's gaze, Jennifer Connelly nodded subconsciously. Okay. If the news comes out tomorrow, you can help me give advice, or help me think of countermeasures, and take me out for a walk to ease my mood. Okay. South Korea, Seoul. It has been many years since the 1988 Olympic Games that Alan led the team to participate in. Seoul has indeed ushered in development. The 4 Asian tigers are not just talk point. Countless buildings are rising on both sides of the Han River. No matter how rubbish Koreans are, how much they like to steal, how low quality, how arrogant they are, no matter how many shortcomings Korean men have, whether they are short or big-faced, no matter how Korean they are, how arrogant women are. In short, Seoul does have some strength in this area of construction at this time. Lee Zareng has been back to South Korea for some time. He came back with Boss Chap when he visited South Korea at the end of last year. After staying in a place like Wales for a long time, Lee Zareng was almost exhausted at that time. He lived in fear every day, and he didn't even have enough to eat. If he hadn't been honest and obedient enough, it would have been very difficult for him to come back alive. 2 words when he first came back. He brought with him a few British people sent by Alan to cooperate with him. But after adapting to South Korea, Lee Zareng's mentality slowly changed. Where is this place? South Korea. What's his last name? Plum. 3 Fishy Lee family. Although the current Sangsing has not developed into that behemoth, it is already a big ship. His father has now firmly established himself as the president, with great power and countless family assets. He has changed from being worried all day long to having nothing to worry about in Korea. It only took a few months to do whatever he wanted. Located in the southwest district on the south bank of the Han River, this is an emerging development zone. Most of them are the R/U-0,026D centers of high-tech companies. The R/U-0,026D centers of Sangsing and LG are here. Others include large wealthy areas and golf courses. Lee Zareng returned to China. His father had assigned him his family's residence here, allowing him to work nearby and look after the family's property. In the villa, 5 or 6 women in ragged clothes with bruised noses and swollen faces were lying on the large bed. Lee Zareng sat on the bedside with a glass of water in his hand, looking sleepily and darkly at the bodyguard, who woke him up. What's up, my lord? There is a piece of news on TV that you specifically asked to pay attention to. The short bodyguard looked embarrassed. This eldest son was not easy to get along with. After returning from studying abroad, his status was much higher, but his temper was also much worse. He often used violence against his subordinates, and even his subordinates reported to him again. Sometimes, if anything goes against his will, he will fight with fists and kicks. Sometimes, if the women who come to sleep with him at night make him dissatisfied, he will even play tricks on them to death. Facing such an eldest son, any bodyguard would be cautious when confronting him. Just like now, if you wake him up so early because of something he has told you in advance, you will be angry about getting up. But if you don't wake him up, and if he thinks about it later, the problem will be even bigger. Wow. Lee Zarang took out a small hammer from the drawer of the bedside table. The hammer head was also wrapped with a layer of soft glue, and there was a layer of dried dark blood on the soft glue. Tell me, what's the news? Putting down the water glass, Lee Zarang gently stroked the hammer with a smile on his lips. The bodyguard looked even more frightened when he saw his posture, and said with a trembling voice, "It's news from the United States. The afternoon before yesterday, the British aristocrat saved hundreds of prostitutes in Los Angeles, saying that he was helping they regain their freedom, and the media praised him, and newspapers also reported the news. It is said that etc. The smile on Lee Zarang's face suddenly froze after hearing those keywords. He held the handle of the hammer and weighed it and said, "The nobleman from Great Britain rescued prostitutes in Los Angeles. Which nobleman is he?" "Yes." The bodyguard looked at Lee Zarang's increasingly dangerous eyes, swallowed his saliva and said, "It's the one you mentioned, master, the Welsh one." Bump. Lee Zarang got angry and hit the bodyguard with a small hammer, cursing Zebe every time he hit him. For such a trivial matter, why did you wake me up so early? Huh. Ziba. Bump. Ah, wake me up so early. Bump. Don't. You know you can tell me when I wake up. What happened to him saving people? What does it have to do with me? Are you the only one who knows how to wake me up? Bump. Seeing the bodyguard covering his head with his hands and lying on the ground trembling with fear, Lee Zarang dropped the hammer and kicked the bodyguard several times. As if he had finished venting his anger, he turned to look at the awakened women on the bed holding their arms blanket, looking at him with a horrified expression. "You all get out of here. Get out of here." Seeing that these women were too frightened by him to move, Lee Zarang picked up the hammer and raised it high. The women, who were still a little scared, screamed and rushed out of the bedroom holding the blanket. Bump. The flying hammer hit the door hard, and with the sound of the hammer falling, the entire bedroom fell into silence again. Panting heavily, he picked up the water glass and took another sip of water. Lee Zarang sat down again and looked at the bodyguard who was still curled up on the ground and didn't dare to move. Since returning to China, his mentality has gradually changed. It has been almost a year now, and the Lee Zarang now is far from the Lee Zarang he used to be. He thought that, when he heard that name again, he would be very calm. Unexpectedly, he had such a big instinctive reaction. Just by mentioning the bodyguard today. He remembered that summer, during the Olympics, when his father took him to the door to apologize to that person for a trivial matter. He was kneeling there, as humble as an ant, and he put a gun into his mouth. And later, when he went to study in Wales, he had someone throw him into the sea. There were sharks in the sea, and there was a hail of bullets and grenades that would hit him. Every time he thought of that madman, Lee Zarang trembled deep in his soul. He thought that he would stay away from him and never interact with him again in this life. But now he heard news about that man again, and it was news about him in the United States. He saved so many prostitutes. What does he want to do? Where is the newspaper? Lee Zarang murmured a question. The huddled bodyguard on the ground got up shakily, picked up a newspaper from the table next to him, and handed it to Lee Zarang. The responsibility, glory, and responsibility of the traditional nobles of the British Empire. Recently, a cross-border rescue operation took place in Los Angeles. According to descriptions from people at the scene, there were hundreds of enthusiastic citizens helping to maintain order around the scene. The total number of participants in the operation is unknown. It is said that there are hundreds of people. These people are all personal bodyguards of Lord Dallon, and are all veterans of the Imperial Navy. Follow-up reports. Lee Zarang looked at the picture in the newspaper. It was a photo of Alan leaving the hotel from behind, with dozens of enthusiastic citizens in front of him, all of them strong men. That person in the photo, that figure from behind, Lee Zarang would dream about every time he had nightmares. However, Lee Zarang's heart trembled when he read the content that followed. Hundreds of well-trained personal bodyguards on site, and there are hundreds of concerned citizens helping to maintain order. Why? Are these enthusiastic citizens all stout men with serious faces, even if they were not wearing uniforms? Lee Zering could smell the smell of Welsh wool and green onions on their bodies just through a photo with unclear pixels. Looking at the ambiguous reports in the newspapers, hundreds of private bodyguards and hundreds of enthusiastic people showed up in the United States. The rescue operation only lasted 10 minutes and ended. This organizational ability and actionability. That's Los Angeles. That's America. That's not Wales. When he thought of this, Lee Zering's hand shook even more. In the past, he thought that, as long as he did not leave Korea, Alan would be unable to do anything to him. Now it seems that he is overthinking. Even if he goes to the United States, he can organize so many people. This time he is going to rescue people. Then what if that's not rescuing people? What if it was to kill someone, like what Alan asked him to do in Los Angeles early last year? Even if I don't go out in Korea, even if I hide at home, can I escape? Lee Zering's heart trembled twice when he thought that he had been detaining the equipment that used to be shipped to Wales every month for several months. Is that lunatic too busy to take care of himself right now? Or are you planning to come to South Korea to cause trouble for yourself after saving people? He no longer dared to think about what happened next. Go and ask my assistant to come over. Hurry up, Lee. Zering scratched his hair fiercely, tore up the newspaper in his hand, and yelled at the bodyguard. It's the eldest son, I'll call him right now. Northeastern suburbs of Los Angeles. At the gate of the prison. The man-made fence formed by dozens of prison guards could not stop the enthusiastic American media. In the past 2 days, the news that Alan saved people has become a hot search. It cannot be said that it has become popular all over the United States, but it is still a hot news because there was another thing that gave him heat suppression. The boss of Aka has just come to power not long ago. He just sent people to Ukraine to sign a denuclearization agreement and tricked Leo Wu into committing suicide. He has not been happy for a long time. Boss Aka gave Somalia a hard blow. The key was that the special forces who had caused trouble in the past were caught and several prisoners were taken. At this time, Boss Ake was numb. He had just made a compromise in the past few days and sent a negotiation team to Somalia to redeem people. This kind of behavior seems a bit anticlimactic. They were obviously sending troops to give someone a warning. Unexpectedly, they were slapped down and sent to someone's door to give someone a warning. Now as soon as the negotiation team was sent out, there was a British guy engaged in cross-border rescue on American soil. Everyone is here to save people. On the one hand, it was extremely embarrassing to send a negotiation team to rescue people, but on the other hand, hundreds of women were saved from hell in a simple and neat way. A little comparison of this makes the difference clear with these two things happening at the same time. By coincidence, some major American media received relevant notices from above and took the initiative to reduce the popularity of Alan's news. But fortunately, Alan was well prepared. Both the foreign aid BBC and the domestic aid local media in Los Angeles worked very hard to help him promote it. The two sides offset it and barely managed to keep the popularity. He held the microphone to the window of the Lincoln. Even though there was a police car clearing the way in front of the motorcade was still blocked when it reached the prison gate. Open the car window, master. This is not safe. Old Carl looked at Alan anxiously. Open it and let me say a few words. Faced with this situation, Alan was ready to say a few words. There should be no big problems on the outside here. He had this confidence. The window is open. The window is open. Several reporters surrounding Alan's car saw that the window had been slightly lowered by a few centimeters. Although the opening was not too wide, they could barely see the people inside clearly. Sir Alan, can you tell me your purpose of rescuing people this time? Your Excellency, can you tell me that your rescue this time intentionally collided with the American negotiating team? Sir, it is said that your rescue this time was authorized by the European Women's Association. Is this news true? Sir, it is said that nearly 1,000 people have been sent to detention in the past few days. What will you do with these people in the future? A swarm of chaotic voices flooded in. When Alan heard someone asking about the negotiation team with a strange impression, he retorted without hesitation, if even the act of saving people has to be utilitarian and conspiratorial, how dirty is the heart? People like you should go to Satan to exchange experiences when going to church instead of repenting. Stay away from me. I'm afraid your dirty soul will stain my car. I came here this time and brought the best lawyers in Europe and the United States. Since I saved them, I will not ignore them. I will bring her out and use the best lawyers. But we must follow the corresponding judicial procedures. Follow the process. This is America. We must abide by American laws. America is not only about freedom, but also about civilization. After Alan finished speaking what he wanted to say at a leisurely pace into several microphones that were about to come in, he kicked the driver's seat slightly and motioned for Zioshit to drive. Today he is coming to the prison to see his future employees. Chapter 530, More than 1,000 years of debt. This is the first time Alan has visited this prison since it was built. It's interesting to think about being able to own a private prison in the United States and be able to do things that slavery was handed down hundreds of years ago on this land openly. A single prison gate looks like a fortress, and there is an electric grid on it. With the support of the nearly 20-meter high wall and the electric grid, the prisoners inside can't even escape by climbing over the wall. As long as they are sent come in, and as long as their release date hasn't arrived, they'll never get out. This private prison has 3 times more guards than other prisons of similar size, in order to prevent prisoners from sneaking out by lying under the car like in some movies and TV dramas. The parking lot of the prison is located within the first wall after entering the gate. This area is the parking lot. Under normal circumstances, other vehicles are not allowed to drive directly into the second gate unless they take the special channel for transporting supplies. If you want to go in, you can only get off the car here, and you have to walk the rest of the way. There is a hollow parking space built with high-strength steel bars on the ground in the parking lot. There is also a layer below the parking space so that the patrolling prison guards can carefully check the conditions under each car so that there is no blind spot in the safety work. Starting from the first gate, the roads inside are hollow roads built with high-strength steel bars to prevent any opportunistic behavior. From the first day of its establishment until now, the prison has never had any security incidents such as prisoner escape. I walked and looked around for more than 10 minutes before finally reaching a 3-story building surrounded by iron mesh. This is the core of the prison, the office building. The first floor is a restaurant, warehouse and functional rooms such as toilets and bathrooms. The second floor is the rest area for prison guards. Although the building looks a bit inconspicuous from the outside, the decoration inside is based on the room standards of a 4-star hotel, striving to provide the best service to every hard-working prison guard. Only in this way, after letting them rest, will they have more energy to discipline the slave prisoners. On the 3rd floor, there are the offices of various leaders in the gun store. This is also the most closely monitored and safest place in the entire prison. Looking up at the iron fence surrounding his head, Alan felt very satisfied and at home when he arrived here. Although this is still America, the prison under his feet belongs to him. As long as he enters this prison, he can do anything in this prison. Anything. Even if he feels unhappy, he can pull out a few prisoners and shoot them, because the fate of everyone here is controlled by him. Whoever he wants to die will not survive. Master, this is the Daniel I have always mentioned to you. He is a very good young man. Old. Carol smiled and introduced to Alan a melancholy middle-aged man next to him who looked to be in his 30s. This guy has half-long black hair tied into a small braid at the back. The bangs on both sides hang down and are parted in the middle. Judging from his appearance, he is most likely of Italian descent. When Alan heard this name, he remembered that this guy should be the family of the bride-to-be. At first, he wanted to take the right path, but his father-in-law had dirty hands and feet and had been doing dirty work for the military. Even if his son-in-law wanted to, it doesn't matter if you abide by the rules or the law. But his wife, who was more romantically inclined, had always been supportive of him, and the couple lived together for several years as ordinary people abiding by the law. Later, nothing happened after that. Ever since his father-in-law died in an accident, his family has been in chaos. Everyone in the family is a bigot. He, an honest child, can't control the situation, and his wife can't do it all. In the end, it was old Carol who stepped forward to help them. Due to friendship, old Carol had a relatively good relationship with Daniel's father-in-law in the past, and he had always treated his daughter as his niece. A few years ago, when Alan went to the Gulf War zone to sell canned goods and supplies for military supplies, he used their name and made a lot of money from the US military logistics office. Finally, he used the money to purchase a gun in the United States. After approving supplies, the remaining money was used to build this private prison. As for Daniel, after growing up over the years, he was able to take charge. Later, the gang members and gangsters in his family all transformed and were successfully cleansed. From being a shady gangster, they became an upright person in the blink of an eye. Prison guard. The opportunities are legendary. The legend about this group of people is still circulating in Los Angeles. Now that so many years have passed, this is the first time Daniel has met this most powerful boss. Hello, Your Excellency. You are very welcome to Los Angeles. My name is Daniel Esposito. You can just call me Daniel. Seeing Alan looking at himself up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, Daniel, a man about 1.8 meters tall, straightened his back nervously and glanced at old Carol again. Don't be nervous. Report the situation on your side to the young master and talk it through. Old Carol smiled and patted Daniel on the shoulder, reminding him in an encouraging voice, oh, okay, Your Excellency. That's it. Yesterday, a group of people were sent to us one after another. Director Reno personally arranged for them to be sent. I arranged for the venue to receive them. But now some people, I heard that you saved them, and they want to see you. See me. What do they want to do? Alan stood in the office and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows with iron bars. The entire prison had an unobstructed view. Looking out from here always gave people a sense of survival at the end of the world. Well, Daniel looked at Alan, who looked calm, and then at old Carl. There must be something going on. He had never been in contact with Alan, and he didn't know what he was feeling. He didn't know whether he should say this. Only when people reach a certain level and reach a certain status will they know that certain people really need to be respected and that they cannot speak nonsense. Old Carl looked a little funny when he looked at Daniel. He had watched this child grow up little by little. If the people he cared about most in the United States were Daniel and his wife, old Cole would worry about the others. He didn't care about people. He really regarded these two people as seniors. Whatever you want to say, don't hide anything from the young master. I know Uncle Carl, Your Excellency. They want to ask you when they can go out, and they want you to help them book their tickets before they can go home. When Alan heard this, he couldn't turn around for a moment. Go home? Help them buy plane tickets? Did someone really think of him as a kind person? How many people want to see me? They all ask for this. Well, there are more than 20 of them, and they are all from the group of people who came here for the first time that day. I have just divided them into a separate area now. I haven't had time to report to you the situation here. Alan nodded, glanced up, walked to the desk and sat down, picked up the pen and paper on the desk and asked, Carol, how much did we spend to rescue them this time? This old Carol blinked. This thing suddenly asked him, and he really couldn't answer it. Even if the round-trip air tickets for more than 800 people cost hundreds of thousands, you have to pay for room and board when you get here, right? Moreover, the efforts made by others through various channels, such as finding people, finding connections, helping to cover up, etc., are not even easy to calculate in terms of money. In addition, there are people like Alan who spend millions of dollars. The act of throwing it directly at others. Master, this is not easy to calculate. I think if you include your expenses, it will still be tens of millions. Okay, let's calculate it as 10 million. How many people did you just say want to go home? Alan looked up at Daniel. More than 20 people. Then count it as 20 people. Alan listed the data categorically on the paper. 10 million divided by 20 equals half a million. In this way, the cost shared equally among these 20 people is $500,000. Don't they want to go home? Arrange for our lawyer to sign a bill for the arrears of $500,000. We also have a factory in the prison, so we can arrange for them to work there in the future. When will the money be paid back? They can go home If the money is not paid, well, the things they have on them are also valuable. As soon as Alan finished speaking, there was a sound of tearing paper, and what Alan had just written was handed to Daniel, who had a dull look on his face. Several states in the United States allow involuntary servitude. This word literally means that, even if you don't want to, if you go to prison, you will be enslaved. California is one of the few states that allows involuntary servitude. In this legal context, the wages of inmates working in prisons are calculated to the hour. The hourly wage for prisoners in their private prison is 10 cents. Yes, not dollars, but cents. $1 equals 100 cents. The average daily working hours of each prisoner is about 12 hours, of which 2 hours will be deducted. The average daily salary per prisoner is $1 in the United States today. The per capita annual income after tax has reached tens of thousands of dollars. Even a beggar on the street can earn hundreds of dollars a year just by picking up rags, and the annual income of a prisoner is cheaper than that of a black slave in those days. Otherwise, why do we say that private prisons in the United States cannot be opened if they have nothing to do with it? This thing is really profitable if we calculate based on the monthly salary of these people being $30. It would be $360 a year, which is a debt of $500,000. This would take more than 1,300 years to repay, less than $1,400. It can be paid off in a year. If you add in the salary increase, that will probably happen in the next few years. If the situation is optimistic, maybe in less than 1,000 years, these women can pay off their debts and go home. Oh, by the way, our debts also have to be calculated with interest. Just calculate it according to the lowest interest rate of the Federal Reserve. You can go ahead and do it. I don't want to hear their begging for mercy. Tell them that I really appreciate their courage. The behavior of I know. Even if it wasn't imposed on him, Daniel's hands trembled when he heard such conditions. This was too cruel. When working under such a boss, you must not make mistakes. As expected, Uncle Carl is better. How kind. Daying's master is so dark. Wow. The sound of handcuffs sliding across the iron bars echoed in the empty prison, along with the sound of footsteps. The dim light shines in the corridor. In the cell at the end of the corridor, Jennifer Connelly is dressed in a female prison uniform, and the makeup on her face is a little smudged. This environment is really scary. If Alan hadn't insisted on playing here, and she couldn't bear to refuse, she would have been unable to hold on. Now hearing this sound, Jennifer Connelly leaned nervously on the iron railing and looked out of the cell. In the distance, a tall figure wearing a prison guard's uniform and a hat with a low brim slowly walked out of the shadows. The handcuffs in his hand were clearly visible. Ellen, why don't we play somewhere else? I'm a little scared. The 3 floors of this cell were specially vacated. Now there are only 2 people here, Jennifer Connelly and Alan. Everything they say is echoed. In addition, in this season, there is no heating inside. Jennifer Connelly was only wearing a single layer of clothing, and she couldn't bear the cold. Number 47. Your name is Jennifer Connelly. Alan came to the end of the corridor, stuffed the handcuffs back into his waist, took out the keys from his pocket, and looked at Jennifer Connelly lying on the iron railings in the cell with an indifferent expression. The iron railings covered her eyes. The mascara was all stained, and there were black patches on my lower eyelids, which made me look very pitiful. Me. Right. What crime did you commit? Jennifer Connelly has never played such a large-scale role-playing game before. She loves excitement, but it was not until now that she discovered that the excitement she understood was sometimes different from the excitement Alan understood. To same point, it's a bit too exciting now. Alan's expression made her even more frightened, so much so that she forgot her words. Snapped. The soft rubber baton hit the iron fence hard and woke up Jennifer Connelly. I didn't do anything. Humph. Everyone who comes in will say that. Crash. Alan slowly opened the iron door and took a look at the small cell. There was a small squat toilet in the corner and a handle on the wall. There is a single bed on the other side. Other than that, there are no furnishings, not even a window. A blue quilt, blue sheets, and the blue female prison uniform worn by Jennifer Connelly. Hiss. This scene, there is still a bit of a stinky smell in the air, which was left by the prisoners before they were removed. What Alan wants is the original taste. He has his own private prison, And if he wants to roleplay in the prison, others have to arrange it for him. You still have 15 years before you are released from prison, right? Heng heng. Do you want to get out early? The baton followed Jennifer Canella's neck and slowly hit her chin. Alan, who was wearing a prison guard uniform, pushed up her pretty little face with the baton. The two of them squatted on the ground. One was looking down at the conversation, and there was something like that. Woo Jennifer. Canelli couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at Alan's scary expression, she felt a little aggrieved. Tears flowed down unconsciously, and she was actually scared to cry. Chapter 531 Emergency Call. Alan hates people who are a spoiler, so why does he cry so often? I didn't hurt you. I'm crying before this even starts. It's so moodless. Why are you crying? Do you want to, or don't want to? I think, let's go out, Jennifer. Canelli is a little confused about reality again. She has been like this recently, and she can't tell whether it is a drama or reality. She has been confused these past few days, and now she is confused again, after being frightened by Alan. Then, you want to leave, just because of your talk. Alan stared at the zipper on the female prisoner's uniform. The blue uniform and the white zipper were still very obvious, not to mention, Alan is used to seeing the glamorous looks of various celebrities, and now the image of Jennifer Canelli is becoming more and more pleasing to Alan's eyes. Just think about this situation. If you are Yin Ziping, Xiao Long Nu is in the back mountain one night, being threatened by you with a sword. She kneels on the ground and begs you. There is no Yang Jiuo, no old Taoist priest, no one around can save her. It's no use. Even if she screams and screams, as Yin Ziping, you can do whatever you want. What is this experience? This is a weakened version of Alan's current experience. Grabbing a handful of Jennifer Canella's hair, Alan pressed her to the iron fence without mercy. In the dark prison, Jennifer Canella's sobs could be heard again, as well as the sound of the iron fence shaking. In early November, the weather in Wales had turned cold, and the overall pace of life was slow. It was already past 8 in the morning, and there were not too many pedestrians on the streets. In the newspaper stall on the street corner, several today's newspapers were hung in the most conspicuous places. The boss, wearing black-rimmed glasses, held the newspaper in his hand, and frowned slightly, while looking at the picture on the cover. Boss, here's a Mirror newspaper. Well, get it yourself. Seeing that the boss didn't even raise his head, and the people buying newspapers weren't angry either. They were all neighbors. They knew that this old man usually likes to read newspapers when he sits here. Everyone was accustomed to say hello to him before buying anything. Picking up the Mirror and looking at the photo on the front page, the newspaper buyer's expression instantly turned into the same frown as the boss's. As we all know, as the most transparent among the 4 handsome boys, Wales's presence among the 4 handsome boys has never been high. The first is because there are only a small number of people in Wales and the political stance is firm. Therefore, there are very few reports about Wales in major newspapers like this, let alone the headlines. Mirror. Boss, billionaire Robert Maxwell died tragically in Wales. Faced with such a terrifying title, the picture above is a picture of the port of Cardiff, the capital of Wales. Any Welsh person who sees this news would be stunned. Something big happened in such a peaceful place with simple folk customs in Wales. This is so rare. I remember the last time something happened. It was an arson attack in the port development area in Swansea. Later it was said that it was committed by rioters in Northern Ireland. The people were nervous for a while, but then it was dismissed. It happened again this time. This is a billionaire. He died tragically. This was unusual. The newspaper buyer was about to continue reading when he suddenly had second thoughts. Wait, the boss of the Mirror isn't the newspaper he bought. The Mirror. Your boss died tragically. How do you still have time to report the news or the headlines? Sure enough, it is the leading broadsheet in the UK. A broadsheet looks like a broadsheet. Even though its boss is dead, it actually reported the news about his own boss on the front page. Really dedicated and awesome. Master, wake up. Master. In the past, Alan always slept until he woke up naturally. Today, for the first time, he was woken up by old Carol. When he opened his eyes and saw old Carl's big face, Alan was almost startled. But then he was a little nervous, being woken up by old Carol. What happened? Alan first looked around. He was still in the large bedroom in old Carl's manor. Next to him was Jennifer Connelly, who was still sleeping with her head covered, and her face had been crying for a long time. What's wrong? What happened? As if drinking and drinking, Alan vaguely remembered that he seemed to have had a high time in the prison last night, and then he took Jennifer Connelly back to the manor in the middle of the night. After he came back, he seemed to have played for a while more. He didn't know exactly when he fell asleep. At this moment, he was woken up by old Carol, and his mind was a little confused. "Master, it's an urgent call from home. Tess said that His Highness has something to ask you, and asked you to return to London as soon as possible." When Alan heard this, he trembled subconsciously, and his mind was mostly clear. The first thought in his mind was, could it be that the old Buddha is gone? The sky of my country has fallen? No, if she was really gone, old Carol wouldn't have this expression. He would be to calm point. What a joy. That's it. Yes, it's inconvenient to talk on the phone, and Hute didn't say much else. He said that someone from His Highness will contact us in Los Angeles later, and they will arrange a special flight back, so urgent. When Alan heard this arrangement, he asked, what happened? He has just started to get better in Los Angeles, and he is already a little happy and unhappy. He has only been here for a few days, and is about to leave. He still wants to play for a few more days. Looking at each other with Alan, old Carol shrugged and said helplessly, "Master, I don't know the rest. Since it is all arranged by His Highness, what about us? Go and call the embassy and send someone to go to the embassy in person. The consulate should call back and confirm." Alan still maintained the vigilance he should have and had to follow the procedures he should have. Today's incident was too sudden and special. He had never encountered it before, so he couldn't lose the caution he should have. Yes, old Carol nodded in agreement, but he didn't move. Is there anything else? Well, there is another person who was dragged to me through connections. He was introduced to me by a congressman and said he wanted to meet you. Oh, what for? Alan has long been used to this kind of people coming to see him, and there is a high probability that this person is not from California. If the people here would have met him like last time, he would have met with him along with the old guys from those families. Instead of waiting until now, I have to rely on connections to see him. It is said that he is a Jewish businessman who opened an investment company, but he is very naughty. It seems that he wants to meet you because of what you did this time. No, let him wait. I'll sleep a little longer. As soon as he heard that he was not an important person, Alan immediately lost interest and squinted his eyes, preparing to fall asleep. Then, young master, should I let him continue to stay in the living room? Old Carl said casually, but Alan didn't hear it clearly. Anyway, when he lowered his head and looked again, Alan seemed to have fallen asleep. Sir Carl, isn't Mr. Allen up yet? When old Carol left the bedroom and returned to the hall, he saw a man who was not too tall, only about 1.7 meters tall. He looked about 30 or 40 years old. He was well maintained, but his face had a temperament point with the natural slickness and cunning of many Jews and short hair. The first impression this kind of person gives people is that of being unreliable and a bit flattering. "Jeffrey, that's what I call you, right? Okay, Sir Carl, you can do whatever you want." Well, it's like this. Today is very unlucky. If it were any other time, I would suggest you wait a little longer. My master usually gets up very late in the morning, but today, he encountered some special circumstances. I suggest you come back another day. Old Carol patted the middle-aged man named Jeffrey and gave him sincere advice. There is no way. This is all introduced by acquaintances, and he is not too unreasonable. When Jeffrey heard what old Carol said, the disappointment on his face was clear. "Sir Carl, just give me 3 minutes. I have a great plan. In just 3 minutes, I can explain it to Lord Allen. Is 3 minutes okay? I promise not to waste too much of your time." Jeffrey was not angry, but tried his best to fight for it. "Well, just wait here for now. I still have something to deal with." Seeing that the Jew was so persistent, old Carl stopped chasing him and just waited if he wanted. "Your Excellency Allen." "Hello Mr. Allen, it's an honor to meet you. When I went to Britain a few years ago, I was fortunate enough to be received by His Highness Andrew Can you give me 3 minutes? I have a great project. If I want to cooperate with you, I only need 3 minutes. Alan was touching the buttons under the coat with his left hand. As he walked, he turned his head and whispered to Jennifer Connelly next to him. Jennifer Connelly pulled Alan's cuffs with a look of reluctance. The two had been playing for the past 2 days. It's very exciting. Although some of Alan's hobbies are a bit intolerable to Jennifer Connelly, after playing with them, the upper limit of people's acceptance seems to be higher. She is even more fed up with Alan. Now early in the morning, just now when she opened her eyes, Alan was actually going back to London early, which made her very uncomfortable. Seeing an unsightly middle-aged man rushing out from the side, Jennifer Connelly's eyes flashed with disgust. Alan stopped. He had just heard a name that he didn't like very much. If he hadn't mentioned that name, Alan might have listened carefully to what he said, but now this person mentioned it. You were received by Prince Andrew. What's so great about it? I even ruined his marriage and sent him to the front page. Have I taken it out and blown it? Master, this is Jeffrey. He has been waiting for you here early in the morning. Look, when old Carl heard Jeffrey bragging about such things, he instinctively felt a little bad. He quickly stood up to smooth things over, then stepped back and ignored it. Americans like to brag. The problem with having sex is annoying everywhere. Jeffrey, tell me. Sure. Enough. Seeing Alan's unhappy expression, old Cole took a step back slightly, looking at Jeffrey, ready to laugh. Haha, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's like this. I've read your news in the past 2 days, and I admire you very much for your rescue operation. I'm here to share your worries. You saved so many people this time. There are many people. I wonder how you plan to arrange them in the future. While outside media are praising Alan, they are not the only ones praising him. Some major newspapers are trying to be as pertinent as possible in their reports. Some are deliberately trying to overshadow the popularity, and some are bribed by him to use the same tone. However, the tabloids are different. They can say whatever they want. For example, hundreds of high-end prostitutes. What does Alan plan to do with this large group of people in the future? Organize a group and open a large club. What kind of club needs 500 or 600 ladies of this level? But Jeffrey didn't think so. Instead, he got inspiration from this incident. He was engaged in investment, and his investment projects were a little different from ordinary investment companies. He was very keen to seize opportunities, and felt that he could work with them. Please cooperate with this noble, and invest in a project together. How to place them? Alan squinted his eyes, and looked at the Jew named Jeffrey. If the situation was different, he would at least have the patience to listen to it, but now he has to rush to the airport first, and secondly, Jennifer Connelly is still there on the other hand. If he talks nonsense, won't it affect his image? I have already planned their arrangements, and we will wait until the judicial process is completed. As for your project, I have no interest in hearing about it. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, you have so many top-level resources. Don't you want to go further? Even if you want to make money, don't you think it's a waste if these people only rescue them? Have you ever thought about it? If we work together to plan use a piece of land, to build a large resort, or even a separate island, put all these people in it, use it to receive guests, and build a high-end club. What is the effect? After all, this is what they did before. Seeing that Alan was about to leave again, Jeffrey didn't care about the familiar-looking woman next to him, and directly proposed his plan. Alan took a serious look at the Jew. This idea was very advanced, but does his status require him to do such a thing now? He needs these women to make money for him, which is good, but what Alan needs is to make money through serious channels. Upright. If these employees used any unfair means or took shortcuts in making money, it was none of his business, but Alan would not directly trap them like a madam and let them do their job. This is the essential difference. How much effort did it take to clean up his previous business in the Gambia? He won't do this kind of business again, and now this guy's actually doing this for him. Isn't that disgusting? There are many ways to make money, but I don't like your disgusting method. I don't like oppressing people. I like freedom and civilization. Old Carl, arrange for someone to send him out and stop annoying me. It's the young master. Old Carol waved his hand, called 2 bodyguards, and asked them to drive Jeffrey out. Your Mightiness, Your Excellency, please consider my plan. Your Excellency, as long as you leave them all to me, you don't have to worry about anything. Jeffrey's arms were grabbed by the bodyguards, but he still struggled and shouted at Alan, who had gone away. As the seatbelt around his waist was untied and the plane finally flew smoothly, Alan twisted his neck, took a sip of the coffee handed by Xiaoshitao, and then looked at the person opposite him, who was waiting for him at the airport receptionist. What happened? Are you in such a hurry? Chapter 532 Inside Story. The middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses pushed up the frame, picked up the book on his lap and explained, Your Excellency, 2 days ago, Robert Maxwell, the owner of the Mirror, a Czech Jew, was found dead in his car. On the yacht. The boss of the Mirror? He's dead. What does it have to do with me if he dies? Alan's current mood is a little irritable. Anyone who hasn't woken up in the morning and has to be pulled up to catch a plane will be in a bad mood. What's more, he didn't even remember the name of this dead person, so he was a bit baffled. He went to Wales for vacation this time. He did not bring a bodyguard, but drove his yacht to go fishing by himself. He set off from Cardiff port. When he was discovered, his yacht was still in the inland waters of Bristol Bay, away from Cardiff. He died on the yacht not far from Diff Harbour. The middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at Alan calmly. In a place like Wales, poverty sometimes has its benefits. For example, the scenery in Wales far exceeds that in England. The environment is good, and the land is vast and sparsely populated. It is very suitable for wealthy people who have high work pressure and don't want to travel far to come here for vacation. In addition, the public security in Wales is better. Even though they are closer to Northern Ireland, they are still safer than England. In addition, prices here are slightly cheaper than in England, and land prices are also cheaper as a result. Many wealthy people buy properties in Wales and occasionally come to Wales for vacation. Although there is a relatively fierce family up there, they have no grievances and are rarely seen. With their family under their control, it will save them a lot of trouble when they come here. As a result, it is quite common for many wealthy people to actually come to Wales for vacation. This dead rich man was also in the same situation, but now he died in Wales, at least within Wales. I didn't kill him. If I want to cause trouble for him, can I let you find out? Alan's mind was a little confused for a while, and he thought that the rich man's identity was not simple, and now that he was dead, the higher-ups were shifting the responsibility to him. He certainly can't admit this. He didn't even know that person. The middle-aged man wearing glasses twitched his face. Alan's reaction was far beyond his expectation, which made it difficult for him to answer his words. Your Excellency, we did not say that you killed the person, but this person's identity is quite special. Our security department has been keeping an eye on him. Now he is dead like this. The autopsy results show that he suffered a heart attack and there were no traces of blood on his body. There were no external injuries, and there were no signs of any struggle on the boat. So, Alan suddenly realized that he had a special status and a strange cause of death. Isn't that what matters? For such a trivial matter, how about calling him back all the way? Then, His Highness asked me to go back because of this. I don't know about this. I'm only responsible for explaining the specific incident to you. I don't know anything else. Well, then go and do your work. Call me when you get to London. Alan waved his hands irritably. He was still a little sleepy and there was no entertainment on the plane, so he could only continue to sleep. I got on the plane at around 10 o'clock in the morning and arrived in London at almost 12 o'clock in the evening. There was not even time to transfer. It was a direct flight. When Alan sat in the car and looked at London at night, he was almost stupid. I was confused when I was flying. This feeling of being called back by a phone call was so unpleasant. Alan also hated the dead rich man. He said, "Why don't you die? Do you have to die in Wales? At this point in time, we can only wait until tomorrow morning to see boss chap. The key is, you can obviously let him sleep a little longer. Why does it have to be so urgent? Can't you just call again in the afternoon?" Street James's Palace is located next to St. James Park in the city centre, and is close to Buckingham Palace. Next door is Clarence House. Originally, Boss Chaz's official palace should be Clarence House, but now the Queen Mother has been living in Clarence Palace. Boss Chad doesn't come here very often. This time he asked Alan to come back. Let him come directly to St. James's Palace next door street. James's Palace is more formal. There are usually very few office staff here. It is generally a ceremonial place where foreign envoys and ambassadors submit important documents such as credentials. Except for this, there are relatively few people at other times after a night's rest. Alan's condition has returned a lot. He has also read the newspapers in the past 2 days. There are various speculations about the mysterious death of the rich man. Alan was not familiar with him entirely because they were in different classes. This thing is a bit like the internet era. Those big factory bosses who often appear online are relatively well known. Some may not even have high assets, but they are well known. But Alan is an industrial aristocrat. Except when he is making movies or doing good deeds, he keeps a low profile at other times. He is not in the same circle as ordinary wealthy businessmen. Even if they are rich, they cannot join the aristocracy. In this circle, we basically don't interact with each other. Come back. Sit down. In the temporary study room, Boss Chad was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and was reading a document. There were several people sitting on the sofa next to him, including a middle-aged man in military uniform and a short fat middle-aged man. There was an old acquaintance of Alan sitting closest to the door. Commissioner Who's, Your Highness. Alan said hello, glanced at a few other people, and then sat on the sofa on the other side of Boss Chad, waiting for Boss Chad's orders. Snapped, with the sound of documents being placed on the coffee table. Boss Chad took off his glasses, rubbed the corners of his eyes tiredly and said, I've been busy these 2 days, and there are some things that I need you to come back and handle in person. Specifically, this is from the security department. Director Smith, let him talk to you, sir. Alan, I believe you have roughly understood the situation on the way back. This Robert Maxwell is very important to us. He provided us with some very important information in the 1980s. He also provided some intelligence about the Middle East in 2018, but we have always suspected that he is also related to other forces. As soon as Boss Cha finished speaking, Director Smith beside him began to introduce the situation without waiting for Alan to react. You mean he is a spy? Not a wealthy businessman? It was the first time Alan had experienced this kind of thing, and his curiosity was overflowing. Yes, and he has many sides. The wealthy businessman is only his superficial identity. He is also related to the other side before the disintegration, but now he is dead. Smith gave Alan a detailed explanation of the identity of Robert Maxwell. This guy's experience is a bit legendary. He joined the army in his early years, just in time for World War II. Anyway, after hanging out on the front line for a while, he was considered to be recruited by the French army. Finally, following the famous Dunkirk evacuation, they all retreated to Liverpool and then were absorbed by the British. In this way, they became British along the way. But because he was a foreigner, even if he was recruited, he could not go to the battlefield. He could only do some hard work, equivalent to the type of engineering soldier. Then while working in Cambridge, he climbed up a high branch and met a widow, and he became prosperous from then on. He became an officer and also mixed military merits. Later, he became a member of the House of Commons. Finally, go to sea and engage in business. There seems to be nothing wrong with his overall resume, but the amazing thing is that he has been helped by noble people at every important time in his life. Once or twice would be okay if it was such a coincidence every time. The Intelligence Department of Great Britain is not a freeloader. This Robert Maxwell has been stared at, not for a day or two, but for decades. The reason why he has not been arrested is because he is loyal on the surface and has made some achievements. In addition, the Intelligence Department is preparing to take a long-term approach to fishing for big fish and has always used him to release some false news to the outside world. Anyway, the identity of Robert Maxwell can be understood as a public microphone. If it is important, it is really important. As he later went into business, because he was a Jew, he naturally came into contact with some high-level Jews living in Britain. This line was the most important to the Intelligence Department. When he was at his peak, he faced off against Murdoch head-on. He faced off against Murdoch and the BBC acquisition, but unfortunately he lost. Later, He changed hands to acquire the Mirror newspaper, which he faced off against Murdoch head-on for many years. It seems that he is not unknown in the business world. Now this old chess piece that has been used by the intelligence agency for decades has died inexplicably. After listening to these introductions, Alan still didn't understand the key points. What does this have to do with him? Don't you understand why I asked you to come back, boss? Chad crossed his legs and tilted his head to look at Alan, and several other people also looked at Alan. With so many people looking at me, wouldn't it look stupid if I didn't say anything? Alan looked at Boss Chap, then at the others, gritted his teeth, and guessed that he had to say something today. Your Highness, according to Smith's introduction, this Robert should be 60 or 70 years old. He is so old and so rich, but this time he drove a yacht to sea by himself. Isn't this abnormal? It's not normal, but he has had this habit for 20 years. He likes to go out fishing on his yacht. According to him, he needs to be quiet, but according to our investigation, every time he goes out to sea, he will meeting people at sea and passing on things are our default. Smith listened to Alan's question and answered directly. Oh, then why are you so sure that his death this time is abnormal? Isn't it normal for him to die of a heart attack at his age? He has no history of heart disease. He has annual physicals and his personal doctor is one of ours, and we are very aware of this. It was not surprising when Alan heard Smith say this. Everyone understood clearly, so it was certain that this death was abnormal. That is to say, he most likely went to the sea to meet people as usual, but this time he was silenced, and for reasons you don't know. So, because he died in Wales, you need my help. Yes, Your Excellency. Smith was not surprised that Alan could guess it. All the prerequisites had been explained, and there were no other possibilities. Alan, I just heard recently, are you planning to organize a party in Wales? Are you going to invite some people to your party, boss? Chad waited for Alan and Smith to finish talking, then changed the subject, and mentioned the party and his views. The topic suddenly changed. Although the span was long, Alan thought of something in an instant. Boss Chap, an old bastard, thought too far. His Welsh TV station is in Cardiff, and this Robert Maxwell went to sea from Cardiff Port, and he is now dead near Cardiff Point at this point in time. Someone had an accident here, and he died without any signs of struggle or trauma. When he thought that he was going to invite Boss Chat to watch the party in Wales, Alan instantly felt goosebumps on his back. These idiots are not here for you. Right, whether it was Boss Chad or Alan himself, or even the other guests he planned to invite to the party, he would be in trouble. If anything happened to Boss Chap, if something happened to Boss Chap, he would be dead. Is this a deterrent? Looking at it this way, the mysterious death of Robert Maxwell is not just something that the security department needs to worry about. It is equivalent to killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. The key is that he doesn't even know who the other party is, and this kind of plan that he hadn't even fully arranged yet was actually laid out in advance. This feeling. Alan's aura changed instantly, from the lazy temperament he had just entered, to a cold one. Someone is trying to harm him. He raised his head, and met Boss Chaz's eyes. There was no fluctuation in Boss Chaz's eyes. He looked at Alan and said slowly, I don't care what you are planning to do here. You have your own arrangements, but this time with you are responsible for finding out the little mice involved in this matter. Can you do it? Yes. Don't worry, Your Highness. If they are in Wales, I will dig them out. Even if they are in Wales, okay, I have other things to do, so just follow me, boss. Cha pointed at Commissioner Hughes, who was sitting in the corner, and said, his name is Hughes. You should know him. Just ask him to follow you. You two can work together. If there is anything needed, you can communicate with Smith. Okay, Your Highness. I'll do it now. Alan stood up and glanced at Hughes, raised his chin slightly, and gestured to him. I didn't expect to be able to work with you again. After coming out of St. James's Palace, and on the way back to the car, Hughes was still sitting in the passenger seat as before, twisting his body, and talking to Alan, who was sitting in the back seat. Alan lit a cigarette, and scratched his chin irritably. He had promised well just now, but now, if he is asked to catch a so-called murderer who doesn't know any information, where should he start? How many people there are on the other side? I don't know. Point which faction the other party belongs to. I don't know. Point he doesn't know anything anyway, so he has to rely on himself. Point what to do. You can't really go over Wales, can you? Why? Thinking of this, Alan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that it wasn't impossible. Yes, where do you think we should start investigating first, Your Excellency? Of course it's Cardiff. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Doing business can't affect the wool harvesting. When talking in the palace, Alan looked filled with indignation. But now after going out and thinking about it carefully, Alan found that he had overlooked a question. Now that the wealthy businessman is dead, what will happen to his business empire? What to do with so many industries under his control? Although it is possible that the security department secretly helped him to save so much wealth over the years, Alan just took a fancy to the media companies in his hands, such as the Mirror. Alan has been suffering from not having a well-known media for a long time. Now he has the opportunity to not take it away. Anyway, even if he doesn't take it, someone else will take it. Instead of giving it to others, it's better to give it to himself. You said you have been emphasizing that his death was strange. Is there a possibility that there is a mole? Alan looked out the window, his tone unclear. When Hughes heard this, he was shocked. He didn't even have time to think, and he rejected it very decisively. Your Excellency, every colleague in the security department is loyal. We are absolutely loyal. I'm not talking about your internal people. I'm talking about this Robert Maxwell. You see, he is over 70 years old and has so many assets in his hands. Where are his children? How many children does he have? Hughes squinted his eyes and recalled. I remember 9, the youngest of whom was just 20 years old. That's right. There are 9 children. So among his children, aren't they all the kind of honest children? Are they not the kind of prodigal children, or those who want to inherit the family property in advance? Your Excellency, you mean that there are moles among Robert Maxwell's children? They killed him. In investigating the case, we have to put forward various conjectures, and then confirm and eliminate them one by one. What is left to the end as the result? Alan looked at Hughes with an enigmatic look. Then, please give me your advice. What about you? Just help me investigate the information on several of his children. By the way, give me information on all the properties owned by Robert Maxwell. I'll start with his properties first and see if I can find any clues. It wasn't until Alan revealed the first step of his plan that Hughes realized it belatedly. Wasn't this just going for other people's assets? How long has it been? And you still think about this? Your Excellency, isn't this not good? You having any difficulties here? Alan's eyes changed and he looked at Hughes. What does it mean to assist in handling a case? Who helps whom? Who among us is commanding whom? Hughes met Alan's eyes and was instantly frightened. It's not difficult at all. If not, just do it. I'll go back to Wales first. When I go back to arrange the manpower, Wales will also start the investigation at the same time. You can send the information to me tomorrow. Yes. 1 day later. Carmarthen, Wales. Alan's Newcastle first floor meeting room. This conference hall is extremely luxuriously decorated. A long conference table alone is nearly 20 meters long. It is surrounded by a row of high-backed chairs with classical beauty and science fiction colors. When people sit on the chairs, they can't see anything from the back. Invisible. It looks a bit like mid-century furniture. Thanks to the special design of the room, everyone in the conference room can hear clearly, even if there are no electronic devices at this family meeting. Several elderly members of the family, including several of Alan's secretaries, and Thomas from the Welsh Assembly came. Alan sat on the front seat with an ashtray in front of the table. He held a cigarette in one hand and the information in the other, waiting for others to finish reading. This is the asset report sent by Hughes about the Robert Maxwell family and the incident itself. The content is as detailed as the monthly bank account balance of each of his children. Have you finished reading it? Let's talk about what happened this time. Seeing Butler Hute put down the information at the end, Alan looked at Hute and asked, Master, so this investigation, which is led by His Highness, could have been handed over to the security department, but because of His Highness's participation, it was handed over to us. What Hute meant was that no matter how strange the cause of the rich man's death was, the security department would always find it out, as long as they investigated slowly. It seemed that there was no need to involve Alan. What His Highness means is that there will be a party here next month, and he will come over then. He hopes to resolve all the matters here before the party starts. There is only more than a month left before Christmas. To expect the security services to investigate at such a short notice, they have limited manpower. Alan knocked on the table to gather his thoughts first. What I mean is that we have to pay attention this time. At the beginning of next year, I will go to Australia with His Highness. You should treat this party as a practice to prepare for the beginning of next year. In addition, this Robert Maxwell, I'm very interested in your industry, especially the media companies in his hands. I must win it, Master. At this time, wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to do this kind of thing? Hute was relatively mature and prudent. He did not expect that at such a sensitive period, his young master would suddenly turn his gun and go after someone else's property. It doesn't matter. The more times like this, the more you can take grain from the fire. Hute. Times have changed. There are some things that you may not think are opportunities, but often the more times like this, the more opportunities you have. Some time ago, I received a letter from Wedidui. He told me a little interesting story. I think you can learn about it later. Oh, that's what the young master said. Alan looked at the faces of some of the people present with expressions of curiosity and simply gave them a brief explanation. Wedidui has now returned from Zhangjiang. He initially returned to his hometown in Scotland to retire. But after a year of raising him, this old guy couldn't sit still. He had been fattened by Alan before. Once a person like him gets used to enjoying it, if he is suddenly allowed to relax and go to a manor in the countryside to retire, he may experience it for a few days and feel it is very fresh, but after a long time, it will not be enough. But now he has no rights and no stable source of money. What should he do? The old guy remembered that Alan had deceived him before. According to his pro-China personality, he hooked up with a small group and continued to hang out. No proposition is important. What matters is differentiation and a sense of presence. He often contacted Alan and wrote some interesting things about Zhangjiang in the past. Alan remembered that one thing he mentioned seemed to have happened last year, probably in 1992, when a gangster appeared in Zhangjiang. This group of people were also from the mainland. They wanted to work honestly when they came to Zhangjiang, but later they couldn't survive and had no choice but to take risks and start robbing. With the first robbery of a group of poor people, they snatched a gold watch worth millions of Hong Kong dollars from a gold shop for the first time. These days, the more chaotic the place, the more hard currency something like a gold watch is. Whether you bring it yourself, trade it, or trade it in for money when running away, this thing can be used. Wedidui didn't say the details behind it. What he mainly said was that as the group succeeded in the first robbery, he tasted the sweetness, and it became more and more uncontrollable in the future. As for the local media in Zhangjiang, the reports on this group of people are a bit hard to say. We are still in an era where the spirit of martial arts is very popular. You can say that he is a tough gangster, but the reports about them tend to be a bit more like heroes faced with the rule of the British. There are a group of people who don't mind the trouble and like to watch the fun. They watch the police do nothing against this group of gangsters and watch helplessly as they succeed every time they come out to rob. Many people even clapped and cheered. In the end, the Zhangjiang police also felt that something was wrong. There were only 4 or 5 people in this group. How could they rob 7 or 8 gold shops at the same time in one day? Mark the location of their robbery on the map. Good guys, the distance traveled alone was hundreds of kilometers a day, and there was no time to rest due to robbery, escape, etc. This group of people is so dedicated that it's unbelievable. Later, every time this group of people committed a robbery, dozens of corresponding robberies occurred that day or within a day or two. The perpetrators all wore the same clothes, held the same firearms, and followed the same routine point. As a result, even the police felt that something was wrong. Someone was fishing in troubled waters in the name of this group of people, and the police haven't caught them yet, so all the crimes will be pinned on this group of people. After Alan finished telling the story, he looked at Ute and said, "It doesn't matter whether the period is sensitive or not. Your Highness has given me the task now, and I will complete it well. I just want to see if there are any problems with his children. As for the other things, that's just what those people did. What does it have to do with us? As the old saying goes, the right does not expire and become invalid. Now that we have the right to handle cases, as long as the case is handled well, in the process, people will die, and things will be lost. These are all corresponding losses, which is very reasonable. The Empire is my home, and it depends on everyone to take care of it. As long as there is an opportunity, serving the country and harvesting wool can be done at the same time. As long as there is no delay in doing business now, a group of robbers have appeared in Wales, and the people who are responsible for the crime are already in place. If we don't do anything in their name, is this still Alan? This is not his style. Wouldn't it just be death from a heart attack? Who wouldn't? What are the side effects of little blue pill? Is there anyone who doesn't know? Could the rest of the Mirror's management also die of a heart attack? As long as everyone in the way is dead, won't the property be obtained? How simple. The key is that there are still people who are jacking up the tank. If Alan catches these people again, it will be even easier. Just kill them before the security department asks them anything. If they run away and are not caught, then their lives are considered good. Anyway, Alan has already laid out the crime for them in advance. Want to prove it yourself? Dream on. In other words, from now on, he has entered a period of protection period. During this period, all bad things that happen can be blamed on that group of people. Okay, Zio Shitao will send someone to handle this matter as quickly as possible. Don't give them too much time. I only want the company. As for people, we have no shortage of people. With Alan's final decision, the matter was discussed. No matter what the young master says, we still have to investigate this case and find the murderer, right? Who? Tay asked about the case with a serious face. Alan had his own plan. Of course he would not object. He was only responsible for checking for omissions and filling in the gaps. Even if the plan failed in the end, it was because of the plan. Now since once the plan is set, he won't object. Check. Now it's up to you to give me some advice. Where should we check, and how should we check? Alan has never been a police officer. He only knows how to manage the police. But if he is asked to solve crimes, I'm sorry, Mr. Alan doesn't know how, but he has his subordinates. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know how. As long as the others know how, it will be fine. With so many people working together, they can always come up with something. Boss, I want to express my opinion. As soon as Alan finished speaking, a young man wearing glasses sitting at the back took the initiative to raise his hand, looking excited and ready to speak. He is one of Alan's personal secretaries. He used to specialize in psychological analysis, but since he has been following Alan for so many years, he has basically been of no use. He has always suffered from the lack of opportunities to make meritorious deeds. Now it seems that there is finally something for him to use. It's hard to express the excitement. Oh, Jonathan, tell me. Alan didn't expect that this guy would be the first to speak. He nodded and held his chin with one hand, ready to hear what the secretary had to say. Boss, from a psychological point of view, I just read the information that they took action the day before yesterday, or a day earlier, and at that time, you happened to be on a business trip in the United States. People like them must be organized. Let me first make an assumption. There are 365 days in a year. They can choose any day to do it, but they chose those days when you were not around. What did this prove during those days? Oh, Alan blinked. He listened to Jonathan's analysis without a clue. It was indeed interesting, but he was not so arrogant that an organization like this would even take action to worry about his situation. Would this be possible? Is it a coincidence? Boss, in theory, if a serious killer kills someone, they can escape within a short time. After killing the person, they must have made a complete escape plan before killing the person. But This information says that all the recent actions of the dead rich man were normal. His death this time looks like an accident, or a temporary act, so they chose this time period to do it. It left me with a lot of information that I could guess, etc. Alan stretched out his hand to interrupt Jonathan's speculation and retorted, the identity of the person who can come into contact with this Robert Maxwell, or the person who can call him out, must not be simple. In other words, this group or the murderer, their identity is not simple. In this case, if they act carefully, we won't be able to find out at all, unless they are deliberately letting us find out, as I guessed, and they are here to demonstrate against us. That's right. Boss, your idea is very correct. The strange thing about this is that after they killed the person, he was found lying on the boat. The meaning is very obvious, but they wanted to demonstrate, but they also specifically chose you when they are not at home. Then, I want to say, does this prove that they are afraid of something? Chapter 534 Goodbye Zaring. What are you afraid of, Alan? Felt that this guess was unreliable, but Jonathan's reasoning angle was still interesting. Anyway, he had no clue now, and there had to be a direction for guessing. Otherwise, he had no clue how to take action. They are most likely afraid of you. Boss, do you think this is possible? Alan, thought for a moment and said that they were really scared. These people were like little mice. Alan didn't even know who they were or where they were hiding. So what did they have to be afraid of? Seeing Alan still looking a little doubtful, Jonathan took out the paper, drew a few hurriedly on the paper, raised the paper and said, Boss, I briefly drew the surrounding terrain map. Look, the incident occurred at Cardiff Port or at sea, which proves that the place where they took action was also nearby. Cardiff can directly enter England on the right side of the sea. If they succeed in taking action, they can directly run to England. If that's the case, then we have nothing to worry about now. Alan nodded. This is indeed the truth. If the person is not in Wales, then he really can't control it. But now the security department is very sure that Alan needs to assist. This proves that the person has probably not left, or has not made it to England. They won't go to England, which is just a stone's throw away. Why, apart from the east, where is the south? They will definitely not escape to the south. Jonathan held up the paper in his hand and pointed to the place across the sea south of Cardiff Point. This is the famous Cornwall, which is the only two remaining principes in the United Kingdom. It can also be said to be two hereditary private territories of dukes. The current Duke of Cornwall is Boss Point. It's a very magical relationship. Theoretically speaking, the Duke of Cornwall is a title bound to the Prince of Wales. The Prince of Wales is the highest, followed by the Duke of Cornwall. This title can only be held by the Prince of Wales. Once he ascends the throne, the title will automatically pass to the next Prince of Wales, the new Duke of Cornwall. The responsibility of this land is to provide pocket money to the Crown Prince. Now, the Cornwall territory can provide Boss with about £20 million of pocket money every year. This is a place that basically requires no management and you can get money just by lying down. It has been in existence for nearly 700 years. As for the other hereditary territory of the royal family, it is the Dukedom of Lancaster, which belongs to the current monarch. In other words, if Boss comes to power, although he will lose the Cornish territory, he will gain a new territory. Continue to provide him with pocket money. Most of the people living in this land are the descendants of the former royal servants and guards. There are basically no outsiders. They are also very exclusive. Their duty is to live well, work well, and provide pocket money to the Crown Prince. As long as these murderers are not crazy, they will definitely not go to the royal family's private property. The risk is too great. After a round of comparison, they didn't go to the east, and they didn't go to the south either. Left over. In addition, there are two large airports in Wales. The nearest one is in Cardiff. If the murderer wanted to escape, they could have left by plane, but they chose to do it when the boss was on a business trip. Does this mean that they did not leave by plane? Or that they can't fly? Jonathan looked at the retainers around him who were listening to him and made his final conclusion. You can't go east, south, or by plane. Look at it this way. Judging from the way people like them commit crimes, they are most likely a professional organization, which means they must have a back end. But now, judging from various external conditions, their actions are very abnormal, as if they are going to do this, but the organization behind them is afraid that they will eventually be caught and implicate them, so they give people the impression that they both have to perform tasks and are being. It feels like the organization has abandoned them, but the people responsible for the operation obviously don't want to be killed because their identities are problematic and they can't escape through normal channels, so they have to give themselves enough time to escape. After listening to Jonathan's words, Alan felt a little bit interesting. This idea was very good. He had always felt that this matter was weird. Now after Jonathan's analysis, he really felt this way, and if they have not left Wales, and now they are fleeing north, we all know the urban population distribution in Wales. The coastal areas are the most developed, and the further inland they become more remote. In addition, it has already entered winter, and the inland mountains and forests, the environment here is not very good. So if we analyze these conditions together, there are not many places they can go. Facing Alan's gaze, Jonathan said firmly, "Boss, if I were this group of murderers, I might take a chance and stay. The most dangerous place may be the safest place, but if you want to do this they have to guarantee something first. If you are not at home, we will get the news a few days later. The later you intervene, the more time they will have to escape." Alan stared at the simple map in Jonathan's hand for a few seconds. Just now Jonathan didn't mention the west or further north point. It's not that he was negligent, but there is basically no need to worry about these two directions. The northernmost part of Wales is also Wales in theory, but there are many Irish immigrants there. The environment is chaotic, and the economy is also very poor. In the early years, with the southern part of Wales, both sides there is no railway connection, and although both sides are Welsh, they basically have little contact with each other, and there is even some regional discrimination. Point as for the west, there is still a navy on the sea in the west, and the relationship with Northern Ireland is so bad, the situation there is even more tense. Unless they are crazy, they will run West Point now. After Jonathan's analysis, if you want to find people, the target can be narrowed down to places like the southern coast of Wales. The scope of finding people has suddenly been reduced from more than 2 million people to more than 1 million people, and the area is also small. A lot. But even though the investigation area is only this small, for the security department, the workload has exceeded the standard. Even if it were James Bond, he wouldn't be able to do it. This is simply not a job they can do, and this job happens to be very suitable for Alan. If the local snake can't even do this, then the Hill family has been in vain for many years. Well, does anyone else have anything to add? Glancing at the people sitting there, everyone has no idea. The key to the problem now is to take action first. No matter whether the guess is right or not, do it first, and see while doing it, instead of thinking of various possibilities first, and waiting until the end. It's a good plan, and no one knows where they've gone. Okay, remember it. Seeing that no one had any more opinions, Alan put out his cigarette butt and started giving instructions. Isn't it just to find some people? Don't be afraid if you don't have any clues. As long as you have a direction and launch the crowd tactics, the target is about 1 million people in this area. If you comb around a few times, you will always find some clues. The airport arranged for people to check the entry and exit records of the past month to see which foreigners have not left. In addition, in these large and small ports in the south, I will check all the offshore records of all the people who have gone to sea in the recent period. In addition, Alan looked at the secretary named Zhang Xin and said, "How are you doing with the plan I gave you, boss?" "I have a rough plan. There are only some details left to be perfected." Zhang Xin was a little nervous when asked by Alan. It was the first time for her to attend a meeting of this size today. She was even more nervous when she spoke in front of so many people. Alan simply didn't rush her. After listening to her words, he just nodded and focused his attention on the Congressman Thomas. "Thomas, you go back and draft the proposal and say that I am going to make a large-scale revitalization plan and need the Welsh Assembly to provide me with a report on the economic environment in southern Wales, especially the specific data on the number of unemployed people. At that time, the Assembly will not care about it. No matter what information you provided, you said it was not detailed enough. Let them mobilize people from all over the country to help us sort out the unemployed population. Investigating. This thing is a thankless plan, where the leader just talks, and the subordinates lose their legs, but this method, which is equivalent to a census, is indeed the most effective. No matter who you are, as long as it involves such a survey, whether you are unemployed or not, basically everyone will be surveyed, and those who have contributed will be included in the survey. Alan can also save trouble by assigning personnel to civil servants in various villages and towns. This is called using local personnel in Wales to handle his own affairs without spending money. When the time comes, just cooperate with Zhangxin and put the final statistics of this investigation into her plan. After arranging a large-scale investigation, Alan still felt uneasy after thinking about it. Since everything was checked on the surface, the inside of those ravines also had to be checked. Thinking of this, Alan looked at Rex, who had been silent. You should contact the police stations in those counties and tell them that it's the end of the year and His Highness will come to Wales for inspection soon. He will arrest those dishonest people, those with criminal records, and those who belong to small gangs. Pull them out for me to educate them, and ask them carefully if they have found any suspicious people recently. If anyone tries to mess with me, I will wipe them out, and the benefits collected will be considered as their year-end rewards. Rex also didn't expect that he, the Chief Commissioner of Carmarthenshire, would end up in charge of such a trivial job. But after hearing what Alan said later, he became interested. It's not that the police in Wales don't work hard, but that everyone usually has a bad life. Now with the incentive of the year-end reward, the gang of gangsters in their place, idle people in society, will probably have a hard time this year. The Earl has already said that those who provide information are fine, but those who do not provide information are dishonest. Dishonest people are just delaying the Count's work. There is just something wrong. You don't need to be taught what to do when you face someone with a problem, right? Who would have trouble with the year-end bonus? After finishing the family meeting and arranging the following matters, Alan hurried back to the study. What the people below should do has been assigned to them, but there are still a few more important things on Alan's side. For example, when Boss Chad asked him to do something, Alan agreed very well, but that was to give Boss Cha face in front of outsiders. The things assigned by the leaders must be done, and there must be no less benefits for oneself. In addition to these, there is another very important thing, and that is crying miserably. How long has it been since he cried miserably? What if Boss Cha thinks that he is doing well now, and will let him do everything he does in the future, without mentioning any benefits, and taking his good work as a matter of course? So Alan took out the letter paper and prepared to write a letter to Boss Chap. Dear Your Highness, today I have initially figured out the clues and have arranged for my subordinates to launch an investigation. I went to the United States to do something big a few days ago. Earlier, Alan first explained his position on the things he had started to do, and then boasted about what he was doing in the United States. He expressed regrets between the lines. He was ready to show off. He was doing well there. Boss Chap. The phone called him back with the help of this incident. Alan also wrote down his thoughts about being short of money and had no choice but to do this. Anyway, every sentence does not mention money, but everything is related to money. At the end of writing, Alan complained that he did not have enough manpower and the servants at home were almost out of food. As Christmas was approaching, he, Master Alan, could not even make up the money to send Christmas gifts to his servants. Even in this situation, despite the situation, he gritted his teeth and insisted on gathering manpower to investigate the case. After shaking the letter paper, Alan looked at the written letter. The expression was not bad, but the whole text was full of miserable characters. If Boss Cha reads the letter, he will have to consider his subordinate to some extent, right? Why don't you give me some benefits, Master? I just received a call that Lee Zarin wants to come and visit you. He has already arrived in Cardiff. Do you think, at noon the next day, Alan, who had had a good night's rest, was having lunch alone? William and Harry did not come back for lunch, so he was alone at home. Unexpectedly, Zio Shitao reported this situation to him. Oh, are you scared? Did you bring him to your door? Ask him to come over. I want to see what he wants to say. Okay, then I'll notify him right away. Your Excellency, I came to see you. I haven't seen you for a year, but you are still as charming as ever. Seeing Li Zerang again, Alan tilted his head and looked at his face. It was true. They hadn't seen each other for a year. It felt like Li Zerang had eaten so much for nothing, and his temperament was different. He was licking his big face, and he was wearing gold. The silk-rimmed glasses really look a bit human-like. Haha. Why do you remember coming to a country place like mine? I heard that you lived a very good life in Korea. You were drunk and dreaming all day long. You didn't even pay attention to the things I told you when you left. In your eyes, when Li Zerang heard this taunt, his face turned pale and his legs were trembling when he saw Alan's smiling expression. Your Excellency, I have been working diligently since I returned. It's just that I need to take over a lot of business at home. I'm really too busy. I saw an article about you in the newspaper a few days ago, and I remembered that it's the end of the year. I booked a flight overnight because I wanted to come see you early and give you a report on my work this year. P.S. Why is there only 10,000 followers for this certain news? I just want to pay more attention to young ladies and old ladies with different styles. Why not? Every day, you have to see which level gives the new joyful position. I just want to be an LSP quietly. Why is it so difficult? Chapter 535 I will be a good dog for you. Alan smiled and did not answer Li Zerang's words. Instead, he reached out from the pile of documents next to him and found a pile of documents with red labels according to color. The red label here means danger or out of control. The things and people in these files need to be decided by Alan on how to deal with them in the end. Should he kill them? Or what to do? Li Zerang, who had been following Alan for so long, obviously knew the meaning of this label. Seeing Alan actually rummaging through the pile of documents, he instinctively felt bad. With a pop, Li Zerang knelt on the ground before Alan could take out the folder. The tears on his face couldn't stop flowing out. He looked like he was sincerely repentant and said, "Sir, I really didn't. I have my own reasons for lying to you." Alan did not look at Li Zerang. After searching for a long time, he finally found the few folders he wanted. He opened them and flipped through them. He pulled out a few documents and read to Li Zerang, who was kneeling on the ground. June 14th this year. At 2:33 p.m., you told your bodyguard Jin Zong in the office to put aside the matters in Wales for now and do not prepare to move any equipment. Is this true? Listening to this information that was accurate to the minute, Li Zerang vaguely recalled the specific events of that day and his face became even paler. At 8:50 that night, your bodyguard Jin Zong had a drink with so-and-so at Lengmiran KTV. They said something at the dinner table. Do you want to see what they said? After Alan read the information, he threw a few pieces of paper in his hand into Li Zerang's face. Li Zerang stared blankly at the pieces of paper scattered on the ground. There were not only detailed conversations on them, but also photos. Some of the photos were almost touching his face. He couldn't guess what kind of equipment they were taken with, but the look at the seal below made Li Zerang feel cold all over. This thing is actually the seal of the Military Intelligence Office of the US Army in South Korea. In other words, this information was not even sent by Alan to check. It was handed over to him after someone else checked it. Li Zerang knew very well about the power of his beautiful father in South Korea. It was because of his knowledge that he was even more afraid. He had always hypnotized himself, thinking that Alan was just a weakling in the door and could only have good hands and eyes in Wales. Even in the United States, it can only be done secretly. In the past, Alan forced him to go to Los Angeles to participate in organizing riots and used this as an excuse to pinch him. However, Li Zerang bet that Alan did not dare to make this evidence public, because if it were made public, he, Li Zerang, would not be able to live well. How could he? Alan. Better, this is completely an act of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging yourself by 800. But now, seeing that Alan can let people from the Military Intelligence Office of the US Army in South Korea help him monitor him without even moving his hands, Li Zerang never expected that Alan would be able to extend his network of connections. What else could he do? Now it is no longer safe to hide in South Korea. Where else in the world can he go? When he thought that he had not provided new equipment or funds to Wales for 5 months. Based on Li Zerang's understanding of Alan, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. I have always regarded you as a dog, but your dog doesn't seem to be very obedient. If you raise a disobedient dog, do you think it is necessary to keep this dog? Regarding your matter, it's just because I'm too busy to take care of it, not because I don't know. Now that you've arrived at my door, what do you think I should do with you? Alan looked at Liz Aaron, who was kneeling on the ground, with a smile. He reached out and pressed the button on the table. The study door was pushed open with a bang. The two bodyguards on duty outside glanced at Alan with indifferent expressions and then stared at Liz Aaron. Drag him down and chop him into pieces. Is it time to fertilize the vines at home? Just use him. When the two bodyguards heard Alan's words, they didn't hesitate at all. One of them picked up Liz Aaron's arm and dragged him out of the door. Liz Aaron was dragged and screamed like a slaughtering pig. Your Excellency, spare my life, spare my life. I'm a good dog. I'm a good dog. I'm still useful. Your Excellency, listen to me. I'm still useful. I brought other money this time. Your Excellency. Seeing that he had been dragged out of the study, Liz Aaron spread his legs, hooked his toes on both sides of the door frame, raised his head as much as possible, and looked at Alan, who was staring at him in the distance, and begged loudly for mercy. At this moment, his desire to survive was overwhelming. Wait. Let him finish speaking. Let him go first. Hearing Alan's voice, the bodyguard let go of Liz Aaron. Liz Aaron put his hands on the ground and gasped for air. It was so exciting just now. He didn't think Alan was scaring him. He knew Alan's temper very well. The master is now in Wales. In this land, whoever he wants to die must die. Dang. Dang dang. Liz Aaron took a deep breath, and with his legs still kneeling, he walked step by step to Alan's desk, took out a check from his pocket, and handed it to the desk with both hands. Your Excellency, this is my income from the healthcare products industry that I secretly worked in. I have been doing it for 7 months this year, and the net profit is a total of £27 million. This is all yours. I'm a good dog, and I will definitely take it. The equipment and funds owed will be replenished, and all profits from this healthcare product industry in the future will belong to you. I will do my best to help you develop customers and earn more profits. Here is your check. Haha. Healthcare products. You are very brave. Alan glanced at the check and seemed unconcerned. He knew all these things and had investigated them clearly in the intelligence point. Don't wonder why he can hang out with the US military stationed in South Korea. The US military there cannot be treated with common sense. Just put it like that. Of all the US troops stationed in South Korea, what are the identities of approximately 2/3 of them? Gangsters, and more than 100 of them can even be related to the small family under Alan, who helps him guard private prisons. This is the benefit of having your own people inside. The US military there was like an overseas training base for gang members. Professional skills. In the past, everyone did not serve the country, but made money, learned skills, and lorded it over the Koreans. As long as someone has connections and a little money, let alone investigating intelligence, even selling or even buying arms will do. As long as it's active equipment owned by the garrison, you can quote whatever you like. Just give me money and sell. Everything is clearly marked with a price, and as long as you have money, anything can be said. Moreover, even the US military themselves have to transport a large amount of flour to South Korea every year to maintain their business and funds in a place like this. It was too easy for him to know something. Alan was not afraid that Liz Aaron would find out anything. Even if he knew that Liz Aaron was disobedient, Alan had no time to deal with him, or he deliberately kept Liz Aaron and let him go to see what trouble he could make. This thing is like raising pigs. It doesn't matter if the pigs raised at home are occasionally disobedient or even contradict their owners. Anyway, they have been fattened by the end of the year and should be killed. Everything is a matter of time. It's just that Alan didn't expect that Liz Aaron would actually do something fancy. A few years ago, when Boss Cha was frustrated and focused on developing his business empire, he once ambitiously launched a non-royal brand such as Duke's Selection. Boss Cha certified a royal trademark for himself, and then invested a lot of scientific research energy into developing healthcare products. In the end, he actually got some results by tinkering with it, such as a ginseng extract that can restore energy after drinking it. Anyway, a lot of strange things were made out of miscellaneous things. At that time, Butler Capel even brought the samples to Alan to try. At that time, Boss Chow wanted Alan to keep an eye on it for him. He would be responsible for the supply, and Alan would be responsible for the sales. Then the emperor and his ministers would work together to earn some pocket money and achieve great things. Finally, the product had just been launched, but because the price was too high, it was discovered and reported by the media. In the end, the Queen felt that Boss Chow was so embarrassed that he actually went into business privately, so he shut down his factory. In the end, the matter was settled. Later, the boss's healthcare product production sites, personnel, and equipment were all taken over by Alan's pharmaceutical factory. In the end, there was no follow-up to the matter. But before Lee Zarang left last year, he purchased a lot of Welsh local products. There is a batch of health products in stock here. The healthcare products developed by Boss Chow are indeed made from real materials. A small bottle sells for more than 10 or even dozens of pounds. Although it is expensive, it is really effective. The only thing to blame is that this batch of healthcare products was produced at the wrong time, and that these idiots in Great Britain didn't know what they were selling. But Koreans are different. No matter what bad impression Alan left on Lee Zae-young, these healthcare products really left a good impression on Lee Zae-young. Speaking of which, this is a health product developed under the personal supervision of the Crown Prince of Great Britain. It is definitely a high-end product. Koreans, on the other hand, often have a fanatical admiration for these healthcare products. They especially like all kinds of healthcare products, and even Lee Zae-young is no exception. Since he went back to let himself go, he has also come into contact with some rich young generations. After he started to have fun, he naturally couldn't avoid using these healthcare products. Once he used them, the effects were immediate. At first, Lee Zarang only used it for himself. Later, he shared it with his friends. Everyone said that this thing was very effective, which made Lee Zarang see business opportunities. He wouldn't dare to do things in the name of checking the boss, but he can do things in Alan's name, because he didn't know what ingredients were in these health products. Lee Zarang also gathered his family's connections, and recruited a group of chemical experts to personally test the ingredients in these health products. Anyway, in the end, he figured it out. Isn't it just ginseng? South Korea has this stuff. Although it's not plentiful, it's not in short supply. Moreover, their neighboring country, the Northeast, also has this stuff. As long as you send people there to collect it, you can get as much as you want these days just like that. Lee Zarang relied on increasing the dosage of the copycat oral liquid, and actually sold it for more than the original version. He didn't even advertise this thing, relying entirely on word of mouth from high-end people in private. But the more things go like this, the more evil this stuff becomes. With British magic medicine, regenerative genes and other stuff coming out. Even if ordinary people can't afford it, some middle class people are willing to buy it and try it. In the end, the output slowly increased, and he made more and more money. The more money in his hands further fueled Lee Zarang's ambitions. However, just when he was getting carried away, he was exposed by the newspaper about Alan's rescue of people in the United States. The news woke me up. Your Excellency, it is my honor to be your dog. Please give me another chance. Now the healthcare product factory has begun to take shape. In the future, I can promote it to neighboring countries. The annual profit can even reach hundreds of millions of pounds. Your Excellency, please give me another chance. Lee Zarang saw that Alan didn't even accept the check. He could only raise the check above his head with both hands and kneel down to beg for mercy. The only sound left in the study was the sound of Lee Zarang sniffling, and there was no other noise. It was eerily quiet. After dozens of seconds, just when Lee Zarang was almost desperate, Alan's voice sounded. Put the check on the table, go back and do a good job, and double the equipment and funds you owe. This is your last one chance, understand? Lee Zarang put down his hand and looked at Alan with a look of disaster. He sniffed hard again and then said with a cry, Your Excellency, I will be a good dog. Just look at my performance. Get out of here. Yes. Lee Zarang gently placed the check on Alan's desk and then climbed out of the study with a look that seemed to be crying and smiling. Alan looked at his disgusting back and snorted. What are you doing for a shameless bitch? South East Wales, Pembrokeshire Point. This county is close to Carmarthenshire, but its economy is not very developed. The only tourism industry was stagnant, because it was close to Ireland. It has been slightly better in the past few years. Most of its cities are located along the coast, and there are small fishing villages everywhere. Many ordinary local families have ancestors who are fishermen, and make a living by fishing. Point in the small town east of Milford Harbour, there is a surgical hospital called Clements. Its director, Mr. Clements, is well known in the neighbourhood. This clinic provides various accidents to hundreds of nearby fishing families. The fees for trauma treatment are very reasonable, so drive. Clements was also given the title Saint Clements. Of course, this title only applies within a radius of tens of kilometers. Beyond that, people should laugh at the lack of knowledge of rural people. Point as he gets older, Dr. Clements has also been in a wheelchair in the past 2 years. He is not lame, but he is too old to stand for long. Point surgeons. When I was young, I had to stand for long periods of time to perform surgeries. As I get older, the first problems that arise are often problems in the legs. When he usually travels, he relies on his distant nephews who come to seek refuge with him to push him. Point on the small pier on the coast, Clements looked at the sunset in the distance and murmured, "How is the situation outside these days, head call? Me uncle, yes, uncle, I heard that the man is back, but there seems to be no movement. Their people in Cardiff are checking entry and exit records at the airport, and there are also people at various docks to check the entry and exit records, but there is no other action. Haha, he definitely didn't expect us to be right under his nose, huh, idiot. It's only been a few days and you're already getting carried away." Clements scolded him as he patted the armrest of his wheelchair with a sullen face. Chapter 536. Sheriff Vaughan. He verbally scolded his men not to get carried away, but when he thought of the little Earl, Clements still looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. Point he has settled in Wales for more than 10 years, starting from the 1970s until now, which is almost 20 years. During these years, he has heard about the old Earl who died young. He has done all kinds of ridiculous things, and he has also seen the ridiculous things Alan has done. Point for people like the Hill family, Clements always felt that they were like moths, and there was nothing remarkable about them except for being arrogant and unreasonable. Point and earlier this year, a very interesting thing happened. Point in the development zone of Swansea, there are many foreign invested factories. In such an area, there is a mixture of good and bad, and there is no shortage of people with all kinds of bad intentions. Of course, the Security Department of Great Britain would also come to keep an eye on them, and apparently there was a permanent department there. Point what they are guarding against are those foreign businessmen who have nothing to do and come to deceive the kind and simple Welsh people. They are afraid that these Welsh people who have never seen much of the world will be instigated. Point but secretly, the Security Department of Great Britain actually has a small hidden department in the Swansea development zone. This small department is usually responsible for monitoring some foreign businessmen with sensitive identities, or conducting some sneaky investigations. Everyone knows that there are many forces in the Security Department of Great Britain, but no one knows where their small department is hidden secretly. Point. But, just this year, during the Swansea arson case, the secret security team of Daying was burned down by Alan's people. I don't know if they did it on purpose, or if they were blind cats who ran into it and died. It's a rat. Point anyway, the station of that department was burned down. Although no one in other factories worked the night shift that night, their intelligence department did not distinguish between day and night, and they never expected that someone would be bold enough to attack them secretly. Point in addition, it was our own territory, so we were not too vigilant. Due to carelessness, several people were burned, and the losses were huge. It was called the biggest laughingstock of the year in the intelligence community. Point. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have almost been caught in a pot. Point. But the strange thing about this incident is that the intelligence agency did not report any losses afterwards, and no information leaked out. It seemed that all losses were acknowledged by themselves. The more they act like this, the more people who are watching the joke in the dark will be speechless. Let's just ask if this is a bit of a joke, right? The whole group was almost burned to death, and they didn't even dare to fart afterwards. That's it, and Alan's reputation is no longer good. In Clement's view, this is a typical example of a playboy who spends all day messing around. He can't help with business matters and always adds trouble. The key is to make trouble after all. He himself doesn't know the inside story, which makes him look even more stupid. Point for such people, even if their family is very prestigious. But for Clements, the Hill family, at best, this family is just a bigger local gangster and local security guard, so just give them a little respect. Take care of those people in your group. There will definitely be some action outside recently. Don't cause trouble. Clements has always felt a little panicked these days, but he can't guess where the danger comes from, so he can only stabilize first. It's not the first time he has done such a thing. As long as he waits for the limelight to pass, finally it usually ends hastily. No matter what the case is, it must have an end. I understand, uncle. Don't worry, they all know the rules. I will take good care of them. Pembrokeshire Sheriff's Department. Boss, I brought it to you. There was a police officer with a big belly, followed by a middle-aged yellow-haired man who was a little thin and looked a little unattractive. Well, you go out, and I'll talk to him. Sit down. After the office door was closed, the middle-aged policeman glanced at the yellow man sitting opposite him, raised his chin, and said calmly, "Do you know why you are called here today, Chief Vaughn? If you have any questions, just call me directly. I really don't want to come to this place." The middle-aged Tuan Mao is one of the well-known bosses in Pembroke County. He has come in many times over the years. As he gets older, he has fewer things to do, but he is more and more in awe of places like the police station point. When I was young, I was frivolous, but as I got older, I preferred stability. You know about the sudden death of a rich man in Cardiff recently, right, Sheriff? Vaughn did not talk to him, and said straightforwardly, "The higher-ups have assigned a task to the lower levels. Can you guys provide some information? Are there any outsiders, strange people, or people with criminal records in our county recently?" When Huang Mao heard this question, he instinctively became nervous. In the past few years, the atmosphere in Wales has become increasingly bad. Life for these gangsters and gangsters has been difficult. I don't know where they started. Anyway, every county has begun to pursue the security index and crime detection rate points. Sometimes in some cases, if no one can be arrested, the last resort should be used point scapegoat. At the end of each year, all major gangs are cautious, fearing that they will be targeted by the police, and seize a few scapegoats to complete their annual public security targets. Now Sheriff Vaughn asked him this directly, which made Huang Mao very difficult to do. When people come out to hang out, they all have to be loyal. If they tell people when they ask, how can they still hang out in the future, Sheriff? I really don't know. Our company Humph, you guys have the nerve to call me a company? Do you need me to take someone to your company? Originally, Pembroke County was not very wealthy, and there were not many people. Not all coastal cities were developed, and there were also poor people in remote coastal cities. Pembroke County was like this. It was said to be a county, but in fact it was a larger one. The population of villages and towns is not as large as that of Carmouth and Town Point. In a place like this, a guy who runs a rural KTV has the nerve to call him a company. No, Sheriff. You've seen it for everyone in the past few years. How long have you said I haven't been here? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Why, Sheriff? Vaughn sighed, took out his revolver from the drawer, slapped it on the table, pointed at the gun and said, "Very good. This gun was found in your company." Before the source of the gun was clearly explained, "Just stay here for now." Huang Mao looked at the gun on the table and was confused. Holding a gun privately in Britain is a serious crime, and it's a police revolver. Vaughn just so carelessly took out the gun from the drawer and slapped it on the table to frame him. Is there any more oil method? Chief, I really don't know. We never use this thing. Don't scare me. Am I scaring you? If no one is caught in this case, let alone you, even I can't protect myself. You said, in this situation, I will scare you? If you can't provide me with information today, you can't get out of this police station. So think carefully. Although Alan's original words were to find these idle people in society to understand the situation, and whether they could be used to catch people, even Alan himself had no hope. But Sheriff Vaughn doesn't see it that way. Everyone is eager to make progress, and Vaughn is also eager to make progress. It's just that over the years, he has been missing an opportunity, a chance to prove himself. Thinking back, when he and the famous Sheriff Rex were classmates, Vaughn was much better than Rex in terms of professional skills and physical fitness. Even in terms of appearance compared to his wife, Vaughn thought he was better than Rex. A lot of cares, but fate has its way. Rex, who used to be inconspicuous in the past, suddenly became a hero. From a police officer to a sergeant, then to a director, and even joined the Metropolitan Police, where he was nicknamed the Welsh Detective. The local media called it a must-solved case and a must-solved case. In just a few years, the police's reputation was astonishing to the entire Welsh police community. And what about Vaughn? Still living in a rural place like Pembrokeshire, working as his police chief, doing trivial jobs every day, eking out a living. This time he finally had an opportunity. No matter whether Vaughn could collect news locally or not, even if there was no news, he had already made up his mind. Even if it was fake, he had to create a news. Just give him a chance. Even if I meet that excellency once and leave a good impression, isn't this an opportunity? Vaughn, doesn't want to have to be a police sergeant in a place like this for the rest of his life. He wants to make progress. Seeing Vaughn's eyes becoming more and more dangerous, Huang Mao swallowed his saliva and suddenly had an idea. He didn't want to betray his brothers, but he suddenly thought that the rich businessman who died a few days ago was a Jew, and in their town, not are there a few Jews who are usually very unpleasant to look at. Wouldn't it be enough to just sell them, Sheriff? It's not like there's no news at all. My wife's distant cousin is the manager of my place, which is where I am. Huang Mao made a very vague gesture. He made a circle with his left index finger and thumb, and made 2 circles with his right index finger. Sheriff Vaughn instantly understood that this was a small place for doing that kind of thing. In the countryside, it was very common, and it was just a necessity. You go on. My distant cousin, when he was chatting with me a few days ago, he mentioned that they had received a few people there some time ago, and his little girl said that those people were all polished. Having said this, Huang Mao gestured to Sheriff Vaughn again and pointed downwards. Vaughn was stunned for 2 seconds, not understanding what he meant, but he ostensibly signaled Huang Mao to continue. You know, we don't have many outsiders here. They are such polished people. Those young girls were deeply impressed. Wasn't the rich businessman who died a few days ago a Jew? Do you think that, since they are all Jews, are there any among them? What's the connection? Oh, at this point, Vaughn suddenly realized what the so-called Bearod was referring to. Isn't this thing only available to Jews? If you don't look at this place, you can't usually tell who is a Jew. But the little girls Huang Mao talked about must have been seen by his cousin and treated as a curiosity, and his cousin heard about them when they talked. Not only are some men curious about this thing, but women are also curious, especially after experiencing it. They have something to talk about. Speaking of these Jews, Vaughn suddenly felt a little inspired. His heart suddenly beat unsatisfactorily and accelerated suddenly. For a remote area where few outsiders come, there are actually a few Jews in the town, and the people who can go to that kind of place are definitely not too old, and most likely they are young men. Is it possible that this is the group of fugitives? Where is your cousin? Call him immediately. Thinking of this, Vaughn straightened up suddenly, picked up the phone on the table, and started to call people. He had to investigate clearly first, at least have a rough idea, and then of course I went to meet that excellency with the news. As for arresting people in person, he is not interested. What if there is really a group of murderous people on the other side and he can't defeat them? It's safest to provide the information first. What? It's been 3 days. No clues. Looking at the information in his hand, Alan's eyebrows almost stood up. He has already launched the human wave tactic, and he has mobilized all the departments below. He has been investigating for 3 full days, but there are no useful clues at all. This made Alan feel a little embarrassed. Although no one outside knew the result now, it made him, who had always regarded himself as the little bully of Wales, very unhappy. It doesn't matter if you can't catch anyone, but it's a waste if you can't find any clues. How about a local snake like this? Is there such a useless local snake? Master, the people below haven't had a good rest in the past few days. They worked overtime to investigate, but they didn't find any suspicious people. However, they arrested a lot of people with criminal records. No. Keep checking, Alan. Threw the pieces of paper on the desk in anger. Is this the wrong direction of exploration? Or did that group of people really run away, and other previous speculations were just a cover up? It shouldn't be dong. As the knock on the door rang, Zio Shitao opened the door cautiously. Good afternoon, Miss Seelan. Who are you? Haha, Butler Stone. I will deliver the things to the boss for the task assigned to him some time ago. Seelan smiled and seemed to be holding a small cardboard box with some difficulty. From time to time, there was a sound like claws scratching the carton, and a faint whining sound. Zio Shitao took a step back, motioned for Seelan to come in, and took a curious look into the carton. There's a lid covering it, so you can't see what's inside. Boss, this is the little pet you told me last time. The BBC spent a lot of effort to find it for you. Do you like it? Oh. Seelan is here. Alan was thinking about the case. He raised his head when he heard Seelan's voice and immediately saw the cardboard box placed on the desk. Inside, yes, you can open it with your own hands. Seelan looked at Alan with a smile. Okay, I want to see what they found for me. Alan stood up and hugged the cardboard box. Perhaps due to a sudden force, the movement in the box became even louder, as if something wanted to pounce out, and the cardboard box on top made a clanging sound. Oh, where did you get this? As the lid of the carton was opened, a small black and yellow thing in the carton was squinting, grinning, looking up and whining. Maybe it's because it's too small, but there's still a layer of blue film on the eyes of this little thing, just like a puppy that hasn't opened its eyes when it was a child. Chapter 537 Rhubarb. He picked up the thing by the back of his neck with one hand. Alan was still very rare for the little pet sent by Seelan this time. He didn't expect to be able to get this thing. In my impression, no matter it is a kitten or a puppy, as long as it is held by the back of the neck, noisy little things will calm down. But the little thing in Alan's hand is a bit strange, although it is held by the back of the neck. But it has no intention of quieting down at all. Staring at a pair of sapphire-like cataract eyes, with his mouth wide open, and his two paws thrashing around. Alan was just about to tease him, but this gadget took a bite just by the feeling. If Alan hadn't reacted quickly, his fingers would have almost taken a bite from it. Ouch. Oh. Shit, this little thing is quite violent. Where did they get it from? What kind is it? Although she looked fierce, her fierce look attracted Alan's liking even more. He liked something more lively, and he couldn't be like that stupid bird like Zhao Huang, who only eats and sleeps all day long, which is not interesting at all. Boss, they contacted a crew who was filming a documentary in Russia recently, and spent some money to get it. Seelan put his hands in front of his body with good etiquette, and explained with a smile. The situation there is still a bit chaotic recently. Many people don't care about anything for money. Large beasts like this are very popular with wealthy people from outside, and they take all kinds of risks. There are also many poachers in the cave. Its mother seemed to have been killed by poachers. When the crew found it, there were the remains of 2 other tiger cubs in the cave. This little thing is said to be very ferocious, and should have been eaten by poachers. I barely managed to get through it, because of others of my own kind. Looking at the little guy, who was only no longer than an elbow, Alan finally figured out that this was the famous Siberian gold gradient. In theory, this thing could be considered a cat, right? Moreover, it is the largest living cat. Doesn't this just meet my requirements? I just didn't expect that this little thing would have such a story. Why? Wrong. Thinking back to what Seelan said just now, this little thing was actually a tigress that was killed by poachers and survived by hiding in its den and eating its own kind. In addition, there were 3 tiger cubs in their den. So what? Such a familiar scene. Why does this thing sound a bit like Bio? In the Northeast, there used to be a legend that if a tigress gave birth to 3 cubs in a litter, she would most likely not be able to raise so many cubs. Under such circumstances, in order to keep more cubs alive, the tigress would often one of the weakest cubs will be abandoned. But if this abandoned and weakest tiger cub survives and grows up, then its character will be very cruel. Not only is it cruel, but it is also very vindictive. The first thing it did when it grew up was to kill the other 2 tigers it had in the same nest. to avenge its abandonment point anyway. There are different opinions in various places, and the general meaning may be somewhat different, but the records about things, like bio, have somewhat legendary meanings now, although the little guy he is carrying in his hand is not a tiger that was abandoned. It survived by actively eating the tiger cubs in the same nest. In this rounding, it can be considered a tiger, right? With such an identity and background, Alan looked at the little tiger in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He has always had the dream of holding Huang on his left, and King Kang on the other. When he first raised Xiao Huang, he named Xiao Huang, because his fur was yellowish brown, when he was a child. Who knew that he would become whiter and whiter as he grew up? This name somewhat unworthy of the name. Now he finally has a real Xiao Huang. No, this time it will be called Da Huang. When Rhubarb grew up, I heard that Siberian tigers need a large territory. Alan's house happens to have a lot of land. The castle is next to the National Reserve. If you are hungry, you can go in and eat whatever you want. There is not even a large carnivore in the reserve. It's all deer, rabbits and the like. Isn't this just like a buffet? When I think about hunting with this thing in the future, when Rhubarb roars in front of me, there is no need for bodyguards to drive away the prey. There is only one in the reserve. What kind of thing can't stop people from jumping around? Haha, okay. I like this pet I picked very much. Little Shitao, please tell me to go down and prepare some food for this little guy. Hey, what should I feed this little guy? Seelan, just as he was about to ask someone to prepare food, Alan suddenly remembered that it was also his first time raising a tiger. He had no experience and didn't know how to feed it. Boss, I have asked relevant experts. Siberian tigers have a very mixed diet. Although they are carnivores, due to climate reasons, food is relatively scarce, and they are basically not picky about food. A tiger cub of its age can drink milk, or eat some broth or something, but this one seems to already know how to eat meat. Okay, go prepare the milk and broth. Follow me from now on, and we will have meat for every meal. Alan raised the little tiger, and happily brought it to his face for a kiss. Before he could kiss, a smell of fishy smell mixed with the smell of urine came to his nostrils, just like the toilet in the school toilet during summer vacation. There was an old-fashioned mop stained with urine sitting on the wall. It had been left there for more than a month, and had not been touched. It had become dry again. When I picked it up suddenly, there was still a little dampness at the bottom. That smell. Vomit. Let's go. I'll give it a bath. Stone. And by the way, let me prepare a collar and get a name tag on it with the name Rhubarb engraved on it. Yes, little Shitao also stared curiously at the novelty in Alan's hand. After Alan finished explaining, he looked at little tiger again reluctantly before going out. London, front entrance of Harrods department store. 4 or 5 high society ladies had just come out from shopping, and the cold outside did not affect their elegant dress at all. Ghislaine Maxwell is a new socialite in London's rich world in the past 2 years. Not long ago, she was received by the Queen along with her father. Because of this incident, this woman successfully rose to the top and became popular in the circle of celebrities. Got a handful. Because she has Jewish ancestry and other miscellaneous ancestry. Ghislaine Maxwell has jet black hair, a strong nose, very beautiful facial features, and a slim figure. Every time she goes shopping with several other sisters, can cause some paparazzi to take pictures. Of course, for these celebrities, they don't hate these photos. They spend a lot of time dressing up before going out. Isn't it just for this moment? There were 3 or 4 huge paper bags on her left arm, and her right hand was in her pocket. The cold wind blew her black hair across her face. Ghislaine Maxwell was shivering from the cold. The expression on her face remained unchanged, and her neck was raised slightly. She twisted her eyes, and turned her eyes to the car that picked her up, and stopped on the side of the road on time. Her steps unconsciously accelerated slightly. She didn't even look carefully when she reached the car. She opened the door and got in. As soon as the car door closed, Ghislaine Maxwell looked at the middle-aged man in the left seat with a surprised look on his face. The driver would not sit in the back seat. She had always sat in the back by herself. Today, Ghislaine Maxwell, who are you? Ghislaine Maxwell was a little confused by the voice. Maybe it was because of the cold or fear. Anyway, her voice was slightly trembling. Drive. Seeing that the target was confirmed, the middle-aged man first said to drive, then put away the pistol pointed at Ghislaine Maxwell. When a black Ford passed in front, the car behind him followed the Ford, merged into the traffic flow. Let me introduce myself first. The middle-aged man turned his face, looked at Ghislaine Maxwell with a smile and said, I guess you are not interested in knowing my identity. Just call me Mr. Crown. I'm here mainly to consult you on some questions. I hope you can try to cooperate as much as possible. We don't want to hurt you. Only then did Ghislaine Maxwell realize that the person sitting in the passenger seat seemed to have been motionless, and the person driving the car was not the driver she knew. She belatedly discovered that she seemed to have been kidnapped. You want money? I'll give you as much as you want. Ghislaine Maxwell didn't hesitate at all. She was glamorous outside, but her family knew about her affairs. Although she was a socialite, this socialite was only limited to the wealthy world, that is, the civilian world. In Britain, in a place full of nobles, there are many more powerful and high-status people than her family. And in a place like this, the criminals who dare to kidnap her are probably much stronger than the outside world. Since someone dared to steal the car and drove directly to pick her up, they must be confident. In order to avoid suffering, she didn't care about money at all. Haha. Miss Ghislaine, we are not here for money. We just want to find out some questions from you. Don't be afraid. Can I start asking questions now? Ghislaine was even more confused by what he said. He glanced at the man who called himself Karen carefully and said, okay, you can ask. Your father died a few days ago. Aren't you sad at all? Ghislaine almost cursed when Crown asked her first question. She knew that her father was dead, and he died in a strange way. But for her, who is still a little girl in her 20s, what is there to be sad about? From the time she can remember, she may not be able to see her father once a month. In her mind, the name of father is roughly equivalent to a cash machine. He will only be called when he collects living expenses every month. She remembered, I don't have a deep relationship with him, so there's nothing to be sad about. Haha, okay, please give me my condolences. Second question, did your father leave anything with you? For example, some documents or a share agreement? No. He rarely comes to my place. The last time he came was several years ago. Oh, Crown frowned. This was somewhat different from what he had investigated. Can you tell me specifically what year he last visited you, and what he did then? Do you still have any impressions? Miss Ghislaine looked sad, but looking at the smile on Crown's face, she still tried her best to smile and said, wait a moment, I remember. It seems to be 86 years. Or 85 years. Anyway, it was a long time ago. I was still young at that time, and he gave me an oil painting for my birthday, but it was his portrait, and I didn't like it. After that, he rarely came to see me. Oh. When he heard the oil painting, Kroner's eyes suddenly flashed. He felt that this oil painting might be what he was looking for. Where's that oil painting? Did you lose it? That's not true. I hung it on the wall of the storage room. Do you want this oil painting? I can give it to you. Haha, please come with me to pick up this oil painting. Also, take a look at these photos to see if there is anyone you know. With a satisfied smile on his face, Crown took out a few photos from his pocket and handed them to Ghislaine. Dang. Come in. Rex was wearing reading glasses and was looking at a large amount of information attentively. These were all kinds of messy news collected from all over the past few days after these had been screened several times. The remaining information that needed to be screened by him personally was all related to this case. Chief Sheriff Vaughan from Pembrokeshire is here to visit you. He said he has made an appointment with you. Oh, when Rex heard Vaughan's name, he put down the document, took off his glasses, and rubbed his brows, saying, I understand, let him come in. Hahaha, Rex. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you still look good. TSK. This police uniform you put on really complements each other. You are indeed the iron-blooded detective of Wales. Vaughan arrived before anyone else arrived. He smiled naturally and kept his posture low. The first thing he said when they met was a compliment point. After hearing these words, Rex stood up with satisfaction and said with a smile on his face, "Old classmate, I really haven't seen you in a few years. Hey, I have been busy every day in the past few years, and it's all the things you have told me. I don't even have time to spend with my children now. It's really ugh." Vaughn's face began to twitch slightly as he listened to Rex's complaints. He wanted to shout, "Since you don't want to be busy, why not leave it to me? I want to be busy, and I'm willing to be as busy as I want." "What? Don't have time to spend with your kids? I don't want my child anymore. I'm dedicated to my work." "Ahaha, that's a lot of work. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your reputation as Director Rex's." "Hahaha, sit down, Rex." Pointed to the reception area in the office and personally led Vaughn to his seat. Point: "If you haven't contacted an old classmate for a few years, it's best to put aside the relationship that existed back then and say nothing. Point: Others, if you suddenly get in touch later, it's most likely two things: either getting married or wanting to borrow money, but at their age, they have already been married, and of course they are unlikely to borrow money. Now is the time." So, after Rex exchanged some polite words with Vaughn, he looked serious and said, "Vaughn, you came to my place in person today. Did you find anything there?" "Hahaha, as expected, it has to be you, Rex. Back then, I thought you were the most capable among our classmates. Now, before I said anything, you guessed it. The border jurisdiction did find some situations." Vaughn put down the document bag he had been carrying, took out a stack of information and a few photos from it, handed the photos to Rex, and then introduced, "Since Your Excellency handed over the task, these days I didn't even sleep a wink. I kept searching the area with all my strength, and finally I found a breakthrough. Look." Chapter 538 St. Clement's Surgical Clinic. Rex took the photo, looked at it, put it down, turned around and walked to the desk, picked up his reading glasses, and put them on, then came back, and continued to pick up the photo, and look at it. "Here are some pictures of the suspects we found. This one and this one. They are cousins, but look at it, Sheriff." Vaughn pointed to a few photos to Rex, and first introduced the relationship between some of them. Most of them were cousins, distant relatives, etc. But what was more damning was that these so-called cousins, some have black hair and some have yellow hair. Maybe for some places, such as the United States, where races are chaotic, this kind of thing doesn't seem to matter, but here is Wales. The race is very homogeneous, either Celts or Angsons, and there are people with black hair. But there are not many. Even if they are relatives, it is impossible to mix yellow and black, and my investigation here shows that their physical coughs are different from ordinary people. They are probably Jews. With so many Jews gathered together, the one who died some time ago was also a Jew." Vaughn gestured to Rex with a somewhat obscene expression. Rex suddenly realized it and took out the last photo of an old man and looked at it. "This man's name is Clements, and he is his uncle. We visited a few locals and asked. It is said that this Clements went to study abroad in his early years and later came back to open a clinic. His adoptive father has passed away long ago." Clements? That name sounds like a local name. Across Wales, many people's names like to end with Stitch. This is the standard Welsh name. However, after Vaughn's introduction, these people are the nephews of Clements, which is a bit problematic. Yes, I also pulled out the previous files and looked through them carefully. Their family ancestors did not have any Jewish ancestry, and he did not have a wife, but now he has several Jewish relatives. Rex took a closer look at Clements's photo and murmured, "Do you suspect that he is also a Jew?" "It's possible, but we can't be sure." When those young guys go out to play with young ladies, they can see everything clearly when they take off their pants, but this Clements is different. He is too old to go out to play. What should I do? You can't go to the hospital in the middle of the night and take a look, right? Where are the other clues? Surgical clinics like his often need some imported rejection drugs or accessories, so he often goes to Swansea and Cardiff to purchase goods. Every time he goes there, he sail. Yes, they have a cargo boat. After Listening to Vaughn's words, Rex stood up and walked to the map on the wall. He looked at the position on the map and asked, "From your place to Cardiff, it takes about more than a day for a small boat like this to sail. Almost, about 10 knots." Hearing this data, Rex was obviously very excited. Looking at it this way, the suspicion was indeed very high. Did they have any records of going to sea during the days when the crime occurred? Vaughn walked up behind Rex and said awkwardly, "Is that so? They just went to Cardiff 10 days ago and haven't been out recently." The smile on Rex's face suddenly froze. He thought he had found a breakthrough, but something went wrong with his last kick. "You haven't been out in the past few days? Just been to Cardiff 10 days ago?" Rex stared at the map. If they had left a few people somewhere along the way when they went out 10 days ago and just waited quietly, would this be possible? Anyway, now he finally found some reliable clues. To be on the safe side, Rex decided to report on his work. He couldn't make up his mind about this kind of thing. It was hard for him to decide whether to catch or keep watching. Vaughn knew about it after all. There is relatively little inside information. This group of people is not an ordinary murderer. They might be a group of professional spies or agents. Their combat capabilities are unknown. If they really have to fight against each other, if they cause a large number of casualties, if they haven't been caught yet, then they will be shocked. Kez is dead. In this case, Mr. Vaughn will go and stay in the town first. Let's have dinner together in the evening. I'll go out to do some errands first. If there's anything else, wait till I get back. Rex grabbed his hat and prepared to go out. Hey, wait. Vaughn saw Rex preparing to leave, and his heart beat faster. He was not stupid. Rex was so anxious to go out to do something. At his level, where else could he go? Isn't this the opportunity he has longed for? "I drove here. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Vaughn ventured. "You." Rex subconsciously wanted to agree, but before he could say anything, his mind reacted, and he stared at the smiling Vaughn. "This guy Vaughn, it's my business. You don't need to help. You must be tired all the way here. Find a place to stay first and rest for a while. We can talk about it in the evening, if we have anything to do." This Vaughn looked at Rex with a somewhat unnatural look on his face, his eyes full of vigilance, and could only laugh dryly and said, "Okay, if you need me to provide any details, please contact me at any time. I will." "Cousin, can you ask them to catch a little tiger for you and give it to me?" "Not good." "Cousin, can you give this one of yours to me as a Christmas gift?" "Not good." "Cousin, if you keep talking too much, I'll send you to Siberia and let you find tigers on your own." "Okay." "Not good." Harry held his mouth and looked at the rhubarb playing happily on the grass with some envy. There is also a stupid bird flying over from time to time, slapping the rhubarb, and then flying away with a weird squawk, which looks very mean. Alan was wearing a woolen coat, teasing the little tiger and perfunctory Harry. Harry came back early today, and before he went in to put his things away, he saw a strange little thing on the lawn when he was in the car. When he got out of the car, he saw that it was his cousin who had brought another novelty. For Harry, his cousin has always been his target since he was a child. Everything he does is very strange. He used to play with mavericks, then he played with Big Bird, and then he actually got a tiger cub. Said, without any resistance, "Have you had your piano lesson today?" Alan grabbed the rhubarb that was playing happily on the ground. It seems that the eyes of this little thing can't see clearly now, and it can't see far. Anyway, it ran around happily when it was put on the ground. When it was picked up, it subconsciously wanted to bite people, but it kept its mouth open. If you bite randomly, you may not have adapted to the environment of your new home. "I'm not good at it. That teacher is not good enough, and you can't play it well. Cousin, I want to learn from you. Can you teach me?" Harry stared at the little tiger in Alan's hand, his mouth full of compliments. "That's the deputy director of the Royal Conservatory of Music, and you say his level is not good enough." Alan's face turned red after being praised by Harry, and he glanced around subconsciously. Fortunately, only a few servants in the distance were on duty, and no outsiders heard him. "Go away and go to class honestly." Alan deliberately held rhubarb and suddenly dropped it on Harry. Ouch. Although it was separated by clothes, The little thing had a big mouth, as if it had been pinched hard. Harry squealed so loudly that it startled Dahuang, who bit him. "Master, Rex is here. He said he made a major discovery and wanted to report the situation to you." "Oh. Ask him to come over." Alan kicked the tearful Harry behind him, but he didn't use too much force. Anyway, the kick made Harry stagger. "Go to class. I need to talk to someone about something." Oh, Harry looked at the little tiger that Alan was holding, feeling angry and reluctant to leave. It wasn't until Rex came running all the way that he walked back 3 times. "Master, what a great discovery. The people below have provided a very important piece of information. I feel that these people are very suspicious. I'm a little unsure." When Rex saw Alan, he first took off his hat and saluted, and then put the hat under his arm. Then he took out the document bag and took out the photos and the situation reported to him by Vaughn, and then repeated it to Alan. "You're saying this Clements is supposed to be a key figure?" "Yes, but now we are afraid of alerting the enemy, and we are also afraid that the other party will be on guard. You see, the police equipment in Wales usually only has revolvers, not even body armor. It is mainly used for a long time and is not used. Just rely on those old policemen with big bellies. If they go to arrest this group of people, the casualties will probably be slightly higher." Alan handed the photo back to Rex and walked forward slowly with rhubarb in his arms. The clothes on his arm were bitten by this gadget again. Alan took action directly and slapped Dahuang on the forehead, making him scream. Alan is not used to this kind of hot-tempered gadget at all. What happened to the Siberian tiger? Bad temper. Just spank it since childhood. If this thing can even bite its owner, then why raise it? Only by educating it from an early age will it have a psychological shadow and become obedient. When it grows up, then arrest the person first and question him. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. Even if you make a mistake, the big deal is that he will be released. As for the suspicion of this group of people, Alan doesn't care. His philosophy is to rather catch the mistake than let it go. Anyway, there has been no breakthrough so far, so idle as idle. After explaining, he took 2 more steps and found that there was no response from Rex behind him. Alan turned his head just in time to see the embarrassed look on Rex's face and suddenly discovered the problem belatedly. "How many are there in total?" "9. How many people can Pembrokeshire police have?" "Well, I estimate that there are no more than 20 people with fighting ability, and there are still a dozen who are pretending." "Don't think that a county police department has a small number of police officers. This is already a lot. These are formal police officers with established staff, not the kind of temporary workers who help maintain law and order. It is impossible to bring them along in this kind of operation." "What about your side?" "I can also bring over 30 people to our side." Rex blushed. "They were not much better than Pembrokeshire." "That's enough. When the time comes, you will be responsible for peripheral support. Arrest me and arrange for people to go there." Alan narrowed his eyes. Such a thing sounded a bit exciting, and he was ready to follow him and take a look. "That young master, you go back and prepare first. Follow that Vaughn to Pembroke County for reconnaissance. Find out the specific location of their personnel and arrest them on time at 10 o'clock tonight. I will arrange for them later." "Yes." Rex's beer belly puffed up. He put on his hat and saluted again, and then trotted back all the way. "How long are we away from the finish line? I can't hold on any longer." A girl's cry came from the TV, but the picture played on the TV was a bit sexy. The immersive lens is similar to the perspective of a long camera on the head that will be popular in short videos in the future. A picture is taken from behind the woman. Although the lighting is not good, the curves are exposed, and it looks very sexy. This is the latest update of Welsh TV's Midnight Ace program, Wilderness Survival. It starts on time at 9 o'clock every night. Although the broadcast time is a bit hellish, the ratings of the first broadcast are very explosive. The audience response is very strong and the show is well received. Today is the 8th day of the official launch, and these are the last 2 episodes. Many old viewers stayed in front of the TV at night, watching those couples of men and women, wearing nothing and surviving in the wilderness. They were very simple-minded. They were definitely not watching anything messy, but wanted to appreciate the wild scenery of the Gambia. Great views and wildlife. Clements was sitting on the high-waisted sofa with a small blanket covering his legs. The fire was burning brightly in the distance, and from time to time there was the crackling sound of wood burning. Watching this kind of program in the dead of night is still very exciting. Clements always felt weird when he thought that this kind of program was actually produced by the Count. He was useless, right? It seems to be of some use. In terms of entertaining the public, this little Count is quite good. As the TV screen went dark and the camera cut to commercial time, Clements opened the Spy and was about to get up and pour some tea. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening at St. Clement's Surgical Hospital, and it was quiet. This is not a big city. In the early winter, there are basically no people outside after 8 o'clock in the evening, and the hospital is even quieter. Occasionally, some seagulls in the distance will make some noise from time to time. The overall environment is very quiet. But today, Clements, who had just put down the kettle, had a solemn look on his face. He put down the teacup gently, and at a speed that was not in line with his usual image. He walked to the window in a few steps, opened the curtains, and took a sideways look downstairs. He felt something was wrong just now. It was extremely quiet outside today. There was no noise in the past, and the calls of the seabirds were gone. What does this mean? It's not like a typhoon is coming. Apart from the bad weather, there are people around, and a lot of people. As an old agent who has been in the industry for 20 to 30 years, Clements is very sensitive to the judgment of danger. He is also very confident in his own intuition. Without taking a closer look, he quietly took a few steps back and gently took out a pistol from under the bed. He didn't know who was coming or why, but this silent feeling made him feel bad. After looking at the gun in his hand, Clements picked up the landline phone and dialed a number. Listening to the voice on the phone, Clements said in his usual voice, "Is there any pudding in the kitchen? I want to have some pudding." The person on the other side of the phone was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this sentence before replying, "Uncle, there is no more food. Are you in a hurry to eat? Suddenly, I feel like eating. Please help me make one." "Okay, then you wait a moment. I'll go right away." It wasn't until the other party hung up the phone that Clements quietly came to the window with squinted eyes and continued to look out. Chapter 539. Enter the village quietly. Don't let anyone shoot you. The conversation on the phone just now was their internal emergency contact code. So after Clements said this, the person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. Fortunately, although he had not used such a thing for a long time, he still remembers the Clements Clinic is located in the southernmost part of the town, which is considered a suburb. It is not far from the pier on the seaside. It is only about 10 minutes walk. The location where they are located has a wide view of the outside world. The forest path in the distance can no longer be seen clearly, and it is dark, as if there is something hidden in it. It was around 9 PM in the northern suburbs of Pembrokeshire. The convoy was very low-key, but could not conceal its presence on the county road. Dozens of cars, 2 buses, and several trucks followed. Alan looked at the scenery outside the car window curiously. The last time he came to Pembroke County was when he was filming a movie a few years ago. The bad seed he shot at that time was very interesting. The scene was shot here, but the specific location is on the westernmost coastline, and his current location is the northeasternmost point of Pembrokeshire. It's not a long journey to get here by car from home, even closer than going to Cardiff. But the roads in Wales, the infrastructure on small roads like this between counties, is so bad that they are in disrepair and there are no street lights at night. The garbage road conditions seriously slowed down the movement of the convoy. It took a full 40 minutes to drive from the jam. Mason drove here. After getting off the county road and walking along a small road for about 10 minutes, we finally reached our destination. Coming here to arrest people this time was completely different from the last time he went to Manchester to kill people. That time he was dealing with gangsters, and they were out of town. He had to be more restrained, but now, this is Wales. Or at the door of his house, Alan had no scruples at all. Alan brought less than half of the personal bodyguards he recruited in the castle this time, a total of 40 people. These 40 people are not the ordinary takeaways he has. These people are retired elites from the Marine Corps. In theory, they are equivalent to special forces. From these elites, more than 100 people were selected from the best. This is equivalent to the number of guards in his family before. Except that they are not above board in aim. They are essentially the same as the guards. This is the strongest combat power Alan has now. As long as these more than 100 people are fully equipped, he can defeat a city like Swansea with little combat power in half an hour. If Alan was more crazy and moved out the old weapons in stock at home, the time would be faster as the leading car stopped on the side of the road. The entire convoy, which didn't even turn on its lights, instantly fell silent. With the darkness of the night, even the slightest trace of car exhaust was indiscernible. A steady stream of car door sounds rang, but no one spoke. Chief Vaughn and several police officers stared blankly at the people getting out of the car. With the help of the moonlight, he could barely see those people clearly. The strong men were all dressed in black tactical uniforms. The sound of big leather boots hitting the ground was heard from the moment the first strong man got off the car, and people kept jumping out of the cars behind them. After these people got off the car, very consciously let go of the alert point, the bulletproof vests and helmets they wore showed how well equipped the group was. In particular, Vaughn also saw several people wearing instruments like small monocular telescopes on their helmets. This thing seemed to be a night vision device, right? The dozens of heavily armed men instantly surrounded the few police officers who were waiting here. This psychological pressure made Vaughn, who had been staying at the police station in this remote county, swallow his saliva. On TV or in movies, everyone has seen many awesome scenes, but in reality, if you really see such a troop, everyone will be afraid of it. This has nothing to do with identity. Even if he is the police chief, he will be afraid. When he thought that this was that man's bodyguard team, Sheriff Vaughn was excited, held up his hat, and trotted towards the back of the motorcade. "Master, look here. This is a hospital. The nearest house is still more than 700 meters away. This is the pier. Our current location is here. Vaughn's people are setting up defenses in this and this direction. My people are setting up defenses in this and this direction, and I have left a 4-man mobile team ready to support at any time. Do you want to see the rest?" There was a map on the trunk of Alan's car, and Rex was pointing a flashlight at the map to explain to him the intelligence they had collected throughout the afternoon. Looking at this ridiculously big map, if it wasn't for the lack of time, Alan wished he could move his yacht over. This place is close to the seaside. As long as he brings his yacht over, it only takes a minute, or even less than a minute. This a small clinic with only 3 floors can be raised to the ground by the phalanx on the ship. Rex. I'm Vaughn. Chief Rex is my classmate, and I'm the police chief here. I just want to visit you. Vaughn honestly opened his hands and cooperated with the body search while whispering into the distance. This was the 3rd time he had been inspected during this short journey of a few dozen meters. Even the keys to his home were found on his body. The old-fashioned bulletproof vest that he could barely put on at first was now untied. It was turned over, inside and out. Again, in Great Britain, it may not be that difficult to see the Queen. During the Daking Festival, ordinary people can take a look at the Queen from a distance, and they can often see it on TV. But for nobles, or hereditary nobles, it is not that easy to meet them. This group of people themselves are very low-key, and rarely interact with ordinary people throughout the year. It was the first time for Vaughn to be so close to Alan, yet so far away. It was also the first time for him to experience how troublesome it was to meet a great nobleman. But the more this happened, the hotter his heart became. Wasn't he so motivated this time just to meet Alan and show his face in front of him? Rex didn't take him with him when he went to report. Now that the nobleman has come in person, he still can't meet him, even if it's just to show your face. "Your Excellency, Earl of Carmarthen, I'm Vaughn." Carefully followed Rex and finally walked to Alan. He recognized this young man in a trench coat at a glance. He didn't know how many times he had seen this man on TV. In the imaginary meeting, he would first salute and then express his admiration. But when it came time to meet Alan, Vaughn still felt a little unreal. From the moment he spoke, the man had already turned to look at him. When Vaughn and Alan's eyes met, an indescribable feeling rushed straight into his shindling gaze. It's a bit like the restless feeling of herbivores in the animal world when lions and tigers face herbivores. Vaughn also grew up hearing about the prestige of the Hill family. He instinctively felt afraid of the people in this family, as if his blood was suppressed. so that when he looked at Alan's face, the smile on Vaughn's face slowly froze. And his words were a bit stuck. "Ah, you Vaughn? Rex told me that you are very good. If the person caught this time can gain something, the reward will be indispensable." Ah, Vaughn looked at Alan blankly, then suddenly reacted, with a flattered smile on his face again. "This is what I should do, Your Excellency. It is my honor to serve you." After speaking, seeing that Alan had no reaction, Vaughn rubbed his hands nervously, adjusted the old-fashioned body armor on his body, puffed out his belly and volunteered, "Your Excellency, please give me a chance. Let me lead the team to arrest. I will definitely arrest the suspect and bring him to justice." Glancing at the fat Vaughn, Alan didn't have any hope for him at all. Most of the police in Wales were useless, even the ones like Rex, and their combat effectiveness was not good point. But Alan never strengthened their ideas. If you think about the fact that the police stations in their two counties can only pull out dozens of police officers with some fighting ability, you can understand the moisture in this. Alan has no intention of changing this situation anyway. Just these people, as long as they can maintain law and order and enhance their combat effectiveness. What's the use of asking for the Hill family when they become stronger? Therefore, the more useless they are, the more Alan likes them. As long as it does not affect the work, the more useless they are, the more useless they are. Ah, they all in the hospital? How many people are there now? Alan didn't accept Vaughn's suggestion and asked about the situation in the hospital. Well, there are 2 people in town. There are only 7 people in the hospital, and there are 5 civilian patients. Vaughan had already investigated the number of people inside. Alan hummed slightly when he heard this, and glared at Vaughan again, making Vaughan look confused. Ahem. Master, Vaughan may have remembered it wrong. I was here this afternoon and I understand the situation. There are still 12 suspects in the hospital. 5 of them are most likely to have no weapons. It's hard to say about the remaining 7. Rex coughed twice and took the initiative to answer the question and explained in a low voice point. When Vaughan heard Rex's words, the hair on his back suddenly stood up. He finally understood that for people like Alan, if there were civilians in the hospital, his bodyguards might have some scruples when they went in to arrest them. But it would be different if there were all suspects inside. And what he just said is obviously wrong. Understanding this, Vaughan secretly glanced at Rex. This old classmate still had some abilities. No wonder he was able to hug him. Well, Director Rex has a strong professional ability. I remembered it wrong. In a place like ours, we rarely encounter this kind of thing. I lack experience. There are 12 suspects inside. Go and do your job. Take your people with you. Move on time at 10 o'clock and keep an eye on the surrounding area. Yes, Your Excellency. I will go over and make arrangements first. Vaughan nodded and bowed in shame while retreating. Those 2 who are in the town, you will take the people there to arrest them later, and we will start on time at 10 o'clock. In addition, Alan ordered Rex next to him, and then looked at a big man who had been standing beside him without saying a word. When you arrest people later, please pay attention to safety. Anyone who resists will be shot to death. No matter whether the people inside are dead or alive, as long as there are 1 or 2 alive who can question them. Go ahead. Yes, the big man responded, and turned to the front to gather the team and arrange the arrest. As the rustling sound of clothes rubbing together, a team of 6 people quietly approached the hospital along the shadows on the ground. The 3-story small hospital was easier than usual training for them. In addition, they had already seen the terrain map here on the way here. They were familiar with this place. The various terrains are extremely familiar. The big man walking at the front of the team had a single-sided night vision device on his head and a pistol in his right hand, which he held lightly in front of his chest point. In addition to these, he has the thickest body armor on his body. He is responsible for leading the way and conducting reconnaissance point when fighting in this indoor environment. There is basically no need for rifles, because this building is a frame structure building in the early years. The outer frame is very strong, but some of the compartments inside are separated by gypsum boards or wooden boards. If you use a rifle in this environment, you may accidentally injure your teammates. If you are not careful. With the power of a rifle, a bullet fired through a partition like this can easily pass through 2 or 3 layers of partitions. Coupled with the obstruction in the middle, the bullet will most likely deviate from the trajectory, which is extremely dangerous. It is better to use a pistol directly. Safety point even among the teammates behind him. Only the last one held a submachine gun and was responsible for suppressing fire. The others were equipped with pistols and shock bombs as standard equipment. There were 6 teams, 3 of which were on guard downstairs in the hospital. 3 teams were responsible for going in to arrest people. Each team was responsible for 1 floor. The group of people entered the hospital quietly with the help of shadows. A picture in the telescope was quite clear. Alan stood far away, holding the telescope to supervise the battle point in the originally silent hospital. With a slight gunshot, it was like a switch was flipped. Bump touch seen from a distance. The hospital windows suddenly revealed a burst of light, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and gunshots. It was as lively as a disco. There were no voices, no screams, only other noises. Everything seemed very strange and intense. Several windows in the hospital flashed here and there, and each flash was accompanied by the sound of broken glass. Although you can't see clearly what's going on inside, it looks very lively from the outside. From the first shot, Clemens was like a frightened rabbit, leaping onto the table by the door and squatting on the table against the wall. The feeling of approaching danger is getting stronger and stronger. Until now, he has not figured out who the person is, how he found this place, and why. He didn't know all the circumstances, just like Alan didn't know who was in the hospital. Both parties had some information about the other party, but neither seemed to know anything about the other party. It feels like facing an unknown enemy in a dark forest. Clemens took a deep breath and leaned his head against the wall, trying to hear the sounds outside. Gilulu, there was a slight sound of items rolling, and before he could react, they exploded. Shocking bomb. As soon as the word came to his mind, a bright light exploded at his door. Clement's chest seemed to have been hit hard by a heavy hammer. A mouthful of old blood rolled out of his throat, and his eyes were completely blind. When I reacted, I couldn't see it anymore. This is not an ordinary police force. At least it is a special force. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. A blind cat encounters a dead mouse. As the first shock bomb exploded, the second and third shock bombs were rolled in one after another. Clemence's ears were buzzing, and he could not hear anything. His chest felt like he had been hit hard several times. He leaned down and fell off the table. His previous methods have not been used yet, and he has lost his combat effectiveness. He couldn't hear any sound, but he didn't wait any longer. His legs suddenly hurt, and before he could say anything, his chin was pinched hard by someone's hand and dislocated. That's the goal, right? Clemens, a big man, knelt down and pressed Clemens down. While tying him up, he took out a photo and compared it to Clemens' face with the help of a teammate's flashlight. It should be him. Take it off and take a look. Confirm his identity first. Another big man has not forgotten the order. After arresting someone, he must first confirm whether he is a Jew. If not, he will have to arrest the wrong person. Stab it with the sound of tearing cloth. The weak flashlight light in the darkness accurately illuminated the key parts and then confirmed the target. This thing looks like a king oyster mushroom that has softened before being cut. It is easy to identify. That's him. Take him away. The first and second groups have finished their work. We don't need to worry about the rest. Yes, from the first gunshot to the end, when the entire clinic fell silent, it took less than 5 minutes. It feels like it comes and goes quickly. There is no such thing as in the movie, with all kinds of high-tech equipment to break out of the encirclement, and there is no 1 on 10 scene. Real agents or spies only do sneaky things, but when it comes to frontal combat, it's hard to say whether they can compare to scouts. What's more, compared with elite troops, the frontal combat effectiveness of both sides is not at the same level. In addition, one side did not care at all, was still familiar with the terrain, and still attacked secretly, and still had the advantage of equipment. If this went wrong again, there was really no way to deal with it. Therefore, Alan, who had been watching with a telescope in the distance for a long time, put down the telescope and smacked his lips, feeling a little boring. Master, Commissioner Who's, can I tell him? Seeing the action end, Rex, standing next to Alan, asked softly, what did you tell him? This is in Wales, not anywhere else. If you have credit, Alan can take it all for himself regardless of others. He is nothing. He is just a transparent little person who was sent to assist Alan. He can just drink whatever he has left. But if Alan messes up something, he can take the blame. Point isn't this what people in this department do in front of noble lords? After waiting for more than 20 minutes, a few people in the distance walked towards here carrying a few log-like objects. Alan stamped his feet and stared at the figures. When they got closer, he saw clearly that they should be several living people wrapped in quilts. Your Excellency, this group of people is not simple. When we went into arrest just now, everyone was on guard. It was the other party who fired the first shot, and judging from their shooting movements, they did not look like novices, especially this old guy. I just personally took a look at the room he was in when he was arrested. He deliberately left the door half open, and he hid on the table against the wall on the other side of the door. Although Alan is a Marine, he still knows a little bit about the ways here. In an indoor battle like this, many people will subconsciously hide behind the door, even if they are hiding point. But this man was different. He half opened the door first, and hid on the table on the other side. This was a bit unexpected. In professional terms, this is called counter-instinct training. Point just like the special training for indoor combat in the army. For example, when turning sideways to shoot at a corner, the outstretched leg must be turned inwards, and the same goes for the feet. Point this position looks very jolly, but it works. If the shooter is shot, the posture of his legs will drive his body under the inertia, causing him to fall directly towards the inside of the wall instead of falling backwards or out. Point this is counter-instinct training. Point and this hometown deliberately created an illusion by leaving the door half open. When ordinary people see this situation, they will most likely focus their vigilance behind the door and ignore him squatting on the table at the entrance in the dark. It is very sinister, the wrist of Point, but he probably didn't expect that no one in the family came in, and the shock bombs were thrown in, as if they were free of charge. Point damn it, Point being shocked and bounced at close range is 3 to 4 times more painful than being hit hard by an airbag while sitting in a car. If you haven't had an impression of this thing yet, you can imagine what it would feel like when a heavy object weighing 3 to 400 kilograms hits a person head on with full force. Point an untrained person will lose combat effectiveness in the first blow, and even a trained person cannot prevent it. This is not an explosion, this is a shockwave, which is magic damage. He Clements, yes, but he probably won't wake up for a while. He was hit by 3 shock bombs at close range. Alan looked at Clements, who looked like the hero in a ghost movie. Blood was pouring from his eyes and mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Let's find someone who can talk. I want to ask questions. As a basin of cold water was poured directly onto his body, and he moaned uncontrollably. Point it's already October, and it's late at night, not far from the seaside, and the temperature is only a few degrees. In this case, a person is stripped naked, and then a basin of cold water is poured on the body. That's how it feels, and Lang's teeth couldn't stop chattering. He squinted his eyes to see the surrounding environment clearly. Standing in front of him was a young man with a cold face. Several big men surrounded him, and they all focused on him. Who are you and why did you attack us? Alan smiled and looked at the captured people on the ground. Regardless of whether they were related to the murder case a few days ago, he had gained something today. They just had guns. Let me ask you, where did you guys get your guns? What are you doing lurking here? Just as Andy was about to raise his head, a big foot from behind instantly stepped on his neck, making him unable to move. Did not say. Alan chuckled and motioned to the bodyguard next to him to let go of his feet. Who are you? Andy shivered and looked at Alan. Point looking at Andy, who didn't answer the question. Alan knelt down and looked into his eyes and continued to ask, does the murder case a few days ago, that Robert Maxwell, have anything to do with you? Hearing this name, and his eyes subconsciously changed, but he quickly calmed down, as if he didn't understand what Alan said, and continued to answer the question. Why did you attack me? I didn't break the law. Alan, who had been watching him carefully all the time, understood when he saw the guy's eyes just now. He didn't expect an unexpected clue. Why did it seem like he had caught the real owner? It couldn't really be this group of people, could it? Is it so easy to solve the case? For ordinary people, when they are arrested and asked something, they should at least listen clearly to what they are asking, right? No matter what the problem is, if you don't know, or you really know, but want to deny it, you must at least evade and deny it, right? But the guy in front of me, after having such a slight reaction in his eyes, didn't deny it, and continued to act stupid. Is this normal? My patience is limited. If you tell me now, I will suffer less. I don't know anything. I don't understand what you're talking about. But, seeing this guy acting rogue, Alan smiled without getting angry. He stretched out his left hand and gently touched his face. Then he slowly touched his upper eyelid with his index finger and pressed down slightly. The nerve distribution on the human face is still very sensitive. Even with such a gentle press, Andy has already reacted. He tilted his neck back as hard as he could to avoid Alan's hand, but he was tied up, and that was it. Lying on the ground, even if you hide, the range of avoidance is limited. As Alan's fingers continued to press down, Andy finally couldn't help but scream. Alan's index finger pressed his left eyelid, and he pressed it down so hard that he felt that his eye was about to burst open. This pain extended from his eye to his scalp, and his whole head was like an electric shock. It seems to hurt. I really don't know. I don't know what you are talking about. Alan turned a deaf ear to this guy's words and kept smiling as he pressed down harder as the force of his hand became stronger and his screams became louder and louder. And his whole body seemed to be electrified. He was no longer twitching, but shaking. His whole body was shaking. He was trembling all over as he was pressed, struggling hard, and screaming miserably like a wild ghost, but Alan's fingers seemed to be stuck on his left eye, and the pressure continued to increase. I said it, and his tolerance has reached its limit. He is a professionally trained person, and ordinary torture to extract confessions has basically no effect on him. But since he was a child, this is the first time he has experienced the feeling of someone poking out his eyeballs through his eyelids. This kind of pain is felt deep in the bone marrow. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a more severe pain. There seemed to be a lot more space in the orbit of his left eye, and there was also a sticky feeling. Along with the severe pain, it rushed straight into his brain. Andy's eye shook violently a few more times and fainted from the pain. Alan waved his hands and stood up and said, "Wake him up." When Andy regained consciousness again, he was in so much pain that he had no strength to speak. He was curled up and his whole body ached. He felt as if his left eye was gone. Not only was his left eye gone, it was so painful that his right eye now he was also temporarily blind. He couldn't see what was around him. He could only feel that the person was still in front of him. "Did you kill Robert Maxwell?" "Sure enough," the demonic voice sounded again. Along with this voice, the ground shook. This was the sound of footsteps, and he shook again subconsciously and said hysterically, Yes, we killed him. It was Clemens who took me to kill him, and Brooke. I drove the boat. It was not me who killed him, but Clemens." "Oh. Why kill him?" "I don't know. I don't know. Clemens said he was a traitor, and I was only responsible for driving the ship." Traitor. Feeling another touch on his right eye, and he shivered even more, and his voice was distorted. "That's all I know. Really? That's all I know. Where's Brooke?" "He's in town." "He's in town. How many times have you met Robert Maxwell?" "I've met him several times before. I sailed the boat to take Clements out to sea to meet him." "Oh, meeting at sea. How many times have we met?" "Where are you?" "Every time. Every time off the coast of Cardiff. I sent Clements there 3 times in total." "Well, how many of you are there in total? Where is everyone else?" "I have no idea." Seeing the man lying on the ground shaking like a maggot, Alan took 2 steps back with disgust and waved his hand. "Take him back. Treat him first, and interrogate him again overnight." Yes, unexpectedly, the arrestor was caught right the first time. This was something Alan never expected. Point in his expectation, it would be enough to find some new clues, but he did not expect that this group of people was actually the murderer from the beginning to now. To be honest, he was a little confused and a little unreal. Point. But now that he is caught, his party can continue to be arranged and held on time. Point. However, the plans of Robert Maxwell Media Company were somewhat disrupted by this group of people who were suddenly caught. Point. Feeling the bumps on the road, Alan asked Zio Shitao, who was driving, "How are you doing at the media company?" "Well, master, I haven't received any news yet. The people below are already investigating his children one by one. Should I wait until tomorrow morning to press him? I'll hurry up when I get back later. Now that they've been caught by us, it won't be easy to explain if it's delayed for a few more days. Tell the person below that if his child doesn't cooperate, what's the point of attack?" "Yes." Saturday, 8 AM. Boss Cha opened his eyes drowsily, looked at the watch on the bedside, then half sit up and leaned against the bedside, looking at the sunshine coming in from the window, feeling slightly dazed. Point. This week, he did not go to Callum's place, nor did he arrange any activities. Instead, he returned to Highgrove Manor. Near the end of the year, his recent schedule was extremely busy. At the weekend, he just wanted to be alone and have a good rest. Being able to sleep until late in the morning should be regarded as sleeping in for him. The servant on duty at the door heard the movement in the bedroom, peeked his head in, took a quick look, and quickly went to call for someone. "Your Highness, are you awake?" After glancing at Butler Capel, who walked into the bedroom, Boss Cha nodded slightly, but had no intention of getting out of bed. "Your Highness, Mr. Allen called in the early morning. He seems to have caught the murderer." Boss Cha blinked and suddenly realized, had the murderer been caught? Alan caught him? How many days has it been? So fast. Facing Boss Cha's doubtful, puzzled and curious gaze, Butler Capel continued to report, "Your Excellency, Alan called at 2 o'clock in the morning. They caught the person in Pembroke County last night." "Last night?" "Yes, you were already resting at that time. Mr. Allen specifically asked not to disturb you. He said he would come to report to you in person today." "Oh. What time will he arrive?" "He arrived at around 6 o'clock in the morning and is resting downstairs." Boss Cha looked confused again. Is this the same Alan he remembered who could sleep until 10 o'clock? When did this guy become so diligent? Did something happen? Chapter 541. What a dark heart. When I think about Alan's work style, he won't be so diligent without causing some trouble. Now that this guy got here early in the morning, he probably came here overnight. Point. Thinking of this, Boss Cha subconsciously sat up straight, glanced at Butler Capel and said, "Ask someone to wash me. I won't take a shower in the morning until I finish seeing Alan." "Okay, Your Highness." Alan slept carelessly on the sofa. He didn't have to sit in the reception area and wait like others, even though he wasn't summoned by his boss anyway. When we got here, as soon as Alan heard that Boss Cha hadn't gotten up yet, he asked his servants to prepare food for him. He would eat whatever was expensive. When he felt comfortable after eating, he lay down on the sofa and slept, as if he had returned to his own home. Point. He didn't ask for a guest room to sleep directly, so he knew the etiquette. "Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please wake up. Your Highness will let you pass." Until he was woken up by Capel, Alan rubbed his eyes and asked, "What time is it?" 9:32 in the morning. "Your Excellency, let's go." "Where will Your Highness be waiting for me?" "The study." "His Royal Highness is waiting for you on the terrace. He knows that you haven't had a good rest, so he said that he will talk on the terrace later so that you can smoke." Ha. After hearing this, Alan laughed and winked at Butler Capel. "Why are you here so early? I heard you arrested someone." Until now, Boss Cha still doesn't believe that Alan can catch someone so quickly. "Your Highness, ever since you gave me the task that day, I haven't slept a single day in so many days." Before Boss Cha could agree, Alan sat down on the empty sofa next to him, looked at the garden outside the terrace in the distance, took a deep breath, then turned his head and started to sigh miserably. Boss Cha stared at Alan's face. He looked a little haggard, but with the gum in the corners of his eyes, he looked like he had just woken up. However, with this level of haggardness, He didn't look like he hadn't slept in a few days, seeing Boss Cha looking at him with doubtful eyes. Alan pretended to be even more pitiful. He took the words he heard from Vaughn, processed them himself, and turned them into his deeds. Your Highness, in the past few days, I have arranged for people to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Wales. I didn't dare to rest for even a second. There are so many documents that I need to read every day. Finally, yesterday, I discovered the hiding place of the murderer. I didn't hesitate at that time and took my bodyguards to arrest the person in person, Your Highness. My men suffered heavy losses. Seeing what Alan said was serious, Boss Cha became even more confused. His men suffered heavy losses. He is more or less familiar with the situation at Alan's side. Not to mention other things, Alan's delivery boys are all veterans recruited directly from the Navy every year. Thousands of them go there. These people, even if most people are pigs, they can always pick out a few that are useful, right? How many people did you capture? What were the casualties? Boss Cha's mind almost shut down for a moment. He thought that Alan was acting recklessly again. So don't get angry and massacre some village. What age is this? If such a scandal really dares to happen, it would be a big deal. No wonder you came so early. You really got into trouble, Your Highness. There are only 14 people in the other party, and 2 of them are not with them. I arrested the 12 people first, and killed 5 suspects on the spot and arrested 7. The 2 people who didn't come back from outside ran away. 5 or 6 bodyguards on my side were also injured. Alan described the casualties on his side with a sad face. Although none of his elite bodyguards were injured, how could it be so easy to report the situation to the leader? If you don't go through many obstacles to complete the task, how can you get Boss Cha to take it seriously? Could it be that he was told that he just listened to the gossip from the people below and decided to arrest the person on the spur of the moment? Who knew that he would directly catch the real owner? If you really say this, it sounds unreliable. After hearing what Alan said about killing 5 suspects and injuring several of his bodyguards, Boss Cha was secretly relieved. Looking at Alan's expression calmly, Boss Cha reprimanded, "What do your bodyguards do for food? How many of them are there? How many people can be injured? How do you usually train?" Your Highness, our guards have been withdrawn and have not been trained for a long time. I gathered hundreds of bodyguards to barely catch them, Your Highness. I only caught so many people this time, but I suffered such heavy losses. How can I protect you from now on? As soon as Alan finished saying this, Boss Cha was suddenly startled. He took another careful look at Alan and finally realized that he was asking him for the formation of the escort team. Like the Hill family before, because of their family's special mission, the King of England gave them a small guard force. 100 people was not that many, but it was a heavy cavalry force. The establishment of a heavy cavalry guard of 100 people does not mean that there are only 100 people. For example, a heavy cavalry must be accompanied by at least 2 attendants. These 2 attendants must help the knight raise horses and take care of equipment, but they do not occupy quotas. In addition to these 3 people, a heavy cavalry must be equipped with at least 6 horses. Among them, there is 1 main war horse, which is the most expensive, and there are also horses used for riding on the road and 2 pack horses responsible for carrying supplies and equipment. The 2 attendants also have 2 riding horses. After all, a 100-man heavy cavalry guard would have more than 300 personnel and nearly 2,000 horses. This money has always been allocated by the royal family. In addition to personnel, equipment, and horses, there are also venues, barracks, and training grounds. The total cost of this set was almost enough to raise a first-class battleship back then. This is not a later battleship, but a first-class battleship from the sailing battleship era in the early 17th century. There are 100 cannons on a ship. It is no exaggeration to say that this thing is a gold-eating beast. But for the stability of Wales, this expenditure is still necessary. Of course, the Hill family also performed very well, using this heavy cavalry guard to continue to stabilize the situation in Wales. But with the development of the times, Daying's status became higher and higher, the situation became better and better, and technology became more and more developed. Their guard became a bit eye-catching. First, it was reduced to the level of a 50-man guard. Later, due to the further modernization of weapons, the attendants were also cut in half. Anyway, it was weakened step by step. For a while, it was basically only 110 people left. Later, in modern times, after World War I, their guard establishment was completely abolished. Boss Cha didn't expect that Alan would actually mention this matter to him today. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Boss Cha understood what Alan meant. Reaching out to touch a cigar placed on the coffee table, Boss Cha was thinking, while cutting the cigar, it would definitely be good for him if this guard force was restored. But times are different now, and even the protective forces around him have been replaced by bodyguards instead of the previous guards. There are reasons for saving money. And there are also reasons for the royal family to compromise. Theoretically speaking, the only people who can be called the boss's guards are Alan, the polished commander, and a few guards who are responsible for putting on a show. The only real traditional guard with combat capability is the royal guards around the queen. Now that he was doing this suddenly, he was a little unsure. Let's put this matter aside for now. When you go back today, hand over the people you caught to the security department. You don't have to worry about the rest. After lighting the cigar, Boss Cha scolded Alan in a muffled voice. Your Highness, why should I hand over the people I captured to them? Then, what did you ask? Seeing Alan's unhappy look, Boss Cha became even more angry and asked Alan a question. When I caught the person, I only asked a few questions, and then I rushed here to report the situation to your Highness. I only asked someone who said that the businessman deserved to die, saying that he was a traitor. Alan was not in a hurry to ask questions, nor was he worried, because he had other sources of information. When he was in London that day, there were so many outsiders present. He didn't dare to ask too many questions at the time, but it was different now. It was just him and Cha. If there is any news between the two bosses, he can directly ask Boss Cha. Is there anything else that even the boss doesn't know about? Guarding such a boss, you can know whatever you want to know. Boss Cha glanced at Alan, who looked curious, and pondered for a moment. There was something Alan would not take the initiative to tell Alan if he didn't ask, but if Alan really asked, he wouldn't say that he didn't know. My own captain of the bodyguard, what else can't I say? Boss Cha was basically defenseless against Alan. A few years ago, our intelligence organization instigated an official in the Israeli embassy. He told us some important information about Israel. As he spoke, Boss Cha stared at Alan with a threatening look in his eyes. Your Highness, I understand the rules. I'm just curious. People have caught me. I don't know why. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. Alan tilted his upper body and leaned slightly closer to Boss Cha, ready to listen to the story. Well, later this official was exposed and was captured and imprisoned by Mossad people. Later, after investigation, the intelligence department suspected that the informant was Robert. Alan blinked. Mossad is from Israel. If you are unfamiliar with this name, just think of Russia's so-and-so Bo, and you will know what they do. The Robert that Boss Cha mentioned was the wealthy businessman who died after a long time of trouble. It was he who took the initiative to inform. What a fucking dog. How many have you eaten? And after he told the truth, he was still able to stay in Britain and act like a normal person. Although the intelligence agency knew that he was the informant, there was no evidence, and we also needed him to help us pass on something, so we kept him here. As for him going to Wales every once in a while, driving a boat out to sea, and meeting people at sea, the intelligence department also knows this, but they are just afraid of disturbing him, so they keep watching him from a distance. As for the person responsible for contacting him, because they are lurking in Wales, so we have been letting them go. Alan was suddenly stunned. He finally understood why the security department was so sure that the murderer was in Wales. It turned out that these gangsters had long known that the murderer was lurking in Wales. What the hell is this rubbish thrown at Wales? No one told him. Your Highness, then. Since the people from the security department know that the group of people is in Wales, why don't they tell me their specific address? Alan is still a little confused about this. He hates such winding things. Humph, this Robert is very greedy. People like them are willing to sell their souls for money. Some time ago, he needed a large amount of money. The security department promised to provide him with an interest-free long-term loan of £50 million. Then he, in exchange for an important piece of Israeli intelligence, Alan, blinked. Holy shit. Boss Cha looked deeply at Alan and continued, our people have verified the information. It is of great significance. However, the day after his death is the loan date promised by the bank. Damn it. Alan finally understood. After working on it for a long time, this Robert, a highly skilled man, was so bold that he sold information everywhere in front of a multifaceted spy. And finally, I met a British gentleman with a darker heart. Information is obtained in exchange for money. After getting the information, seeing that this old guy is old and has no use value anymore, he simply sell him. Your Highness, you mean that the information he gave us was provided by the security department to the murderers? Alan asked specifically. This is too damn dark. £50 million is not a small amount of money. The intelligence service is not that rich yet, so the intelligence department leaked the news about his betrayal of Israel, and then he was interviewed by his contact, and then he was killed as a traitor. And our intelligence department pretended to be ignorant and investigated as the cause of death. Finally, have I caught these murderers? Alan went through everything in his mind and roughly understood what happened before and after. Absolutely. In this way, you have not only maintained the reputation of our intelligence department, but you also have a contribution, right? Go back and hand over the people to them quickly. Their team leader was not killed by you, right? He should be very senior. Mossad, if you hand him over, our security department can make a fuss about him. Alan glanced at the cigarette case on the coffee table, picked up the cigarette case and lit a cigarette for himself. That said, he also understood the real inside story, but now that he was asked to hand over someone, he was a little unhappy. Alan had no control over what the security department did with Clements. But what if the old guy was killed directly? Will it disrupt the security department's plans? Mr. Allen, I'm also someone you can use as a gun user. You said you asked me to pay, so I have to pay. If Alan were to be obedient and befriend others, wouldn't it look like he had a bad temper? As for whether killing someone would ruin the good work of the security department, Alan didn't care at all. Anyway, he is an aristocratic gentleman. What does the security department's affairs have to do with him? Boss chattered these words to him today, and no one from the security department said them to him. Your Highness, then I have been kept in the dark for so long, and now that I have caught the murderer, the security department will not show any sympathy to me. Chapter 542. Your Highness, I have something else to do. Boss Cha glared at Alan with a look of hatred. This guy was always selling badly. The letter Alan wrote to him a few days ago was selling badly. Before he had time to reply, he just met again today. It started to sell badly. Now for the benefits. Your Highness, Robert is dead now, so someone must help him deal with his property, right? I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm willing to do it for him, boss. Chaz brows knitted together. Alan's words made him tighten his hand holding the cigar. Most of his properties have been purchased by the security department for him over the years. You want it? They don't even want to let go of 50 million, let alone his property. I don't want them all. I only want his media company, which is the Mirror Group he acquired a few years ago. Your Highness. Alan moved closer to Boss Cha again and whispered, Your Highness, when Thatcher and I accused each other in newspapers a few years ago, you know that at that time I wanted to have more influential media, otherwise I would be too passive when it comes to this kind of thing. I have made some efforts over the years, but the few newspapers I acquired are all very small and cannot get on the stage. Now, we finally have a chance. The Mirror is quite influential both in the UK and overseas. If I can win it, even if you have anything to say in the future, it will be convenient for us. When we acquired the Mirror Group, I remember that Robert and Murdoch had a big quarrel, and the Mirror Group still has influence. Even if the security department wants to deal with this industry, there must be someone to help them deal with it, right? Listening to Alan's description, Boss Cha stared at the cigar in his hand and fell silent. According to this statement, it seems to make sense, and Alan's reasons are very legitimate. All his ministers have said so. If he, the monarch, still refuses, it will be somewhat unjustifiable. Well, try to be more measured in your actions here. Don't make too much noise. Even if you take it, don't rush to take it. Use someone else's name for a few years first. After the limelight passes, it will slowly be transferred to you in his name. I understand, Your Highness. I know what's appropriate. Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Boss Chaz's acquiescence. He could do this kind of thing quietly, but now it was safer with Boss Chaz's acquiescence point. After chatting about the business, Butler Capel showed up at the right time and brought morning tea and snacks. Alan was not polite and didn't even need to ask the boss for permission. He started to eat them himself. How are William and Harry doing? While watching Alan eat, Boss Chad didn't move, so he just looked at him silently and asked about William and Harry. It's okay. William went into the room when he came back recently. I haven't seen him for several days. I don't know what he is up to. Harry, Alan remembered that Harry was asking for a tiger for him yesterday. This little yellow-furred one was very furry. Now that the boss has asked about it, don't blame his cousin for complaining. Harry has a little problem. He doesn't study very seriously, doesn't attend piano lessons, is lazy in equestrian lessons, and the teacher in the etiquette class is also angry with him. I've been too busy these days to take care of him. Oh, with William's comparison, Harry's performance, I'll have someone bring Harry back in a few days. I want to talk to him. In fact, in terms of appearance alone, Harry is more like Boss Chap, while William's face shape looked more like Diana's when he was a child. In other words, William has been better looking since he was a child, while Harry is a bit worse. But because of this, Boss Chap became even more interested in Harry. It was either a preference or a subconscious doting on his younger son. Now that he heard what Alan said, he became a little anxious and planned to ask Harry to come back and educate him. Pause. Your Highness, actually I have something to discuss with you. After wiping his hands with a towel, Alan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then he looked at Boss Chap and talked about another thing. I planned a party a few days ago. I originally wanted to surprise you, but it was delayed because of Robert's affairs. Then what? Then I still have some plans for the party arrangements. Alan explained his idea to Boss Chap in detail. Boss Chap, who was a little casual at first, became more and more interested as he listened to Alan's plan. Although his face was calm, he felt a little itchy in his heart. You mean you want to organize performing arts troupes from various colonies to hold a large Christmas party in Wales? Yes, Your Highness will be needed to appear when the time comes. This is dedicated to you. Those royal theatre troupes have parties dedicated to His Majesty. Your Highness, I will do it for you. Boss Chas squinted his eyes and said in a lazy voice, then what problem are you encountering now? There is a little problem, Your Highness. I thought about it, and the on-site program alone is not enough. I want to insert overseas scenes in the evening. For example, you can go and express condolences to our soldiers who are still overseas and cannot go home for Christmas. Oh, Boss Cha finally put down his cigar this time, frowning and thinking for a while. He understood what Alan meant. A party like this, that brought together dozens of performance teams from Commonwealth countries to jointly present a program, was of high standard, and Alan was acting in his name. If he went over to watch, then it is justifiable to change the name. And the impact behind this party is also very interesting. For example, the prestige that Boss Cha has always lacked. If he publicized it well this time, it would only be good for him but not harmful. Now Alan wants to ask him to go overseas to express condolences to the officers and soldiers. This, even if you check the boss, you rarely have the opportunity to do these things, mainly because there is no suitable excuse. Deep down in his heart, Boss Cha is very keen on condolences to the troops. If the war had not suddenly broken out in the Middle East 2 years ago, he would have wanted to visit them at that time. Where do you think it would be better to go? For this kind of question, Boss Cha couldn't take the initiative to say where he wanted to go, so he could only ask Alan what he thought first. Your Highness, from the perspective of safety and the convenience of video shooting, it is of course the most appropriate for you to go to the Navy. Although Boss Cha was born in the Air Force, the British Air Force really has nothing to offer now. When they attacked the Falklands, the Air Force used all their strength to free up a few classic aircraft from the warehouse. The Vulcan bomber, that has only fought in one battle since its service, but has already become a legend. The 1,000 miles relay attack on the Falklands, although it became famous because of this battle, this does not prevent the Vulcan bombers from being the last assets of the British Air Force. They have been retired long ago, and there is really nothing to take pictures there. The current Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom, in addition to daily combat readiness duties, also often runs errands and delivers supplies for Boss Chap. It is considered the most supportive branch of the three armed forces for Boss Chap. As for the army, no dogs are going. It seems like there are three options to choose from, but in fact there is only one option to choose from: Navy. Aircraft carrier. Hahaha, Your Highness, you and I have decided to go together. Do you have time recently? Let's go to the ship to deliver some supplies and express condolences to the officers and soldiers on the ship. I will take a video, by the way. Well, I'll check the schedule in the next few days. You can go back first. I'll let you know if the arrangements are made. Yes. Seeing that everything was finally finished, Alan stood up, patted the hem of his shirt, and prepared to go back to sleep. Don't forget to hand the person over to them when you go back. No, Your Highness. Then I will take my leave first. Well, go ahead, boss. Cha stared at Alan's back with a hint of a smile on his lips. From some aspects, Alan was still very capable. At least he was loyal enough to protect him as the monarch and everything. Before he had time to think about it, Boss Cha suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten to say something again. Every time Alan came to his place and left, he would be angry, and every time he thought about scolding him the next time he saw him, but every time he saw Alan again, he forgot about it, and it was the same this time. He forgot again. Stone Master, please tell me. You notify me and ask those people to move quickly to kill all the sons of the wealthy businessman and lead the clues to the two escaped Jews. Alan squinted his eyes and leaned on the back seat. The two Jews who were in the town at the time were the two Jews he had let Rex pretend to let go, just to find an excuse to kill them now and then let them take the blame. Zio Shitao, who was driving, was a little surprised. He had been doing it quietly a few days ago. Why did the plan change when the young master went in to see His Highness? Remember, he had 9 children, 6 of them sons, right? Yes, one of them was in a car accident and is dying. Then, let's send them all away. My daughter will stay here and don't move. Try to force them away. Our people will be careful not to reveal their identities. Now the situation has changed. I can't wait that long. After getting the shares, you find an agent to maintain it there first, and I'll leave all these things to you. Yes, although he didn't know why, since Alan told him. Zio Shitao just did it. This was the first time Who's came to visit after Alan moved. This new castle came into view from afar. After turning a corner, the overall layout faces south, with the Tove River at its back and the National Reserve on the left. From the outside, this castle looks very different from many new style castles today in terms of style alone. It just stands there, and when you look at it from a distance, it gives people a very arrogant and domineering feeling. There is something wrong with a castle that can give people this feeling. Arriving at the gate, the inspection was more stringent than before, and the old concierge was gone. There were strong and expressionless bodyguards, some of whom Busius had seen from the senior action team of their department. It goes up a little harder after finally getting through the gate. As soon as I entered, I was met by a patrol of 3 people. The person at the front was holding a big black bat with its tail wagging and its tongue sticking out, sniffing non-stop. According to the direction indicated by the patrol team, when you arrive at the parking lot, you have to do another inspection. Finally, you can follow the servant into the building. This castle is not so much a castle as a small military base. Compared with the old castles in the past, it has more rules and stricter security. Even Who's didn't know that in this remote Wales is such strict vigilance necessary. This is a bit exaggerated. As soon as he entered the hall, Who's was stunned by Alan's super luxurious hall. It's daytime now, when the sun is at its best. The sunlight shining down from the top of the hall shines on the diamonds around the hall. The sunlight reflected by the diamonds illuminates the entire hall so hard that it's almost blinding. This is no longer arrogance. This is arrogance to the end, and even some prodigal behavior who secretly smacked his tongue and followed the servant all the way to the 4th floor. In contrast, the interior of the new castle this time gave Who's a feeling. There were windows everywhere and sunshine everywhere. The light was maximized, and there was nothing like it anymore. The dark, damp, decaying feeling in the old castle. After the announcement, he watched the study door open automatically. The entire study is larger than before. Although the layout is still the same, with bookcases on both sides and a huge desk in the middle, there is also a reception area with a sofa on one side of the study. On the larger desk, in addition to the big fat bird that Who's had seen before, there were actually new things. A little yellow bat was playing with the big fat bird on Alan's desk. The two little guys didn't care whether they disturbed Alan or not. They chased each other on the desk anyway. Play, sir. I'm very sorry to disturb you again. I received an order from above to come and receive the prisoner. After observing the surroundings, Who's licked his face, saluted, and explained the purpose of visiting Alan this time. Prisoners? Oh, those Jews. Alan put down his pen, grabbed rhubarb's big tail that was swinging back and forth, pulled it back like pulling a curtain, grabbed its big head, and rubbed it hard with both hands. Ouch. The little tiger is like this. It's very interesting. After getting to know it well, when this little thing was young, it had a big head and big limbs, especially its claws. Although its body is not big, its claws are almost the same size as Alan's hand. It looks very big. Fun. I'll make a call later. Just go and take the people. There are only 5 people left in total. While teasing Dahuang, Alan confessed, 5. Or 5. Who's opened the document in his hand and looked at the information of the 6 prisoners recorded in black and white on the paper. This was the order he had just received in the morning. Why didn't he match the number? Could it be that the order above was wrong? Sir, did you remember correctly? The order I received was for 6 people. I know that during the interrogation last night, one of his men failed to control his strength and was killed. Now there are only 5 left. Alan didn't seem to take the dead person seriously at all. This. Who's opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. He looked at the information again and asked cautiously, Sir, who is the one who died? Is Clements okay? I don't know who died. I heard them say that it seemed to be an old guy. Hey, these old guys. You said that you are old and still commit crimes. Whose face turned pale immediately. The order he received was to take Clements back. Although he didn't know who Clements was, the information clearly stated that Clements was CI as the oldest among these people. Now he is actually dead. Chapter 543 Arc Royal. Who stared blankly at Alan, who was playing with the little tiger. The most important person he wanted to take away this time was already dead. He didn't know if he was really dead, and he didn't have the courage to question Alan. Anyway, if you said he was dead, he was definitely gone. What's wrong? Dahuang, who was about to bite him again, was slapped on the forehead. The little thing's eyes were fierce just now. After receiving the slap, his eyes instantly became clear. Alan nodded with satisfaction. After having Dahuang, there is more fun in life. At least he has another fun of hunting tigers in his daily life. He raised his head and glanced at Who's, who hadn't gone to pick up anyone yet. Of course Alan knew why Who's didn't leave, but he told people to be killed in that hometown last night for no other reason than to disgust their security department. As for whether this old guy was of any use, he didn't care. Your Excellency, this is Clements. I suggest you hurry up and pick them up. If you go a little later, you might not even be able to pick up 5. Who's gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to offend this person. If anything happened, he would go back and report it later. Everything would be decided by the leader. His little arms and legs couldn't participate in this matter. Well, Your Excellency, I'm going to disturb your tea time. I'm going to get you. Go. It's the end of November, and it's almost December. Boss Cha has yet to make arrangements, but there are new changes on the EU side. Alan went to Strasbourg for a meeting. The first and biggest thing is, of course, To celebrate Sweden's new membership in the EU. At the meeting, Alan listened to the leader on the stage express his appreciation for the group that was investigating human rights in Sweden. He said that this time the Swedish Human Rights Inspection Group acted with a fully responsible attitude, did not overly listen to rumors from outside media, and worked tirelessly, inspecting Sweden's human rights issues for several months. Because of this inspection, Swedish officials also found many small details that they had not noticed before. For example, titles on some key issues, and specific words that are not too strictly defined for gender, etc. Some of the older congressmen in the audience looked confused as they listened to the speech above. Some of the words they had never heard of before today. These uncommon words even gave people the illusion that they were outdated. But seeing the sincere appreciation from the spokesperson above, and the expression of approval from the Swedish spokesperson, a few people who knew the inside story frequently looked at Alan. Alan looked at the front with an expressionless face. This group of bumpkins made him feel embarrassed. They made trouble for others, and even found out their feelings. They praised and gave examples. What will he do next? In just 2 days, the smile on Alan's face has not disappeared. The Human Rights Council gave him a formal director position, and the European Women's Association, because of Mr. Alan's bravery in saving a fallen woman in the United States some time ago. Due to his deeds, he was also given a directorship and a certificate of commendation. In a good mood, Alan rarely takes the initiative to make an appointment. Now in France, he still has an old friend he hasn't contacted for a long time, the famous ballet principal Sylvie Guillon. Evening on the banks of the river Ill. This is a tributary of the Rhine River, leading directly to the city of Strasbourg. Alan's temporary riverview villa is located next to the Ill River. Looking through the window at the neighbor opposite, they are about 10 meters away, very close. Living here, ignoring the architectural style, the overall layout has the feeling of a Jiangnan water town, with small bridges and flowing water. This kind of situation is very suitable for evil men to bully good women. There are several soft ropes tied to the reinforced horizontal bars on the balcony. Alan was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on a large soft chair. On it was the artistic exercise shown to him by Sylvie Guillon. This kind of old-fashioned rope art is not too common here. Now the best people to play it should be from the island country. However, for a ballet prima ballerina of a song and dance troupe, although she does not know how to do rope art, she knows yoga, so the effects are almost the same. So it's not a big problem. The feeling of spiraling into the sky made Alan, who had never experienced such a feeling, take a breath. What's going on? As soon as he came out of the bedroom, Alan was originally planning to take a drink of water to calm down his shock and calm down his anger, but he didn't expect that Zio Shitao was sitting on the sofa at the door with his mobile phone and playing with Snake. Hey, master, I just received a call and I wanted to inform you. I see you are busy, so I will wait here for a while. Zio Shitao quickly put down his phone, without any trace of embarrassment on his face. As a personal butler, what has he never seen before? He heard strange noises when he first entered the door, so he wisely sat down and rested, preparing to wait for Alan to finish. Unexpectedly, his young master was not in good condition today. What's the matter? Tell me. Alan sat next to the small stone, took a few deep breaths, and then his heart rate slowly dropped. Master, I just called home. It was from Butler Capel. He said that His Highness's arrangements have been made. He will go to Portsmouth for a visit at noon the day after tomorrow, and then go to the offshore ship in the afternoon, so that you can prepare. Has it been arranged? Did Butler Capel tell me which ship has been arranged? Alan blinked. He had been thinking about it for several days. Boss Cha finally summoned him. It was not easy. That's not true. Maybe it needs to be kept secret. Zio Shitao shrugged, stood up and said, Master, I'll go down first. Call me if you need anything. Well, go ahead and call home by the way and let the camera crew get ready. I'll go back tomorrow, and I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, I see. Portsmouth, as the main base of the British Navy, is famous and has a long history. In the past, every time we returned from an expedition and the warships returned to the port, this place would be the busiest. This port could also be regarded as witnessing the rise and fall of the British Royal Navy. In the past, Thousands of ships covered the sea, but now there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens today. There is still a legendary battleship in Portsmouth Port. In theory, it can still be regarded as the mascot battleship of the British Royal Army, the sailing battleship Victory Point. Allen, wearing an untitled Navy uniform, followed Boss Chap and boarded the Victory parked in the number 2 dry dock point. This battleship once served as the flagship of the famous Admiral Nelson and participated in the Battle of Trafalgar. In this battle, Britain defeated the French combined fleet in one battle and established its position as maritime supremacy in one fell swoop. Its background is very legendary. Even after it was finally retired, it has always been the mascot of the British Royal Navy and has been permanently retained and converted into a museum for military education. Before boarding the ship to offer condolences, Boss Chaz's business team specially arranged a visit for him, and it was arranged on this ship. The meaning behind it is quite a bit like remembering the bittersweet and reminiscing about the past. Standing in the former combat command room, looking at the imitation combat command map above, Alan could already imagine the battle at Cape Trafalgar, Spain. In that era. No matter how numerous the crimes of the Angsa people are, they still have some meaning when it comes to naval warfare. This thing is like raising a poison. The more you fight, the stronger it becomes. You must survive in the early stage, and when it is fully developed, you can attack the opponent in a wave, take it away, and then never leave the opponent a chance to rise. It's just that as times change, things are unpredictable. It's hard to guard against domestic thieves day and night. When the foreign enemies are gone, a traitor actually appears. I secretly glanced at Boss Chaz's face, watching every item explained by the commentator. Boss Chaz simply nodded. He didn't speak, and just walked and watched. The camera crew brought by Alan behind him followed the whole process to shoot the material. Let's go. We have an arse flight soon, and we'll have dinner on the Royal Ark. Okay, Your Highness. Finally, knowing where to go, Alan couldn't hide his excitement. To be honest, they haven't been on the British aircraft carrier yet. This time, following Boss Chap, he could go up for a walk openly and take photos. Thinking about it, he was a little excited. The English Channel is close to the British side. A Navy-seeking early warning helicopter flew over the sea, followed by 2 helicopters of the same model on both sides of the helicopter. In addition, slightly higher in the sky, there were also 5 escorting Sea Harrier carrier-based fighter jets following in formation. Alan wore soundproof earmuffs, holding the armrest with one hand and holding a telescope in the other hand to look at the illuminated Ark Royal on the sea in the distance. Many people may have misunderstanding. The decline of Great Britain is often identified as after World War II. It seems that after World War II, the presence of the British Navy was not obvious. Some people even think that after World War II, the British Navy has completely declined. In fact, this understanding is too one-sided and too shallow. After the end of World War II, Britain had 52 aircraft carriers. 52 aircraft carriers. Let's not talk about how many modified aircraft carriers there are, nor how advanced they are. Just talking about this number, how weak can 52 aircraft carriers be? It's just that compared to the United States, this power seems to be a lot less powerful, but it still deserves to be number 1 in the entire Europe. Later, as the Labour Party came to power, Britain's naval strategy changed, and the Navy experienced an epic weakening point. Because its hegemonic status is gone, the Navy no longer has to take on more overseas development battles as before. It has shifted from taking the initiative to regional conflicts, or to put it more directly, it has become the gatekeeper of the Atlantic Ocean. The aircraft carrier basically has little effect. Yeah, it's too expensive to maintain so many aircraft carriers. Therefore, all the aircraft carriers at that time were sold and decommissioned. The Navy bosses at that time argued hard and refused to comply. So they finally retained another alternative to the aircraft carrier, the helicopter landing ship, which is also a helicopter aircraft carrier or a light aircraft carrier. This period of time is when the British Navy is at its weakest point, with the finalization of a new vertical takeoff and landing fighter in the late 1960s, the Harrier fighter. The British Navy saw new hope. According to the requirements of the Navy, the Harrier fighter jets underwent all-round upgrades and modifications, and then the famous Navy Type C Harrier fighter jet was born. The aircraft carrier that boarded the British aircraft carrier was reincarnated into a fixed-wing fighter jet and had a certain combat effectiveness. Then came the battle for the Falklands. At that time, Britain's only two remaining aircraft carriers heroically participated in the battle, carrying a handful of Sea Harrier carrier-based fighter jets, which caused a devastating blow to the Argentine Air Force. When talking about the Falklands War, they talk about the tragic victory of the British and the decline of the Empire. Although this is also true, many people fail to see the core of this war. The British fought an expedition more than 12,000 kilometers away, while Argentina fought a defeat more than 400 kilometers away from home. One side was working on an expedition, the other side was defending at home, and in the end it ended up like this. Compared with the previous image of the British Navy, this result can definitely be regarded as the decline of the empire. But it is essentially an expedition of tens of thousands of kilometers to win at someone else's doorstep. With the victory in the Falklands War, the Vulcan bombers at that time became famous in one battle, and the one more famous than the Vulcan was the Sea Harrier fighter jet. This fighter jet was completely developed by Great Britain itself. It has pure British blood and its special takeoff and landing methods. In close dogfights, its combat effectiveness is even stronger than the current American F-15. Later, the United States felt itchy, so he also bought a batch from Deng for his own use and improvement. At the same time, after the Falklands War, Britain suffered a tragic victory, and after learning from the painful experience, it accelerated the aircraft carrier update process throughout the second half of the 1980s. 3 Invincible-class aircraft carriers were put into service. The aircraft carrier that Alan and the others will board today is the last new ship in service among the 3 Invincible-class aircraft carriers. Ark Royal. This ship is also a light aircraft carrier. Each aircraft carrier can only carry 8 Sea Harrier fighter jets plus several helicopters, but this carrying capacity is enough in this day and age. If you look around, how many countries have 3 aircraft carriers in service? Can this be called weak? If you add in the aircraft carriers owned by other member states of the entire Commonwealth, Britain is forced to rush, and it is not impossible to get 3 or 4 more points, seeing that it was getting closer and closer to the Ark Royal, the Sea Harrier fighter squadron that had been following the helicopter and responsible for the escort left 2 to continue the escort. The other 3 formed a smaller triangle formation and flew towards the aircraft carrier from a distance. Alan watched the 3 fighter jets fly across the field at low altitude, and the entire Ark Royal erupted in fierce cheers. Even if he was wearing soundproof earmuffs, he could faintly hear them. Did you take a picture? Did you take a picture? This is the benefit of following Boss Chat. The pomp and circumstance was huge. In order to welcome Boss Chat to express his condolences, all sailors on the entire Ark Royal deck, except those on duty, had already begun to line up and wait. Alan excitedly patted the man next to him. Photographer. It was filmed, boss. Don't worry, the camera was on the whole time. Hahaha. Okay. Alan looked at the aircraft carrier in the distance. Just thinking about this scene, nearly 1,000 people standing on the deck to greet it, was exciting. If he hadn't been afraid of the negative impact, he would have planned to clean up the deck of his yacht another day and also tidied it up. Such a greeting mode is quite enjoyable. PS. I thought it was published successfully, but I didn't expect it to be reviewed. I deleted some paragraphs and just revised them. I'm sorry. Chapter 544. Who is whose bodyguard among us? Ark Royal is the name of the ship, and its model is the Invincible class. 3 aircraft carriers of the Invincible class have been built so far. Among them, the first ship was started in 1973 and entered service in 1980, which is the Invincible. The second ship was started in 1976 and entered service in the middle of 1982. It is the Excellence, and the Ark Royal. It was the number 3 ship. Construction started in 1978, and it was not commissioned until the end of 1985, when Alan temporarily retired from service and came back to take over his father's title. Ark Royal had just entered service and had not yet fully developed its combat effectiveness among these 3 aircraft carriers. Only the first ship, Invincible, caught up with the Falklands War that year. The other aircraft carrier that participated in the war was the Athletic God. It was an old aircraft carrier that was in service in the late 1950s. It was already able to reach the Falklands. It was not easy anymore. After the war, Mr. Deng thought that the aircraft carrier sports god was too old, so he finally sold it to India and asked his third brother to buy it back. To show off. In theory, Ark Royal is still a new ship and has only been in service for 8 years. Because it is a light aircraft carrier, its full load displacement is only 20,000 tons, so the crew on the ship is not as many as that of the American aircraft carrier. Including the pilots, the total number of people on the entire aircraft carrier is just over 1,000. Compared with the now famous Kitty Hawk, the overall combat power is in terms of numbers, it is less than half of this. Although it was for condolences, Ark Royal still had strict requirements for helicopters or transport aircraft aboard the ship. This was not something you could just find a helicopter to fly over and stop. It must be a helicopter serving on their aircraft carrier, even if Boss Chow is coming, so Alan can only use their early warning helicopter to come over. The number of members carried on the back of this thing is limited. In addition to the crew members, he can only pulling in 3 guests. Alan only had him, Zio Shitao, and a photographer on the helicopter. The other personnel were scattered on several other helicopters. The imagined scene of the other 3 Sea Harrier carrier-based aircraft landing vertically respectively, and his helicopter landing among several fighter jets to pose, did not appear. Alan could only wait patiently for those Sea Harrier carrier-based aircraft to land first in a very handsome posture, and then be pulled to the apron at the front of the aircraft carrier by a tractor, and then it was his turn to land on his side. Looking at Ark Royal from a close distance, Alan could only feel one thing: it's so damn small. The differences between people are too great. Even if he is mentally prepared when it is time to land, and he sees the Ark Royal up close, especially when there are carrier-based aircraft on it as a reference, this thing seems to be getting smaller and smaller, which is weird. The smokestack like a cruise ship, the sliding deck that tilts up in the front, and the place with a big but point, especially this paint. The slight grey paint is ugly no matter how you look at it. Compared with the American paint, it looks even uglier. Even if it is an aircraft carrier, it always looks like a cruise ship modification. As the helicopter stopped, the photographer jumped out first with the video recorder on his shoulder. He had to take a picture of Alan first. After the photographer was in place, the small stone went down again, and then it was Alan's turn to get off. The propeller that had not completely stopped emitted a huge downwind. Alan was blown so hard that he could hardly open his eyes. The small stone pressed down, holding his shoulders. The 2 of them lowered their heads and trotted out of the helicopter's wind pressure range. "Hello, Mr. Allen. On behalf of all the sailors on the ship, I welcome you." The surrounding sea breeze mixed with the noise of the helicopter behind him, and Alan almost didn't hear what the person opposite was saying. Anyway, he could only forcefully put on a smile and stretched out his right hand to shake hands with the other person. "Has the ceremony been arranged? His Highness will be arriving soon." Alan subconsciously spoke in a loud voice. The person receiving him on the opposite side smiled when he heard this, pointed to the transfer truck next to him, and motioned for Alan to get on. Generally, celebrations on aircraft carriers are celebrated with deck bonfires and barbecues. After all, it is tradition. Boss Chow was like this time. Alan followed behind him and observed a small ship inspection first. The condolences had been delivered in advance, but in order to keep it confidential, they waited until Boss Chow boarded the ship before making it public. After the review, while the venue was being set up for the barbecue, the captain took a few people to accompany Boss Chow on the tour. The sailors around him had not completely dispersed. One of the officers pointed to a man next to him who looked like a sailor representative. The little golden retriever said, "Aren't you curious who are here today? This is His Excellency the Earl of Carmarthen, and the magazine you often read is his property." Alan didn't understand why he suddenly mentioned this. The reputation of the Hill family has grown better in recent years, and he has tried his best to clean up the family's stains. Now someone is mentioning his pain points again, and it's in front of so many people. "Hello, Your Excellency, my name is Raphael. Can I give you a piece of advice?" Hearing Alan's introduction, the dull-looking sailor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached for the back of his pants somewhat inelegantly. He saw that the officers around him, including Boss Chow, were looking at him, and then he came to his senses. He subconsciously reached back and touched his nose, then looked at Alan with excitement and asked, "Yeah, tell me." No matter how unhappy Alan was with so many people present, he had to be generous for the sake of saving face. He hoped that this stupid idiot wouldn't ask him two embarrassing questions. "Sir, your magazine has been running for so many years. When will you change it to some normal, younger models? The sun is better than the magazine. We are usually very bored on the ship. After reading the models in your magazine, it's really uninteresting. Tom is already bent, and I don't want to be bent, ha ha ha." After saying this suggestion, there was laughter all around. After hearing this silly opinion, Alan's face turned dark. A group of officers next to him also laughed. Only Boss ZHA, who didn't know the truth, was a little confused. The people next to him quickly and quietly explained this to Boss ZHA. The origins inside. Only a small number of upper-level officials knew that the Hill family was involved in the military magazine of the British Naval Logistics Department. Their magazine had been poisoning British sailors for a long time, and even their own family members were not spared. Boss Cha finally understood after the explanation, and he was not in a hurry to leave. He just stood aside and looked at Alan with a look that every man could understand. "Well, our Navy has traditions. Although I was troubled by this kind of thing when I was serving in the Navy a few years ago, but if you think about it from another perspective, if the models in the magazines are too beautiful, you have seen too many. When we go ashore on vacation, won't we have a lot less fun? Are there so many beautiful women on the shore?" Alan pretended to be extremely serious and recounted his old father's theory again. He couldn't admit that he was wrong, but it was not good to face other people's opinions in front of so many people. If you refuse too arrogantly, you can only forcefully explain first. "Oh, there was another long exclamation sound all around. This time the voice was much more serious than before. They were talking about this kind of issue. The topic must be lighthearted. In addition, the person opposite was a big soldier, and the person he was giving advice to was also he was an aristocratic gentleman who was unattainable in the past. The officers around him originally listened to him as a joke. Now after Alan's forceful explanation, the whole topic has instantly sublimated, and it has developed into a philosophical aspect. "Your Excellency, the old Earl was really far-sighted back then. Yes, the old Count is not in the Navy, but he still cares about the Navy all the time, and thinks about the young people in the Navy. Sure enough, if you look at the problem from a different angle, the results will be different." Boss Cha listened to the exchanges between the officers around him and suppressed a smile. He knew very well what kind of person Alan's father was, so he could let such a big boss consider such a problem. Why do you think about young sailors? This is just laziness, bad taste, trying to save money, nothing else. The Ark Royal sailed all the way west, facing the setting sun. In a separate area on the deck, Alan came to Boss Cha with a few skewers of chicken wings that he had grilled himself. "Your Highness, please try it. I made it." Boss Cha had his hands behind his back and was staring at the setting sun in the distance that was almost parallel to the sea level. The whole picture looked a bit poetic. "Alan, I read in the newspaper that 7 of Robert's children died. Is it you who did it, or was it the Mossad who ran away?" Alan didn't expect that Boss Cha would suddenly ask this. Of course he arranged for people to do it because he wanted the shares held by his children, and he also had to prevent them from finding excuses to come back and ask for them in the future. In this way, of course it was the safest way to get rid of the people. "I did it, Your Highness. Why didn't you tell me to do it cleanly? I did everything according to your instructions. He only had a little daughter who ran away. When my people went to find her, she had already logged in. She's on a plane to the United States, but don't worry, I've sent people to chase her. She can't escape." Boss Cha suddenly turned around and looked at Alan, who was holding a skewer in his hand, and scolded with a look of hatred on his face. "I asked you to make it clean. Is this clean? Huh? That's how you understand? Did I say cleanly? What I said was for you to arrange them well, not for you to kill them all. Still chasing them? You are so capable. The security department has been working for such a long time. Do you want to destroy them all?" Alan lowered his head and tried to hand the kebab to Boss Cha with some hesitation, asking him to calm down first. "Your Highness, everyone is dead now. What else can I do? There are still 2 Jews on the run, so why don't we just let them take the blame? You, boss. Cha gritted his teeth and grabbed the kebab handed over by Alan. He sniffed it and was suddenly startled. Not to mention, the smell smelled interesting, but it was not burnt. Speaking of Jews, I asked you to hand them over to the security department when you returned. What did you do? Huh? Just as he was about to take a bite, Boss Cha suddenly thought of the 2 fugitive Jews, and then thought of the security department who had complained to him, saying that Alan's men were too heavy-handed. In just one night, one of them was interrogated to death, and several others were also killed. Half dead. They took over 5 people, which is no different from taking over 5 trash. Boss Cha gets a headache just thinking about this kind of recklessness. Your Highness, it's not my fault. I didn't know in advance that the old guy would be useful to them. When I returned, they were already dead. The remaining few were rescued in time. Okay, boss. Cha raised his hand. He wanted to throw away the skewers, but he thought about it and held back for the sake of image. He turned away from Alan and looked toward the setting sun with some melancholy. Alan usually has a lot of small things going on here, and big things happen occasionally. Boss Cha didn't take this seriously at first, but this time there was something different. The old man who died was a senior member of Mossad who had made many contributions. He was lurking in Wales in a semi-hidden state, which was equivalent to coming here to retire. For people in an industry like this, as long as they enter the industry, they will never be able to quit. They can only work until they die. Now people are being interrogated to death, although the Israeli side would not come to him openly to ask for an explanation. Alan was in a little trouble. He was in the dark, and he, a nobleman, how could he guard against this? In addition, there are still 2 escaped members who have not been caught, which adds another test to Alan's safety issues. Thinking of this, Boss Cha had an even bigger headache. Obviously Alan was his captain of the bodyguard, but as a monarch, he now had to worry about Alan's safety, for fear that Alan would die in front of him. Which of the 2 is whose bodyguard? If Alan dies, the Hill family will be extinct, and the British royal family will not have a hereditary family of chief guards to protect the future crown prince. If this spreads out, it will definitely be a great shame and humiliation, and it will be humiliated internationally. When we have the Christmas party, I will ask the Queen to see if it is possible for your guard to be restored. Boss Cha can now understand why Alan wants to restore the guard. With his ability to cause trouble, it would be really unsafe if he doesn't get more bodyguards. Alan didn't know what Boss Cha had been thinking about as he stared at the sunset for a long time. But why did he talk about stuffing? This surprise came too suddenly, and it was no wonder that he deliberately let the 2 Jews go. Alan had already thought about it. If Boss Cha didn't speak up for him, he would be planning to stage a fake assassination or a trick that would lead to disastrous results. Thank you, Your Highness. As expected, Your Highness must know how to be considerate of his ministers. In the past few years, I really am, Your Highness, and you can eat it. It won't taste good after it gets cold. Boss Cha took a deep breath, handed the kebabs to Alan and said, in the past few days, you have been doing your party honestly, and don't cause any more trouble for me. You want to go to Australia with me at the beginning of next year. I won't when I think about it. Even the captain of the guard will be gone. Yes, go over and roast some potatoes for me. Every time I smell chicken now, I think of you asking Capel to catch chickens for you every time you leave my place. Are the chickens I raise delicious? Did you practice your kebab technique with the chicken you stole from me? Boss Cha looked at Alan with more and more dangerous eyes, and his voice became deeper and deeper. No, Your Highness, where are you thinking? I'm going to bake potatoes for you. Alan nodded and bowed back, not accepting the kebabs handed over by Boss Cha, and ran away after speaking. Chapter 545. The sunset. Only a little tip of the sun in the distance was still exposed on the sea, and the entire sea surface seemed to be coated with a layer of golden sunlight. After the barbecue activity was over, Boss Cha was strolling on the deck of Ark Royal, accompanied by Alan himself. Looking at the Sea Harrier carrier-based fighter in front of him, Boss Cha patted the front landing gear of the fighter and sighed. I have flown in an Air Force Harrier before. When I served in the Navy, this fighter had not yet been finalized. Now, alas, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Alan took a look at this Harrier fighter jet. It was chubby and looked quite cute up close. It was very similar to Xiao Huang at home. They were both chubby and looked a bit like a chubby chicken with a round face. This is the last independently produced fighter jet in the Empire. With the passage of time and limited funds, our military strength cannot return to what it was before. In the future, hey Alan listened to Boss Cha's words that seemed to be both complaints and emotions, and he didn't know how to answer the words. Although the Ark Royal has only been in service for a few years, according to naval tradition, the first ship Invincible has already participated in the Falklands War. Based on the experience of so many years of use, the next level aircraft carrier project should have been established and developed long ago. But think about the new aircraft carrier project. We have been arguing for a year just to name it. As for when the project will be fully approved, no one can say for sure. It can only be said that it is far away. Based on the construction cycle of a British aircraft carrier, which often takes 7 or 8 years, coupled with various early technical inspections, technical parameter adjustments, etc. The entire development and construction cycle of a new aircraft carrier is about 10 years, and now the previous aircraft carrier has been in service for 11 years, and the new aircraft carrier project has not been finalized yet. Even if the project is approved next year, it will take 10 years for the new aircraft carrier to be launched. And will the project really be approved next year? Alan feels that let alone next year, the new aircraft carrier project will not be approved until the year after that, or even the year after that. The interest disputes here are too great. Think about it this way. No wonder Boss Cha is feeling melancholy. The Navy, which looks so glamorous now, will be obsolete in a few years. By that time, Great Britain will really fall behind in all aspects. Your Highness, everything will be fine. Didn't the Parliament say that some state-owned enterprises should be privatized to stimulate the economy? When our economy recovers, the Empire will get better and better. Alan comforted Boss Cha very much against his will. At least in terms of the current strength of the British Navy, it is still at the forefront of the world. There are fixed levels for classifying naval combat effectiveness, with blue water, green water, and yellow water as distinctions. Blue water refers to an established navy that can operate in distances far from the mainland. The one level lower than this is called green water, which is a navy with only a little mid to offshore combat capability. The next level below is called yellow water or brown water navy. This is a navy that relies on coastal defense and can only operate in coastal waters. Currently, there are only 3 blue water navies on this planet: the United States, Britain and France. These are the only 3. The quasi-blue water navy is Russia, which is currently experiencing domestic chaos. In addition, the likes of India can barely be considered a green water navy because they bought aircraft carriers that were eliminated by the British. As for the Chinese country to the east, their navy can only be regarded as the worst brown water navy. Boss Cha glanced at Alan. He felt that Alan had a sense of deja vu like that of a second-rate child. Sometimes he envied Alan. He had a rich family background and was nestled in a corner of Wales. It's a small place where he dominates, and he is there to support Alan. He doesn't have anything to worry about, and he can play as he wants. It's more comfortable than himself as the Crown Prince. Looking at the setting sun in the distance, it's like the day in Great Britain now. The sun is really setting, with only the last layer of light left. As the sun sets completely, it will completely fall into darkness. The photographer who was following him in the distance looked at the scene of Alan accompanying Boss Cha to watch the plane at sunset and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He did not have a foresighted mental state. Anyway, in his opinion, the two of them were a future monarch, and the other was a future monarch. The hereditary nobles are standing on Britain's latest aircraft carrier and are surrounded by Britain's most advanced carrier-based fighter jets. Their shadows merge with the shadows of the fighter jets next to them in the sunset. This scene is so harmonious that it must be photographed. Bang, bang, bang. Quiet, let me say a few words. Alan held the speaker's quiet hammer in his right hand and smashed it on the table a few times. The entire conference hall fell silent for an instant. It was the third day back from the Ark Royal in the Welsh Assembly. Alan came to attend the end of year meeting of the Welsh Parliament today. He has not been here for more than a year. In addition to being busy, it is also because he is too lazy. He only comes here for meetings, and the whole day is about trivial matters. A serious nobleman who comes here for meetings every day have nothing to do. The speaker was sitting at the table one step higher behind Alan. He looked with some distress at the small hammer that he smashed in Alan's hand. This thing was an antique given by the King of England and was hundreds of years old. Every speaker regards this thing as a cultural relic. Even if it is knocked, it is done carefully. It is for a sense of ceremony, but it is not really used as a hammer. Now that it is in Alan's hands, it is really he is the only one in Wales who dares to hold this hammer and use it like this. Who was the last person who dared to use this hammer casually? Oh, it seems that the older Earl of Carmarthen was the Earl of Carmarthen. Back then, that man dared to hit the then speaker on the head with this quiet hammer, even harder than the current one. Thinking of this, the speaker suppressed the discomfort in his heart and forced his gaze to the audience, not looking at the young Earl of Carmarthen. Ahem. Everyone in the audience looked over, and Alan coughed twice. His current position was a temporary table added below the speaker's seat. The reason why the speaker was not kicked out was because the speaker was appointed by the Queen. Now he has no conflict with the speaker, and a minimum respect should be given. Didn't Boss Cha say that he should be low-key recently? Alan feels that he is already very low-key now. On the 21st of this month, I will hold the first Commonwealth Christmas Gala at Welsh TV Studio Hall 6. In the past few days, participating teams from various Commonwealth member states or regions will arrive in Wales one after another. This is a great opportunity for Wales to open up to the outside world. The window for display. I hope we can seize this opportunity and don't be embarrassed. At that time, I have invited His Highness, the two little princes, and hundreds of noble guests at home and abroad to come and watch this party. Therefore, before that, I need the Parliament to give me full support. Your Excellency, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. On behalf of the Parliament, as long as it is not particularly excessive, we will definitely support you fully. The speaker waited for Alan to finish speaking, then whispered in agreement. He was actually a little naughty, but there were some things he couldn't say. Just like what Alan said, hundreds of nobles from home and abroad would come to Wales to watch the party, but Alan didn't mention other audiences throughout the whole process. In this way, it can be understood that this party is a completely aristocratic party, and those who come to watch are all aristocrats. It has nothing to do with common people like them. Oh, it doesn't matter. They common people are responsible for the logistical work of receiving the noble lords and performing the performances for the noble lords. What age are we in? And someone is actually trying to restore the country. A party attended by all the nobles. But this makes perfect sense in Wales, because no one in Wales can offend the person who hosted the party. Not only can they not offend him, but they also have to watch him make careless demands in the Parliament. The world is really going downhill. First of all, the first point is the appearance of the city. Wales has a long history, and Cardiff, the capital, also has a certain reputation internationally. With so many visitors this time, I hope the Parliament will issue a document to allow various companies, schools, and various streets and communities mobilize personnel to conduct a citywide cleanup, thoroughly clean up some dirty places, and show all guests our Welsh customs. Sir, is this citywide cleanup a bit too exaggerated? When the speaker heard Alan's first request, everyone went numb. The Welsh have never experienced this kind of formalism. Even when the Queen came before, the most she could do was lay out a red carpet and organize some people to stand on both sides of the road to welcome her. When she got here, she would have a party. We want the entire Cardiff to conduct a citywide cleanup, but the key is not to pay. How can we do this? Exaggeration. I don't care. Anyway, we just have to clean it up. As for the name, you can make it up as you like. I only care about the results. Alan turned around and looked at the speaker, then turned around and glanced at the audience. It is the end of the year. There are nearly 200 members coming to the Parliament today, which has reached 2/3 of the entire Welsh Parliament. Looking at Alan's eyes, the speaker felt better. Among the ordinary members in the audience, no one dared to look at Alan. They all pretended to be honest. Some even rushed to Alan when they saw him smiled. "I will send someone to Cardiff in a few days to inspect. If any area has not been cleaned, I will not rush you. I will only write it down in my notebook. When I come back from work early next year, I will settle accounts with them one by one. I don't care who it is, as long as it affects my party, as long as it affects my image, I will remember him, and no one can escape." The speaker swallowed without leaving a trace. He said it well. Why did he start threatening? This is the parliament. How dignified. Your Excellency, please continue. We will study these at a meeting tomorrow. HMPH. Second point. You must have heard about what happened recently. The famous media tycoon Robert died off the coast of Cardiff. I have caught his murderer, but 2 of them slipped through the cracks. The fish are still absconding. Alan's voice was sinister and he began to scan the people in the audience again, especially when he saw his confidant Thomas. Alan smiled at him and said, "In view of this situation, during the party, the Cardiff Police Department, we must attach great importance to this party and do a good job in security for the party. I will send people here to assist you when the time comes. For such an important party, it is definitely necessary to strengthen security, but given the ability of the Welsh police, if they are really responsible for the security of this party, the speaker himself will not be at ease. This is a bit too difficult. Although the 2 absconding murderers have escaped, I also heard that Robert's child was also assassinated by them in retaliation. Faced with such brutal fugitives, who knows whether they will come back to Wales again? If they come back, they happen to show up on the day of the party, or come back after the party. With this cold snort, the speaker suddenly seemed to understand something. These 2 fugitives seemed to be a perfect excuse. As long as they are not caught for a day, no matter who dies during this period, it seems that they can rely on them. If thinking of this, the speaker quietly glanced at Alan's back. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder Alan was so arrogant just now. He used to pretend more or less, but now he doesn't even bother to pretend. It turns out that because this third organize a group of volunteers to serve as tour guides for the various performance groups that arrive. You can lead them around and spend some money. This can also be considered as a contribution to the economic revitalization of Wales. I'm working on a large-scale plan for the economic revitalization of Wales. When I finish next month, we will discuss it again in the parliament next year." After Alan finished speaking, he stood up while packing up the manuscript. He glanced at the speaker who was staring at him in a daze and said softly, "Mr. Speaker, after I have finished speaking, I will not stay here for a long time. I will leave the rest of the time to you." "Oh, sir, are you leaving? I'll see you off." The speaker was still thinking about what Alan said just now, and he was a little distracted by this thought. When he was called back by Alan, he was suddenly frightened and faced Alan's attitude. He subconsciously lowered his attitude a lot. "No, I leave this information to you. No matter how carefully you read it, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Your Excellency, we will discuss it carefully." On December 20th, 1993, Wales ushered in the heavy snowfall of this winter. Although the outer wall material of Alan's new castle is special, it is still made of stone in nature. When it snows heavily, the entire castle is covered with a thick layer of silver. Boss Chad was wearing a blue-grey warm weather suit and a red scarf around his neck. He was sitting across the road from the gate of Alan's new castle. He placed a small stool next to him as a utility bench and was concentrating on his winter gouache painting. The reference in the painting is Alan's new castle. "Your Highness, it's such a cold day, let's go back early." Alan squatted next to Boss Chap, holding a ball of snow in his hand, and was absent-mindedly wiping the snowball on Da Huang's face. The little tiger was pinned down by Alan and struggled in the snow and could only be ravaged by Alan. "You moved to a new house, and I didn't give you any gifts. Taking this opportunity, I'll draw you a picture and treat it as a gift. Let's see how it goes." Boss Chat turned his head to look at Alan with a happy expression on his face, showing off his new masterpiece. "Oh, you gave it to me." As soon as he heard that it was given to him, Alan instantly became energetic. Without complaining about the cold weather outside, he grabbed the rhubarb and squatted down for 2 steps before moving it to the easel. Chapter 546 Receiving Guests. Looking at the gouache painting on the drawing board, Alan really couldn't complain. Alan felt it was a loss to give him £1 to buy this thing. But when he saw a line written in the lower left corner of the drawing paper, Alan's mood improved a lot. To my beloved Alan, written in the winter of 1993, Wales. See, the last C is the artistic signature of the boss on the painting. Sometimes there are some small letters at the end, which can be ignored. Your Highness, your painting skills have improved a lot. I remember the last time I saw you painting, I was shocked. How long has it been since then? I actually feel that I have improved again. Your Highness, you are busy in your daily life. During the time of national affairs, I'm actually able to achieve such an achievement, which really impresses me. Okay, boss. Cha seemed a little impatient with his words, but the grin on his face had given him away. Now there were no outsiders here. Boss Cha was very impressed by Alan's compliments. He smiled and pointed at Alan with a paintbrush in his hand and said, "Look at your new castle. It's deserted inside. The design is so unreasonable." What His Highness is saying is that I can't find any famous designers in the countryside here. I'm not talking about architectural design, but green layout design. Look at the middle of this place. There is only lawn. What does it look like? Is this a playground? Alan turned his head and looked at the castle. He felt that this was good. In the future, when Rhubarb grows up, he can play hard on the grass. Even if he usually rides a horse or something, he can gallop on the lawn of his castle. How good. If you do this when I'm not busy for a while, I'll design it for you myself, boss. Cha put his hands together and gestured towards the castle in the distance. When you enter here, you can ask the flower slave to build an arched corridor. Every summer, when you get home, you can pass by a green corridor formed by plants, and your whole mood will be much better. The 2 sides and the left side are made into French-style small gardens. When you have children in the future, you can do some parent-child activities in it. On the right, it is made into a Mediterranean-style garden, and a swimming pool can be added, where you can relax in the summer. Behind your castle, you can open up a few vegetable plots, plant organic vegetables, and build a chicken coop next to it. The chicken manure produced by the chicken coop can be used as fertilizer. You can also ask the servants to release the chickens and find them in the vegetable plot. Eat the bugs, and from now on, you can be self-sufficient in chickens here. Seeing Boss Cha getting more and more excited as he talked, Alan's heart went cold. He had already imagined the picture that Boss Cha had painted for him, with the front yard turned into a garden and the backyard turned into a vegetable patch and chicken farm. Do it like this, the atmosphere he had worked so hard to create would be gone, and the previously mighty and domineering new castle would look like a newly built villa for an avarice in the countryside. This thing can no longer be called a castle, but an urban rural fringe bath center. Anyway, the more he thought about it, the more Alan felt that he didn't need to ask his boss to design it for him. He couldn't stand that style. Your Highness, forget about raising chickens. I think those things have a smell and they also like to crow. I don't like the noise. Boss Cha, who was talking excitedly, heard Alan's retort. The smile on his face froze, and he said sullenly, "You don't raise chickens yourself. Do you just want to catch chickens at my place?" No, your Highness, I am. It's settled. After I finish designing the layout, I will send you the people and equipment. When your chicken coop is built, I will make you the honorary president of the Welsh Chicken Association, and you will host it every year. At the award ceremony for the entire Welsh breeding industry, I want to award medals to farmers who are good at raising each species. Give them to chickens too. When he thought about wearing a suit, judging awards for a group of farmers holding chickens, and giving them medals, and maybe taking a group photo together, the hairs on Alan's back stood up. He asked if the boss was crazy. Your Highness, please don't be like this. I'm a little scared. How about we really rebel? We are so suppressed. We are already preparing to give medals to chickens. What's wrong? Are you excited just thinking about it? Boss Cha looked at Alan, who was in a daze, and asked again with some complacency, Your Highness, I have to go to the airport to pick someone up later. How about we go back? Well, if you need to go pick someone up, just go and don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself, boss. Cha moved the scarf around his neck and greeted the two servants with some unfinished thoughts, preparing to ask them to continue walking with him. More than a dozen silver Bentley stretch models formed an extremely luxurious fleet and drove into Cardiff International Airport arrogantly. This is the first model made by Bentley since it was acquired by Alan. It is somewhat similar to the later Bentley Flying Spur, but the Bentley model now used by this team is one size larger than the Flying Spur, with a body length of 5.6 meters. The interior of the car provides an extremely large and comfortable rear seat space. The King of Sweden, Gustav, took his son and young daughter. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw this motorcade driving on the runway, heading this way. The Wales International Airport has been extremely busy these 2 days, not because there are more tourists coming, but because there are more nobles invited to watch the party. In previous years, passenger flow was at its lowest during this period, but this year is different. Many foreign nobles who came to attend the appointment, even if their families were not very wealthy, but since they accepted Alan's invitation to come to Wales, they had to maintain their face, even if they were selling the pot. Therefore, the most frequent arrivals at Wales International Airport these days are private planes and special planes. Outside the slightly shabby one-story terminal building next to it, there were dozens of media who came to join in the fun and take photos. Every aristocratic gentleman could feel the feeling of a star walking on the red carpet when he got off the plane. But today, as this extremely arrogant motorcade entered the airport runway, needless to say, some media outlets took the initiative to cover their filming equipment with something. Nothing else. They were notified that some people can be photographed and some people cannot be photographed. As for the person coming now, you can tell by just looking at the license plate number that he is the one who cannot be photographed. Don't be too clever. If anyone dares to secretly photograph you, the consequences will be serious. Haha, Leo Goo. Your plane has actually been advanced. After Alan waited for the car to stop, he opened his arms and gave Gustav a big hug. When he got out of the car, your convoy Gustav still hasn't come back to his senses. He knows that Alan is very rich and arrogant in Wales. He was given the bandit number of the Welsh bully. He knew all this information, but when he really got here, I discovered it only after observing on site. The arrogance in his understanding does not seem to be the same thing as Alan's arrogance. If he goes to the airport to pick someone up, he can let the car drive into the airport. But if he is like Alan, driving on the runway in such a swagger, even the media next to him will not dare to take pictures. When he arrives, a poor guy like him couldn't even imagine this kind of power. Haha, it's not even worth mentioning. Don't you know? I bought Bentley a few years ago. In the past few years, they have been handling internal affairs and doing research and development at the same time. The efficiency of small factories is slow. It took them several years to develop. How about a model that satisfies me? Do you like it? When you go back, I will have someone give you one. Brother, I like it. Give me one too. Before Gustav could speak, Prince Bertel next to him actually took the initiative to speak and flattered Alan first with a sweet mouth. Brother, Alan, I'm very happy that my father brought me to the party this time. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Can you take me to visit your castle? Haha, Bertel, you've grown taller again. Okay, give it away. I'll give it to you when you leave. You can go back with me today and stay at my place at night. When you come to Wales, treat this place as your own home, and you can play whatever you want. If anything happens, tell me your name. Alan stretched out his hand and rubbed Prince Bertel's head a few times. He glanced sideways and saw the little girl standing next to Bertel. He had the impression that this girl was Gustav's youngest daughter, the elder of his family. Madeline wore an extremely luxurious white gauze dress, a white fur coat, and a cute little hat on her head. Her little face turned red from the cold. Maybe it's because little girls develop earlier than boys. Madeline, who is only 11 years old this year, is already over 1.4 meters tall. At first glance, she looks a bit like a big girl. Seeing that Alan's eyes were finally on her, Madeline bowed and made a ladylike gesture and said with a smile, "Brother Alan, I'm glad to see you. It's my first time in Wales, so I'm bothering you. Ha ha ha. Okay, Madeline must be freezing. Get in the car quickly, and let's talk about it when we get back." Alan nodded to Madeline without thinking much. He had no interest in this kind of half-grown girl who had not yet grown up. His only feeling was that this little girl was much more polite than her sister, the crown prince. She is much more beautiful, as if she was born from a different mother. "Bertel, you and Madeline sit in the back car, and your father and I take the other car. We'll chat on the way, okay?" As soon as Gustav got in the car, he was overwhelmed by the interior of the car. Let's say luxury. It can be considered luxurious. This is the main selling point of Bentley and Rolls-Royce, but Alan's car has the interior feels a bit weird to Gustav. After the team left the airport, Alan touched the armrest between the two seats and smiled. "This is a special request by me. My Bentley only produces 4-seater models, just to make it more comfortable when sitting in the back." Gustav looked at Alan's hand, specifically the armrest that Alan was touching. This thing was so inconsistent. This car looked like a new car at first glance. He couldn't figure out why the decoration on the armrest in the middle was a darkened and old gold inlaid ornament, and it looked very old feel. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the shape of this ornament. Should he say that it was the traditional red dragon shape from Wales? Its neck is much longer than the traditional red dragon shape, and it looks very fierce. Seeing Gustav's confused look, Alan felt happy. His personality has completely changed now. If he has a good thing, he doesn't want to hide it, but find someone to show it off, and show off his face. The jewelry on the armrest has a lot of history. It is the most expensive thing in the car, and is also Alan's favorite thing. "What? Do you see something wrong?" "Well, this ornament of yours looks like an antique. It looks familiar to me. I think I've seen it in the Royal Museum of Ontario, Canada, and elsewhere." As Gustav spoke, he reached out and touched the armrest. The surface was extremely smooth and the shape was like a faucet. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. The dragon's horns extend back along the neck, and the dragon's mouth opens wide, as if it is about to spit out fire. "Haha, your grandfather used to love Chinese history, so you should know this thing. This is what they stole back from Luoyang, China, 70 years ago, and collected it in the British Museum. It includes the Emperor Zhao's carriages and horses, and the dragon's head." Alan raised his chin, patted the dragon jewelry on the armrest, and gave Gustav some science knowledge about the origin of this thing. "Oh, I remembered. Why does it look so familiar? I saw this thing before, when I went to the British Museum. Is this a replica of yours?" Snort. "Just a copy of chicken feathers. Just this thing is a copy worthy of his identity as Mr. Allen." Alan snorted with great disdain, said nothing, and only smiled at Gustav. He had been sponsoring goldsmiths in China in the past few years. Li Zhi opened a jewelry company to earn some pocket money from the jewelry made by these goldsmiths, but Alan did not use them that way anymore. With his acquaintances in the British Museum, he was able to get all the dimensions of this thing and asked the goldsmiths to copy it 1-to-1 according to its appearance. It took him more than a year, and he had just completed the distressing some time ago. When he was working, he couldn't wait to have someone replace the real thing from the British Museum with a replica. As for the British Museum, a bunch of stupid foreigners know nothing about it, and these things will be ruined in their hands. It is better to let them stay in the hands of Master Alan, so that the treasures are not covered with dust. Although Alan didn't speak, his smile said everything, and Gustav suddenly understood. Alan is so shady, even the British Museum doesn't let him go. It's really hard to guard against domestic thieves day and night. If this guy dares to get a foreign cultural relic out of it today, will he be able to return it in the future? Don't worry, Leo Goo. If you have any requirements for the interior of the car, I will give you. Feel free to mention it. If you like something, just tell me, and I will think of a way to help you get it. No, I don't use these old things. I just use normal things. Hey, is there something wrong with the leather of your seat, Gustav? didn't like these things that Alan liked. Otherwise he wouldn't have given his antiques to Alan without taking them seriously. Just when he was about to make some other requests, he suddenly realized that he touched. As for the seats, the leather feel of this seat is very different from the usual leather seats in the car. Oh, tell me this. This is a lion I shot when I was hunting in the Gambia. These seats are all wrapped in lion skin. The golden color is so festive. Gustave was speechless when he heard that the lion skin was used. This was too wasteful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547. Alan, I will discuss something with you again. Gustave coyly whispered, do you have any lion skins left over there? TSK, I've used all these things. Do you want it? Don't you also like hunting? I also have a hunting ground in Gambia. It was originally prepared for His Highness, but then he never had the chance to go. You can go directly to me. Isn't it a great sense of accomplishment for you to hunt that hunting ground yourself and use the lion skins you hunted to make the interior? Hahaha. Okay, it's settled. Although he was a little envious of Alan's industry, Gustave did not refuse Alan's proposal. For a person who likes hunting, he has no ability to resist this kind of thing. By the way, why didn't the Queen and the young Crown Prince come after the two of them finished chatting about the car? Alan then remembered that when he sent out the invitation, he had invited 5 members of Gustave's family. Only 3 people came today, but those 2 people didn't come. Because he had a strong relationship with Gustave, Alan sincerely invited their family to come to Wales as guests, and he also had a little selfish intention. He wanted to show off in front of their country bumpkins. Nowadays, half of the people are here, which is quite unsatisfactory. Why? Seeing Alan asking about the Queen, Gustave sighed sadly and looked at the scenery outside the window with some melancholy. We quarreled again, and they stopped coming at home. Oh, before Alan could ask, Gustave had already started to complain. Hey, because Sweden has joined the EU recently, the parliament has been very lively and has introduced some new policies. It happened because of something a few days ago. That is, Gustave gritted his teeth as if he had made some kind of decision and looked at Alan solemnly and said, Alan, can you do me a favor? You say it first. Seeing the expressions on Gustave's face change, as if he was playing face changing, Alan was full of curiosity. What happened again? Regarding Sweden's accession to the European Union, Alan not only witnessed the entire process, he was also one of the participants. But the bad thing is that Alan was a participant because Alan was scolded by the self-righteous Crown Prince at the time. He had a grudge and was ready to stumble Sweden's human rights investigation into the European Union. Later, 2 extremely strict human rights inspections took place, and all procedures were delayed until early November. This incident has disgusted some members of the Swedish parliament, but they can't do anything about it because the EU's human rights investigation team is all young people, and Alan, the team leader, is not here. What these young people have done, all investigations are reasonable and legal, but a little strict and inhumane. But as the old saying goes, everything has 2 sides. Even if it is targeted, there are still 2 sides. Why do we say politicians are dirty? It's because some politicians will do whatever it takes, just for the power in their hands. For example, Alan's rigorous investigation this time has allowed some people to see opportunities in their propaganda. The reason why the European Human Rights Investigation Team conducts such a rigorous investigation represents the authority and rigor of the EU. The reason why Sweden conducted 2 investigations and lasted such a long time is because Sweden was involved in the investigation. In terms of human rights, we are still not doing enough. Since they have not done enough, they must reflect on themselves and examine themselves in this way. A new Swedish Human Rights Cooperation Investigation and Rectification Department was prepared out of thin air after Sweden finally joined the EU. These people felt that they had encountered some European rules, so they simply intensified their efforts in Sweden. First of all, They found new ideas from the inspiration brought to them by Alan. Alan likes to dig into details, the so-called note picking, but these people don't think so. They felt that Alan was a noble man who had strict requirements. He was responsible for his work and Sweden. Not only did they not feel that it was a shame for Alan to make things difficult for them, but they also had a great impression of Alan, the person who made things difficult for them. By the way, they continued to make things difficult for other people in Sweden, such as King Gustav. In Alan's way, Sweden has always been somewhat morbid in terms of human rights, but now that this group of people has made such a fuss, it is even more lively. The first person to be taken out and operated on was the royal family. Since the Queen Princess was canonized, no one has ever raised any questions about her title. Most of the crown princes in Europe are male by default, so whenever there are special circumstances and a woman is appointed as crown prince, the gender will be added in front to distinguish it. This is a common practice. But now, not in Sweden. Because some congressmen who have tasted the sweetness believe that the crown prince is the crown prince, and adding gender in front of it is discrimination. This is not only gender discrimination, but they also take it to another level, saying that it is discrimination against the Swedish royal family. Anyway, in the end, the Swedish parliament quickly approved the change in the title of the crown prince. From now on, we can no longer introduce the gender specifically, we will just call the crown prince Alan. Blinked. This story was a bit too magical, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Just because of this little bullshit, why go through so much trouble? People are really too busy. It's just this title. Should I change it? If I change it? This is your reaction. Alan stared at Gustav's face. Something was wrong. This is not a matter of title. They want my life. Gustav clenched his fist and gave his thigh a hard blow and complained. Since the title has been changed, and some people have mentioned that I'm too old, it is better to abdicate early and let her take the position. They also used peripheral examples as examples. Great Britain is also the queen, Denmark is also the queen, and we in Sweden should also enter the era of queens. How can I endure this? I'm old. I'm old. Am I very old? Can I scream once? 10 girls play with me, can they? Looking at Gustav, whose face turned red, Alan almost laughed. Gustav, who has always been a bit weak, was forced to do this. You can imagine what unpleasant words he heard, and how much pressure he was under. Then, what did your precious queen princess say? Although he was somewhat sympathetic to Gustav's experience, Alan subconsciously began to get angry. This was his instinctive behavior. She was almost brainwashed by those people. She wished she could be her queen soon. When had she ever seen me as a father in her eyes? As for you asking why the queen didn't come, this ignorant woman actually thought the council is right. She never thought that even I was being manipulated like this. When her daughter comes to power, won't they become puppets? These two idiots are still dreaming. They think that after they come to power, the council we will return some rights to the royal family. Gustav became angrier as he spoke. For people who have not been exposed to this aspect, power and status are certainly desirable, but if they have no strength and rush into the market, it is hard to say who is the hunter and who is the prey. Although Gustav has no power now, he is a type he has seen before. When he was young, he was with his grandfather, and the old king of Sweden had real power in his hands. When he arrived at Gustav's place, even if he had been raised since he was young, he still couldn't defeat that group of people, let alone a foreign queen from an ordinary family and a daughter who was only 16 years old. They were the only two who still dreamed of taking power, and in their perception, they actually always thought that power was easy to obtain. However, Gustav had no power simply because of his lack of ability. If it were them, they definitely did better than Gustav. This makes me feel very confused. Old. Goo. If not, just write me a list and I'll help you solve it. Alan waved and asked Gustav to move closer. He put his right hand on his shoulder and said arrogantly, as long as you say so, within 48 hours, I will kill the person you want to die. You can do it at the door of your parliament. You don't have the death penalty in Sweden anyway. After I succeed, I will ask my people to surrender directly, and I will extradite them back after a while. How about it? Are you not interested in my method? Gustav looked at Alan in astonishment. Sometimes you feel like Alan is very sinister, and when you want to discuss some advanced fighting matters with him, he will play violent tricks on you. Sometimes when you feel that he is very violent, he will occasionally play some dirty tricks on you. Ellen, it's not necessary. I'm different from you. When Gustav heard Alan's plan, most of his anger disappeared instantly. Even if Alan sent people to kill people, he could still hide in Wales. But what about Gustav? Where could he hide? Ha ha ha. You, Alan, put his arm around Gustav's shoulders and shook him like a boss, pointing out the window and saying, look, after we came out of the airport, did the motorcade stop along the way? Look at both sides of the road again. Are there any cars in front of you? Are there any cars in the back? Gustav looked out the window with some confusion. Not to mention, he wouldn't have noticed it if Alan hadn't brought it up. It seemed that he hadn't stopped all the way after coming out of the airport point. Although Wales doesn't have any big cities, it doesn't even have a traffic light point. But along the way, he really didn't feel that the convoy stopped, and there weren't even cars in front or behind the convoy, which was a bit strange. In Wales, Alan pointed to the roadside village he had just passed and said, even a mouse in these villages knows that Alan Hill, is not easy to mess with. Don't talk about these people. I will go out in the car. I have never waited for a traffic light, and I have never given up my seat to others. No one here dares to block my way. Gustav could already imagine the image of a village bully like Alan, so unscrupulous. How did he grow so big? This was a bit beyond Gustav's cognition. He knew about privilege, but no one had ever spoken out about privilege to this extent. He really hadn't seen many of them, even when his grandfather was outside. How many? I also want to act in a role of caring for the common people. Alan is someone who doesn't act in anything. You are the king. If I were you, I would either fight with them or simply abdicate, buy an island, and be free from the world from now on. Oh, by the way, I forgot, you even bought the island doesn't have any money. Once again, Alan gave him an all-round blow from words to body and mind. Gustav's lips were trembling, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He originally came to Alan to talk to him and ask for help, but now he seems to have been sent to his door to poke him. Alan's stabs made him feel heartbroken. By the way, you just said you wanted my help. Didn't you ask me to help you kill people? Gustav shook his head feebly and said with some despair, Bertel has been a little disappointed during this period. In that environment, I'm afraid he will be hit. I heard that the teaching environment here is very good. William and Harry are following you, so I want to send Bertel to you and let him study here in the future. He is still young, and some things should not involve him. Hearing Gustav actually say this, it was Alan's turn to be surprised this time. He is such a powerful and domineering nobleman. Who told him that the teaching quality here is good? If Bertel comes here in the future, who will he be? Director of Carmarthen Kindergarten. Teacher Alan. Dean. Is it suitable to take care of a little kid if you hold him together? Leo. Goo. You can't do this. How old am I? I'm not married yet, and I have 3 children by my side. It doesn't matter if this is spread to outsiders. I'm not asking for any big favors. Just help me take care of a child. Bertel still admires you so much. Gustav listened to Alan's complaints and subconsciously retorted. When he finished speaking, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Alan is not married yet, still young. Huh, Alan, how old are you? 68. This year 25. Gustav's eyes lit up again when he heard this number. Although his youngest daughter is only 11 years old this year, the legal age for marriage is 16, which means there will only be another 5 years at most. If she waits until she is 14 to get engaged first, that is 3 years to go in terms of status. My daughter is also the 3rd princess of the Swedish royal family. Ignoring the family property and power of both parties and only talking about status, she and Ellen can be considered a good match, and the age gap is not too big. Although Gustav's ability is indeed not that good, if Alan becomes his son-in-law in the future, based on his relationship with Bertel, Alan will be equivalent to Bertel's backer in the future, and then the Swedish throne will finally belong to him. There really is something to say, as long as he can hold on these days. When Bertel grows up, And with Alan's help, why can't he regain the crown prince position that Bertel was deprived of? Doesn't Alan like to snatch things? Aren't you very arrogant? I'll find a big one for you to take advantage of this time. Even if he doesn't help Bertel, Gustav has already thought of a way out. At worst, his little daughter Madeline will be involved. Although this little girl is old, small, but as long as she marries Alan, what if he insists on passing the throne to his younger daughter? You, Alan, may not help your uncle, but you can't not even help your own wife, right? Thinking of this, Gustav's mood instantly improved, and the look he looked at Alan became more and more strange. This feeling of an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, especially the feeling of looking at a good son-in-law, the more he looked at it, the more he liked him. Ellen, I'll discuss something with you again. Chapter 548. Dad didn't force you. Seeing that Gustav didn't speak for a long time, Alan thought that he was calmed by what he just said. No matter what, Gustav was a king after all, but his life was not as good as him. Alan was inevitably a little proud. This was all it is, he who has worked his way up to where he is today step by step over the years, and he has a great sense of accomplishment. Hey, you said you are so old, and you are not going to pick on the future countess. Gustav prepared to find out the details first, and tactfully gave his future son-in-law a daughter-in-law. Huh. Countess, when he heard this word, Alan was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was urging him to find a wife. Tsk. Just now, you said you were not old, and now you are doing this in the blink of an eye. What Alan hated most in the past was that when the new year was approaching, when he returned to his hometown, he would face questions from his 7 aunts and 8 aunts, and even the neighbors, about his partner nowadays. When you go abroad, you are still not exempt from the customs. What kind of wife are you looking for? I'm the royal guard of the British royal family. Your highness is captain of the guard, and the majestic Earl of Carmarthen. How old was our highness before we got married? How could I get married earlier than our highness? Leo. Goo, you told me just now that you can call 10 at a time. Do you know how many I can find? It was just now. Now is now. How could the father-in-law and son-in-law talk about this kind of issue? There was some embarrassment visible on Gustav's face, but he couldn't say it clearly yet, so he could only echo unnaturally. How many? Alan let go of Gustav and proudly stretched out an index finger with his right hand and shook it. 1. Gustav looked at Alan with some surprise. Judging from his appearance alone, he didn't realize that Alan was such a dedicated person, and he only found 1. Moreover, he had rarely heard of Alan over the years. What kind of scandal spreads out? What's the real story? Gustav couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when he thought that a person like Alan could be so dedicated. Just now he was bragging in front of his future son-in-law that he would find 10, and now it's true that Evelyn's heart is used to judge a gentleman's heart. Ellen, I blamed you wrongly. I thought what 1? I've been looking for it. Alan saw that Gustav was feeling even more uncomfortable now, and patted Gustav before explaining, look at my appearance, my identity, and my wealth. Do I lack a woman? Do I lack a wife? Why should I end my infinite happiness early and get married early? If I don't get married, I can keep looking for whatever type you like. Damn thing. I think highly of you. The ashamed look on Gustav's face suddenly froze after hearing Alan's explanation. He suddenly turned his head and looked out the window, not wanting to talk to Alan anymore. On both sides of the two-lane path in the forest were woods covered with a layer of snow. As soon as they turned the corner, Gustav saw a very historic castle in the distance. The exterior wall of this thing is full of mottled spots. A quick look shows that it is not just the traces left by the erosion of time. There are some marks on it that were left after the war. Although such an ancient building has a strong sense of history, it is not easy for people to still live in it now. Looking at it this way, it can only be said that Alan's home is relatively high-end, but in terms of luxury, it is not even close to it. Looking at this dilapidated castle, Gustav felt that he could finally find a sense of superiority in Alan. No matter how poor he was, the Swedish royal family now lives in the old palace, which is much better than where Alan lives now. It can be several levels of luxury. As the motorcade approached the castle, Gustav turned his head with a smile on his face and was about to taunt Alan, who knew that the motorcade showed no sign of stopping at all and flashed past the road in front of the castle, just like passing by a normal person. Roadside village. What's wrong? Oh, you are talking about this castle. This is my family's old castle. I have disliked it for a long time. Now it is left for my servants to work and live in. I built a new castle not far away. How long has it been since Gustav experienced this feeling of something stuck in his throat? He just wanted to make a mockery and not even give him this chance. People can build a new castle, but with this financial resources, how can he still laugh at him? As the woods on both sides of the road became sparse and sparse, in a blink of an eye it was like finally coming out of a tunnel. What came into view was an open space and a castle in the distance with an extremely retro style, and a bit of arrogance came into viewpoint. Because I arrived late, the sky was already dark at this time. The outer wall of the castle in the distance was covered with a layer of snow, but the outer wall under the snow seemed to be burning for some reason, glowing with a layer of orange-red fire. Looking a bit coquettish and evil, the motorcade headed straight forward towards the road in front of the castle gate. Only now did Gustav realize that this road seemed to be built for this castle. The end of the road was the castle gate. The broad gate of the castle was faintly illuminated by fire, like the open mouth of an ancient behemoth lying on the ground, devouring the approaching convoy. Welcome to my home. As soon as he got off the car, Alan opened his arms slightly and turned to look at Gustav, as well as Bertel and Madeline, who had just got off the car from behind. Even though she was standing outside the hall before entering, Madeline had already slightly opened her mouth with a look of surprise. As a little girl, she has little resistance to jewelry and shiny things in Madeline's eyes. The large hall door in front of her was like a mine filled with diamonds. The mine door opened towards her, expecting her to go in and take it as she pleased. Ouch. Before Madeline could think about it, a fierce and milky roar interrupted her thinking, and she saw a blonde kid leading a little tiger with a big chain at the door of the hall. The little tiger he was holding was struggling forward with a look of dissatisfaction. At the end of the struggle, it was restricted by the iron chain around its neck. The little tiger turned around in anger and pounced on the naughty child holding it. Hello, Your Majesty Gustav, I'm here to greet you on behalf of my father. Cousin, save me. Harry was wearing a handsome little suit and he was dressed like a dog. When he saw Gustav, he finished the etiquette very neatly and began to give a welcome speech. Before he finished speaking, Dahuang looked at the hanging hair. There was a bite on my trouser leg. Harry was both playful and fun-loving. When Alan went out to pick up people and was not at home, he asked the servants to help him tie the little tiger up with chains and take him out so that he could show off. Unexpectedly, he just saw the guest. Then, the little tiger bit him. Madeline saw the little tiger in Harry's hand howling wildly, and his little face turned pale with fright. Harry was bitten by the rhubarb and fell off the iron chain. As soon as he let go of his hand, rhubarb was very clever. He felt that the restraints on his body were gone. He struggled and ran towards Madeline. This little thing also knew that persimmons should be picked softly. Among the people present, this one was the only one who screamed loudly, so he ran towards Madeline. This person pounces, snapped. Woo! Before rhubarb could pounce on someone, Alan kicked him. Rhubarb made a sound like a puppy whining. The tail that had been wagging happily just now drooped down, and the whole tiger's eyes instantly became much clearer. He jumped up from the ground and looked at Alan walking towards it. The little guy didn't even dare to bare his teeth. He only dared to lower his head and touch Alan's outstretched palm cautiously. Haha. Raising a kitten is a bit naughty. It didn't scare you, did it? Harry, what did you do? Who asked you to touch it? Alan grabbed the rhubarb on the ground and hugged it into his arms. At this time, the rhubarb was exactly as he said, lying on Alan's arm like a kitten. That's the tiger raised by my cousin. Are you envious? Harry took Bertel and the two of them behind and introduced Alan's little tiger to them from the moment they entered the hall, making it look like he had raised it. Seeing that Madeline ignored him and even Prince Bertel next to him ignored him, Harry became a little excited. He is a child. When others come to visit at home, as long as they are not too introverted, they like to show off to others. What's more, Alan often complained in front of them that the Swedish royal family was very poor. In Harry's impression, the brother and sister were like country bumpkins who came out of the ravine. They probably had little knowledge, and probably didn't even eat anything delicious. Pass. Harry, are these diamonds? Bertel pointed to the things around the hall that blinded him, and asked with a somewhat uncertain tone. Yes, how is it? Is it powerful? My cousin asked people to get these from Africa. It is said that it took many trucks to transport so many. When the castle was being renovated, Harry had no impression of it at all, but that didn't stop him from bragging to outsiders. These country bumpkins didn't understand anyway. Sharp. Bertel was a little numb. Not only him, but also his father Gustav was a little numb. As soon as he entered this hall point, they have seen rich people before, but this is really the first time for them to see such a prodigal whose whole wall is studded with diamonds. But the impression Alan's behavior gave them was not that of an upstart, but of strength. Different perspectives of thinking and cognition lead to different perspectives on things. Especially Gustav. He recalled what he saw and heard along the way. At this moment, he could truly appreciate the strength of Alan. Points to sum up. Master Alan can walk sideways on 3/3 of an acre of land in Wales. Okay, you have just arrived today. Go take a bath and rest for the night. Tell the servants what you want for dinner. I will not accompany you. After the party tomorrow, you can stay here for a few more days. I will send someone taking you on a tour of Wales. Alan carelessly arranged the itinerary for the three of them, and then called the servants to ask them to serve the guests, following the servant upstairs. Gustav looked at the various antiques placed everywhere in the castle. Some of them he could see the clues to, and some he couldn't understand, but this did not prevent these things from being understood. It secretly represents the financial resources and strength of the owner of this castle. Madeline even walked a little cautiously, and her eyes looked a little different when she looked at the things around her. Gustav gently put his hand on his little daughter's shoulder and asked, "Madeline, do you like it here?" "Like." Madeline gave the answer without any hesitation, and her decisiveness even made Gustav, the old father, feel a little sad. Then, "Do you want to live here forever?" Madeline paused, and Bertel behind her also stopped. Point. Although the Swedish royal family is poor, although it has no rights, even though it is a coward, it has little knowledge. Point. But these are all relatively compared to other wealthy royal families or nobles compared with ordinary families. Their family certainly goes far beyond that. Point. Children who grow up in such an environment are of course far from what ordinary children of the same age can compare with. Point. Just like Harry, although he is not old, he also knows that a foreign princess is coming, and he wants to look familiar. If he sees the right person, he may be able to develop it in the future. He may not even understand what this development means, but he knew how to take the initiative to get closer. When Madeline heard what her father said, she also vaguely understood what Gustav meant. "Father, do you want me to marry Brother Alan?" Although this question is shameful, after asking this sentence, Madeline felt like a big stone fell in her heart. She didn't know anything about love, but she understood that if she could really marry Alan, she will be able to enjoy happiness in the future. Haha, Dad is not forcing you. You can think about it yourself. I'm going to leave your brother here so that he can go to school in Wales. We will stay here for a few more days. You have to think carefully about it these few days. Before leaving, you give me an answer. If you are interested, then you can stay and go to school like your brother. Remember, Dad is not forcing you. It is all up to you. Looking at Gustav's kind eyes, Madeline nodded obediently. Her face flushed. Tuesday, December 21st, 1993. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the huge temporary studio hall of Welsh television station was located on the seaside in the southern suburbs of Cardiff. To get here from Carmarthen, you need to take a detour through Cardiff City. Starting at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic police started to block the relevant road sections with road signs, and different volunteers began to roll out red carpets on the ground. The red carpet that stretches for miles is pieced together by collecting all the red carpets in Cardiff and Lynn City. From a distance, it looks like that. Anyway, it gives people a very grand feeling. There are many luxury cars along the way, starting with Rolls-Royce and Bentley, and the last one is a stretched Lincoln. Alan did not have time to receive all the invited nobles one by one. He only called a few with good connections to come to his home, and they were responsible for the rest of their travels. Although this seems very rude, in this foreign environment, large gatherings are like this. There are no rules for the host to entertain well. Alan is holding a party, not a party at home point, but this will make Cardiff and surrounding cities extremely excited. Ordinary people may never have the opportunity to see so many nobles in such a short period of time. The owners of some hotels and hotels chartered by nobles even went to the hotel in person just to have a few words with these nobles or take a photo with them so as to feel noble. Chapter 549 Getting Involved. Several traditional Welsh harps were arranged at the entrance of the studio to welcome guests, and a small clog dancing team was performing next to it. This clog is not the clog from the island country, but the clog from Wales. The two shoes have basically nothing to do with each other except for their similar names due to translation problems. Moreover, this kind of clog was spread to all over the world with Welsh sailors. Among them it is most popular in Australia, and both places have clog dance. It was adapted from the movements of Welsh sailors wearing clogs in the warehouse when they were on the ship. It is very local. Hey, look who this is. Alan came in the same car as Boss Chap. As soon as he entered the studio, he met the Duke of Westminster and his precious son who came to greet him. This little guy is now 2 years old and can finally be brought out to meet people. Alan and the Duke of Westminster looked at each other. The old guy had very thick eyebrows and almost lost his eyes when he smiled. He was very happy. Your Highness, you are here. This is my youngest son, who, holding his son in his arms and giving Boss Chat a special look. The Duke of Westminster couldn't stand Alan's tugging, so he handed his son to Alan. Holding the little guy in his arms, Alan looked at the little yellow fur. The two of them stared at each other with big eyes. Alan didn't speak. Of course, the little yellow fur couldn't speak either. Seeing Alan's serious expression, the little guy pursed his lips and didn't dare to move, so he was held by Alan obediently. Call Daddy. Alan doesn't care what the difference is between the godfather and the godfather here. Anyway, he is the godfather of this little guy. As long as he takes care of his father, he will be his father. The little guy looked at the fierce Alan, his mouth tightened, and he almost wanted to cry. He was usually loved by his father. Since he grew up, the number of times he went out was limited, and the number of people he met was even more limited. Everyone who saw him would hold it in their mouths for fear of melting, and hold it in their hands for fear of breaking. How could there be someone like Alan? Don't cry. Look at how timid you are. Alan rubbed the little guy's nose with his thumb, tilted his head, and continued to stare at him. Although the little yellow fur might not understand what Alan said, Alan didn't let him cry. I really held it back. Your Highnesses, shall we take a seat? While holding the future little duke in his arms, Alan turned around and called Boss Chap, and by the way, teased the Duke of Westminster who was talking to Boss Chap. Call Gerald. Your Highness is here. Why are you calling me Your Highness? Basically, except for members of the royal family, dukes with different surnames are rarely called His Royal Highness. It is a bit too pretentious. So when he heard Alan's title, the Duke of Westminster was extremely speechless. He pointed at Alan and retorted, "Haha, Gerald, your achievements over the years have made you worthy of the honorific title of His Highness. Let's go, boss." Cha laughed, as if he recognized Alan's words, patted the Duke of Westminster on the shoulder, and the two walked side by side. The layout of the studio hall is a traditional large stage, but the innovation is that dozens of circular dining tables are arranged in a ring around the stage. This kind of dining table seems a bit inconsistent with traditional etiquette, but it is more suitable for the occasion, and is convenient for watching the show. On the stage, if the long dining table is arranged according to the tradition, the orientation is not easy to adjust. Some guests have to twist their bodies to watch the show. Comfortable. The key is if we use a long dining table and everyone gathers together, it will be a bit awkward if there are too many people. If we use a small dining table, whoever has a better relationship with whom can be arranged together and watch the show while eating, which is also comfortable. Alan led Boss Chat to meet a group of guests. Of course, the first thing for those people he invited was the identity of Alan, the main inviter. In addition to this, the reason why he was able to invite so many people this time was that Alan was a bit of a show-off. He made it clear in the invitation letter that he had invited the Crown Prince of Great Britain to watch this show. The party was of very high standard, for this reason, these people accepted Alan's invitation. It can be said that he invited everyone here by coaxing and deceiving the boss. You said that Felite didn't come. Boss Cha seemed to be in a very good mood and asked Alan in a low voice while walking with his hands behind his back. The Felite he was talking about was the Crown Prince of Spain. He had always had a difficult relationship with Boss Cha. The two of them looked disgusted and had been enemies for many years. Of course, Alan also invited the Crown Prince over this time, but he is not as arrogant as King Gustav of Sweden. The Crown Prince is very arrogant. When he heard that it was Alan's invitation, he refused without even thinking. Your Highness, I invited him, but he refused. HMPH. It seems that he is afraid of me, but he is very self-aware. The first opening program was the large-scale stage dance program Long Live the Queen, selected by India. Alan was a little confused about the Indian brain circuit. He said it was for Boss Cha, so couldn't you change the name? Let's do something like Long Live the Boss. Flatter him more and make it so serious. Alan sat next to Boss Cha and the waiter came over with a tray to display the aperitif champagne before the meal. This champagne is made from Pol Roger champagne, the royal brand of the British royal family. It has an emerald bottle with the Queen's certification logo on it. This brand of champagne may not be very well known outside, mainly because the output is too low. Until now, their winery still uses the most traditional all-manual production method. Even the wine transfer is purely artificial. The entire winery only has 4 sommeliers. Working to shifts, the daily output depends entirely on the physical strength of the wine master. If a master calls in sick or something, the winery will have to stop production. Alan looked at the bottle and nodded, then motioned to the waiter to show it to several others. In addition to the luxurious and showy banquets in the Middle Ages, modern banquet standards generally refer to state banquet standards. It is a traditional long table for dinner. Whether it is the placement of the dinner plate or the distance between the chairs and the dining table, it must be accurate to the millimeter level. It is very strict and rigid. Of course we can't be so strict at the party now. Alan just borrowed the standards of a state banquet and prepared 9 dishes at the party held in Wales. French food is definitely not allowed. If Alan holds it in his own name, then he can eat whatever he wants. But now he brings Boss Cha to save face for Boss Cha. What do you mean by French food? But if you eat a full English meal, you can imagine how difficult it is. Fortunately, Alan still has his old chef at home, the traditional British famous chef Old York. Although Old York was the chef of 2 generations of Earls of the Hill family, he had all the advantages, except that his cooking was unpalatable. However, he was only good at cooking British cuisine. It is no exaggeration to say that he could cook all the cuisines in Britain, as long as they were unpalatable. Yes, there's nothing Old York can't do, but in recent years, because Alan has hired several chefs from outside, including French, island countries, Chinese, etc. Over time, Old York has stolen the cooking skills from these foreign chefs. There has been an increase. In order to determine the menu for this party, Old York made several trips to the Imperial Library in London and Alan's family library and dug out several recipes from old antiques that were both famous and not too unpalatable. After ordering canapes with champagne, the first thing served were 2 hard dishes: Prince Albert lamb rack and Queen Mary prime salmon. This is a serious dish name. Britain has a long history. The royal family loves to name dishes after celebrities. Every dish is closely related to that celebrity. Most of the food in British cuisine is generally unpalatable, but these dishes with celebrity names definitely won't taste that bad. These are all good dishes that the British chefs in those days had to think hard to come up with. At least among the dishes in dining, they are definitely on the table. Gustav cut a piece of salmon and put it into his mouth with a fork. The texture was quite good. I can only say that Swedish rice and British rice are about the same. Let's not criticize each other. Gustav, I was well prepared mentally, but I didn't expect that it would not taste bad after eating it. After picking up the red wine glass and signaling to Alan next to him, he took another sip of red wine and then put down the wine glass to watch the show. The taste and aftertaste of the red wine were quite good. Gustav glanced at the waiter next to him without any trace. The waiter bent down and walked to Gustav's side and said, "Your Honor, please give me your orders." "What brand is this wine? I didn't show it just now." The waiter gestured towards Alan and whispered, "Honorable guest, this is a red wine from His Excellency the Earl's house. It is unbranded." "Oh, I understand. Thank you." "You're welcome." "Alan, do you still have privately brewed red wine at home? It tastes good. Give me some when I leave." Now that he was ready to give his daughter away, Gustav didn't treat Alan as an outsider. He asked Alan directly for this little thing. "Okay, but after using it up this time, I don't have much left at home, and the taste of the products produced every year is different, and the quality is different." Oh. After these 2 days of baptism, Gustav has thoroughly seen Alan's strength. He thought that there were several winemakers in his family who were responsible for winemaking. However, there are professional winemakers. Even if the quality of the grapes is slightly different every year, the quality of the grapes is slightly different. It's impossible to be too different. So Alan's statement seems a bit strange. Boscha took a sip of red wine. When he heard Gustav's curious question, he turned his head and looked at Gustav meaningfully and explained, "Although their red wine is delicious, you can't drink too much. As for you'd better not understand why the taste is different, but their red wines in recent years should be of good quality." Alan also laughed when he heard Boscha's explanation. He patted Gustav and said, "Yes, as long as you like it. Don't ask about the specific contents. I will definitely give you a few boxes before you leave." He used to often say that someone would chop up someone and use it as fertilizer. Alan was not joking. He actually had people do it. Of course, the one who benefits the most is the grapevine at home. Every time it is moistened by this kind of fertilizer, the quality of the wine in the next 1 or 2 years will be quite good. Of course, if there is a normal year, then the quality of the wine at home will be a little worse during that period. However, Alan has never been honest in the past few years, and the grapevines at home have never lacked fertilizer. The programs on the stage continued, and the programs sent by each colony were very representative. Some of the programs may not be grand, but they were all very enjoyable to watch. The dishes on the table were also served one after another as the program progressed. The other tables are in charge of the waiter, and Alan's table is in charge of him personally. Every time a dish is served, Alan will personally introduce the allusion to the dish. Each of these dishes is a famous person in the history of the British royal family. Speaking of it on this occasion is not only to popularize this kind of unorthodox knowledge to others, but also to flatter the boss from the side. "Your Highness, you must have never tasted this dish," as another exquisitely plated dish that didn't look like a British meal was served. On the white plate, the snow white fish fillets with a slight yellowish tint were slightly curled, and a few slices of not so green vegetables were placed on the fish fillets. "The taste smells slightly sour. This is a dish named after me. I call it Alan Pickled Fish." Boss Cha leaned back slightly. He hadn't noticed Alan's little thoughts yet. He just thought that the dish looked quite creative and smelled okay. He picked up the fork, took a bite and nodded. "Not bad. It tastes very good." "You boy, haha, Your Highness, you are flattering me." Alan's smile was very honest and simple. He looked like a loyal minister offering his favorite dishes to his monarch. For Alan, who never refuses to suffer, this party lasted for 2 or 3 hours, with hundreds of noble guests, and there were only 9 dishes in total for them to enjoy, and of these 9 dishes, 8 were from British cuisine. The famous dish of the royal family has quite a lot of history. There is only one dish named after Alan. This dish is mixed into the 8 dishes, and after the waiter's professional explanation, at least every guest who comes to the party today will have a psychological impression. Even people who didn't know Alan well before may even have wrong predictions because of this dish, but at least they will be left with a deep impression. The reputation of Mr. Alan has reached the level of being on the same stage as the historical celebrities of the British royal family. Dick or not, as the last big dish was served, Alan rarely took the initiative to stand up and prepare to introduce it solemnly. Boss Cha looked at Alan's actions, and his curiosity was aroused. Is there any other dish in the royal family that is worthy of Alan's solemn introduction? Could this guy be messing around again? Thinking of this, Boss Cha couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Your Highness, this last dish has a special meaning. It was specially prepared for you, as Alan introduced. He lifted the dinner plate cover with one hand, revealing the last dish inside. Point on a white plate. Neatly cut chicken is placed in 2 rows, covered with a layer of golden sauce, and a little bit of chopped vegetables are mixed in the sauce. Point as the lid of the dinner plate was lifted, Boss Cha looked at the dish that finally revealed its true identity. The expression on his face was first shocked, then weird, and a bit inexplicable. Point he really didn't expect why this dish was worthy of Alan taking it so seriously, and why it had such extraordinary meaning. Chapter 550 Who Crowns Whom? The dish in front of me is considered a new dish in the British royal family's royal menu. Although the dish looks very simple, it is famous for its extremely domineering name, Coronation Chicken. Point this is a limited edition ceremony dish that the British royal chef at that time racked his brains to come up with when the current queen ascended the throne. Point to make it, just boil the marinated chicken breasts in water, shred them and add them with curry based sauce. Point the specific method is divided into 2 groups. One is more delicious, but the image is not very good, the shredded chicken pie. The other is cut chicken breasts, pour sauce on top, only cares about the image, but the taste is slightly inferior. Cut the pie. Point white chicken topped with golden curry sauce is equivalent to wearing a crown, so it is called Coronation Chicken. Point Boss Cha and Alan looked at each other, looked at Alan's solemn look, and glanced around. On the stage, a group of Chinese Americans were singing a play. It was the same play that Alan heard in Los Angeles some time ago. Boss Cha originally came to see. I was quite happy, but now with this dish, this drama, and the surrounding 10 tables of guests, the situation is so emotional. Point Boss Cha feels as if he has traveled back in time to the time when the British Empire was strong 100 or 200 years ago. If anyone dares to do something like this when all the nations are coming to court, if someone raises his hand at this moment, he might really dare to do something. This dish is the Coronation Chicken, a famous dish created by the royal chef when Her Majesty the Queen ascended the throne. It has extraordinary meaning. Taking this opportunity today, I also wish you all a successful career in the new year, just like Her Majesty the Queen did back then. Has led my British Empire to prosperity and strength since he ascended the throne. Your Highness, I respect you. Alan picked up the wine glass and gestured to Boss Cha and said nothing else. I believe that with such a tease, Boss Cha can regain some motivation. Ha ha ha. Alan, sit down. Boss Cha subconsciously picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the red wine. His face was a little rosy with excitement. Of course he understood what Alan meant. This thing is called the Coronation Chicken. Who will be crowned? He is the protagonist here today. Isn't Alan's solemn introduction just to express this meaning? It's just that he didn't say it so straightforwardly. Thinking of all the encounters and frustrations this year, at the end of the year, because of Alan's party, Boss Cha seemed to have all his grievances gone, and he was full of motivation again. Now that you have such a loyal minister, what else do you want? Thinking of this, Boss Cha immediately thought of Alan's proposal some time ago, that he wanted to restore the establishment of his family's guard force. Originally, Boss Cha was not too concerned about this matter, but now Alan is such a loyal kid. Among so many courtiers, Alan is the only one who has never forgotten his original intention and always secretly encourages and supports him. Boss Cha is going to find out about this matter during the internal gathering of the royal family in a few days. The Queen said, "Thank you, Alan." After Gustave waited for Alan to sit down, he gently raised his glass to signal to Alan. He didn't know what others thought, but he was greatly stimulated by this situation. Boss Cha has not yet ascended to the position, but he is a serious king. But he, the king, lives such a miserable life. Think about that queen, living in Buckingham Palace and enjoying the admiration of thousands of people. What kind of life did she live? What about him? He was actually forced to take a break by the council, his wife, and his daughter. The gap is too big. When he comes to Wales this time, he only needs to entrust Bertel and Madeline to Alan. Gustave is ready to wait for this time to go back and have a good fight with the parliament and the mother and daughter. Anyway, he has nothing to worry about anymore. He is weak. After all these years, he also wanted to be tough. Alan sat down with a wine glass and silently observed the people on the table with different expressions. Boss Cha would be very satisfied with this dish. It would be unrealistic to rebel now, but Boss Cha, it's him again. The biggest supporter. I feel that Boss Cha has been suppressed a bit this year. Alan doesn't want Boss Cha to be too depressed, which is not good, so he has to encourage Boss Cha regularly, tease him, and make him full of emotions today. He borrowed this dish to give a wish to Boss Zha. The underlying meaning was to wish him an early accession to the throne. It was not stated clearly, but the meaning was as simple as that point. In addition to coronating Boss Cha as soon as possible, Alan looked at the coronation chicken on the plate and smiled secretly in his heart. Boss Cha doesn't come to Wales a few times throughout the year. With today's party and the presence of such a nobleman to cheer him on, it will show those Welsh ghosts and ghosts who are the real local overlords of Wales. Alan's position in Wales will become more and more stable in the future, and he will crown himself with this dish. From now on, as long as the boss is not around, Alan will be the uncrowned king of Wales. December 23, afternoon. On the roof of Alan's new castle. In the sunroom. This is a large sunroom made of metal frame and a full glass barrier. It is surrounded by many green plants. In winter, even if there is no heating indoors, you can feel the warm sunshine in this sunroom. You can enjoy the snow scenery outside at 360 degrees without any blind spots, for huge black bearskins were spread on the ground, and a short, wide and long tea table was placed on the bearskins. Alan sat barefoot and cross-legged in front of the tea table, with a complete set of tea sets on the table. On the small stove next to it, the water in the teapot is almost boiling. The musician in the distance is a guzheng master specially invited. A quiet classical Chinese guzheng tune matches the heavy snow outside the sunroom. At this time, come and sit around the fire making tea. That artistic conception. It is said that Ujjain's tea culture is extremely prosperous. It seems that, no matter where they are, they can take out a tea set and make tea at any time. Alan doesn't know whether this is true or not, but as time goes by, more and more Ujjain people come to Wales. This is true, and their tea culture has become popular here, and Alan also inevitably learned. As the water in the teapot boils, he picks up the teapot and scalds the tea set, then puts in the tea leaves, makes tea, scrapes foam, rubs tea, shakes incense, goes to sea, shows tea, and converts. After the whole process, Alan is not playing. It's too standard, but the movements are all decent. At least it can fool laymen, so there's no problem. Please. Moza was wearing a black gauze dress, a bit like a widow's outfit, and the headscarf on her head gave her a bit of mystery. She was also invited to watch the party 2 days ago. After the party, she stayed in Cardiff. It was not until today that she came to visit Alan. Alan's vote in the United States not only made Alan famous, but also allowed Moza to see clearly Alan's strength. This visit to Wales further allowed her to understand Alan's confidence and status. Looking at Alan, who is wearing a flowing satin robe, and the little tiger lying on his lap, the sun refracts through the glass, and a warm light shines on Alan's face, making this man's body seem to be plated. A layer of golden light. Coupled with the tea art that even Moza couldn't understand. It was like this. Just bring any woman out and everyone would be confused. Following Alan's invitation, Moza seemed to have come to his senses. Looking at Alan gesturing for her to drink tea, Moza said politely, "It's such an honor to have you personally pour me tea. This is obvious. Moza, we are not only partners, but also friends, right? I don't like my friends to be polite to me." Alan picked up the teacup and smelled the aroma. He was young and had a strong temper, so he didn't like to drink black tea, but preferred to drink green tea. Haha, Your Excellency, you are really generous and an extremely trustworthy partner and friend. Moza took a sip of tea. It was a bit hot, and she was not used to drinking it, but Alan's attitude was very useful to her. When you came this time, you didn't take a good tour of our Wales. Instead, you were anxious to see me, right? Seeing that Moza was still somewhat reserved, Alan took the initiative to ask, "It's my problem again. You don't know what the results of your inspection are. Where will your takeaway company be located? When can it open?" "Oh. Haha, I have been quite busy during this period. As you have seen, I just finished this party. I have a few days off. I will go abroad with His Highness for a visit in a few days. I will have to wait until I come back at the earliest." The disappointment on Moza's face flashed away. Who doesn't like power? Especially in the past few days, she was extremely jealous when she saw Alan's power of inviting hundreds of nobles to watch the party together, paving the red carpet for the banquet guests. Then, you don't know if there is anything else you need my help with. This feeling of anxious waiting makes Moza very tortured. She is eager to do something. Sometimes she even wants Alan to trick her, even if it means paying some money. This feeling of waiting step by step is really, it's too painful. Hey, when you said that, I just remembered something. Alan pretended to just remember it, lowered his head, and pondered for a moment, looked at Moza with a sincere face and said, our early plans are actually almost the same, and there is nothing that needs to be improved. Do you want to do more, Ashley? It is easy to cause counter effects, but during this time I'm busy with TV stations, and I have some new ideas. Oh, Your Excellency, please speak. Moza's eyes lit up. Did he finally have any orders? Look, when our plan is completed, of course I will be fine, but have you ever thought about how to calm down the dynamics and public opinion at that time? For example, public opinion or foreign opinions or something. Moza wanted to help her husband and ascend to the position of king in one fell swoop. Alan had a complete set of ways to help him. Anyway, the people in his hands were idle, but what should he do after that? Although this kind of after-sales service was not within the scope of his consideration before, it is now a matter of time. There was little benefit in the initial discussion. Alan thought it was troublesome, so he only agreed to help Moza get the most difficult things done first, and he was not going to take care of it in the future. But now, Alan has some new ideas recently. There are acquaintances everywhere, and they are well informed, which is an advantage. As the end of the year is approaching, Alan organizes gatherings, and some of his people will also gather with their friends. Ceylon, who has a wide range of friends, is no exception. This is what Ceylon told Ellen yesterday. She said that her former colleagues said that among the BBC overseas branches, the performance of the Middle East branch was very poor. Rumors leaked from their headquarters that they were considering withdrawing in the near future. Axe the BBC Middle East operations and withdraw funds. This is originally a very bad business practice, but people like Alan are sometimes more sensitive to certain things. It just so happens that recently he is busy with the Welsh TV station in his hands. There are relatively few people in the Welsh TV station. There are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens on the station, and their professional skills are also very poor. This party was managed by the efforts of the entire station, and was barely successful. It was considered a big training exercise. Ceylon's original intention was that, since the people in the BBC Middle East branch were to be laid off, Alan could recruit these people back and plug them into the Welsh TV station to expand the strength of the Welsh TV station. After all, it was the BBC, so the people inside are all elite soldiers in the media industry. But Alan didn't see it that way. After learning more about the specific situation of the BBC Middle East branch, he discovered that there seemed to be something wrong here. The Middle East has been a bit chaotic in recent years. Although the big dogs are rich, they still don't have a decent TV station. Even an international media giant as powerful as the BBC cannot survive there. Alan didn't know much about this kind of thing before, but now he knows a little about it. People like him rarely watch TV. In addition to being busy, watching TV is also boring. Just like the previous Welsh TV stations, their stance was too clear and there was nothing worth watching. Ordinary people don't like watching this kind of crazy TV station. The situation in the Middle East is somewhat similar to the situation in Wales. The rich and powerful rarely watch local TV programs, and the BBC Middle East branch has a very clear stance. Their news is always broadcast from the perspective of Western liberal critical thinking, which makes many people in the Middle East unable to stand it. Even if there is a group of so-called Middle East elites who like to watch programs with this stance, these minority groups cannot solve the embarrassing situation of unprofitable TV stations. So, in the end, it became a bit unsustainable. In previous years, when the economic environment was good, the BBC might have gritted its teeth and persisted for some other purposes, but now, everyone is no longer able to do so, and they are not prepared to maintain the Middle East branch. But Alan was a little unbelieving, and he was going to do something about it. Isn't it just Moza who leads the way? If everyone from the BBC Middle East branch is recruited, a new TV station is set up in Qatar. The position is hidden, and even some anti-American sentiments are stirred up. Will this be the beginning? Of course. For the sake of safety, you can't openly rebel. Alan has rich experience in this, and his current ability can also cover it. I don't mean to say that I'm anti-American, but I can show more of the bad things in the free world to the people of the Middle East. As for Moza, she can be responsible for providing money and effort to help Alan make wedding clothes. As for the reason, Alan has already thought about it. Since there is no influential media in the Middle East, it means that, even if the rebellion succeeds, Moza and the others will suffer a lot in terms of public opinion. In order to prevent them from suffering, the kind-hearted Mr. Allen makes his debut. Of course he wants to help his good friend. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.